Hello everyone and welcome to this very long, very in-depth, and that I say so myself, very useful video about everything you'll ever want to learn about basically every single guitar chord. This is actually a collection of shorter videos that I released not too long ago under the series One Chord a Week. Some of you will remember back then, every week I will show you a different chord. And the reason I've decided to put it all together into this huge 9-hour long video is that as I released that series, it was done so in a kind of random way. It kept things fresh and interesting, whereas I think if you're really trying to learn all these chords by yourself, it's easier if you have, or if you follow, a better order. And so I tried to edit them into this new order that I think would be very conducive to anyone who wants to go deeper with chords. So that's the first reason. Also, I think it's very useful to have them all in one place instead of you having to search around on my channel for this specific chord you're trying to learn. Of course, this whole long video is indexed and you'll find chapters for each of the chords. As I compiled this video, I trimmed out a little bit of the end of each episode because I was simply basically thanking you for watching and maybe asking for a few subscribers, but I did leave all the intros in, and these might get a bit repetitive after you've watched 38 of them, but sometimes it included some useful information and context for the chord, and I didn't feel that I should remove any potentially useful information, so I will just instead appeal to your patience. So without further ado, let's hand it to my 2 years ago self, and I hope you enjoy. Hello everyone, today's One Chord a Week is arguably the basis for all harmony, and certainly the first chord any guitarist should learn. But even if you're a seasoned player, please stick around because I think you'll find some interesting tips throughout the video. Of course, we're talking about the major chord, prevalent in all styles of music, from classical to the power rock ballad to jazz and pop and country and pretty much every other style of music, is really the bar by which we measure all other chords. As a matter of fact, you take one note out and you get a power chord. You modify this note here and maybe you get a minor chord. How about we add that note there and we got a dominant chord? You see how it goes. So it's a very important chord, really a fundamental of music, and let's see how we build it. The formula of the major chord is quite simple, and as always, it starts with a root, and for us in this series of videos, that root will always be C. So we start from a C, that's a root, and then we have a major third, that's 2 whole steps above the root, so we just count. 2 whole steps is an E, okay, so C, E. The E is the major third. And then from the major third, we count a minor third, which is a whole step plus a half step, to get to the 5th. So now we have the root, the major third, and the perfect 5th, which is G. Okay, so together it's C as a root, E as the major third, and G as the perfect 5th. All right, so it's a simple formula. Let's see how it affects the sound. The major chord is so pervasive that everybody who has ever listened to about a minute of music in their lifetime will know it and be familiar with it. Some words that are often used to describe it are happy, bright, open, and things like that. And the reason is that the notes that make up the chord are very early overtones of the harmonic sequence, and therefore they're consonant. And basically the sound comes from these 2 factors. You have the happy sound, which is the major third. This is the uplifting and bright and active sound. And then this is rounded out by the perfect 5th, which is even more consonant and more stable. So you put it all together, and you have the brightness and the happiness, so to speak, but it's also controlled and very round sounding. So it is a beautiful chord. One more thing about the sound that I would like to spend a minute on is the effect of inversions on the sound of the chord. So let's do it very simply with just simple triads. Okay, let's say I'm playing C, E, G, so the major chord, in root position. That means the root is in the bass, and then I have the 3rd and the 5th. This is the sound. So we have that major third plus the 5th, and you get the idea of the basic C major chord. Now let's see what happens when we play the first inversion, which is E, G, and C. The same notes, but now we start on the 3rd, E. What happens now is this sound. So the sum of the sound is still a C major chord. But because I'm playing it in this order, there's a bit more emphasis on this first relationship here between E and G. And that's a minor third, you hear that? And then we have a major, perfect fourth from G to C. So technically speaking, we're not hearing a major third now. Of course, it is implied, and it's a major third from this C all the way down to this E, but that's technically a sixth down. So even though the overall effect is still a major chord, this sound is a bit more subtle. It's a bit more subdued, and it's just a tiny bit, just a very little bit closer to minor to me because of the emphasis on this minor third. Yeah? And then when we move up to the next inversion, we have G, C, and E. And again, it's a different kind of sound because we have now, in the bass, we have a perfect fourth from G to C. So it sounds very official and regal in a way. And then from C to E, we have a major third. But there's no minor third. Again, there is a minor third from this E all the way down to this G, but we're hearing it from the bottom up, so we're hearing it as a major sixth. So this sounds definitely 100% major. This sounds to me a bit more minor, and this sounds a bit more regal. Now, of course, the actual sound is the same. In a chord, what matters is what notes we're playing and not the order in which we play them. But it's still something that you can use very, very well in composition and improvisation. I do it all the time. So let me preface this section by saying you should learn about 30 to 40 different ways to play C major. There's no other way around it. It's the most common chord. It's the one you'll modify the most by adding, removing, or changing certain notes. So you need all the flexibility you can get. All right, but as always, I'm just going to give you 3 positions today, and I'm just going to give you simple ones, just in case you're new to the guitar, then you can get started right away. Okay, so the first one is the usual open string position. We have 3 on the 5th string, 2 on the 4th, open string on the 3rd and 1st, and then on the 2nd, we put down the 1st finger on the 1st fret. So 3, 2, 0, 1, 0. Classic C major. And just an extra tip, you should learn it here too. But this you'll have to do yourself, all right? The second one is very common as well, very useful to access all the 7th chords, the sus2, sus4, even add 9s, the 6ths. It's a very good hub from which you can go and explore different chords. And it's very simple again. It's 3 on the 5th string, and then we have 5, 5, 5. And if you want, a 3 here. You don't need this note, but you can play it if you want. You can play with this little bar here, or you can play like this. You should certainly practice both of them. And the third one is the classic bar chord on the 8th fret. And it's very simple. We have a bar on the 8th fret, and that bar has to cover the 6th string and the 2nd and 1st, okay? And then everything else we'll take care of with these fingers. So it will be 8, 10, 10, 9, 8, 8. Okay, and of course, these are movable. Even the first one, you can move it to different keys, no problems. There are, of course, so many scales that go with this chord. It's ridiculous. Basically, everything that has a root, a major third, and a perfect fifth will fit. So we're talking about the major modes, Lydian, Mixolydian, of course. We're talking about many modes of the melodic minor scale and harmonic minor. Many other strange scales around the world that really focus on the major sound, you'll probably be able to fit them over this chord. But we shouldn't ignore the basic major scale and the major pentatonic scale. because I see a lot of people who are like, okay, I learned the major scale, now I can move on to more interesting stuff. And it's not so. The major scale really is the key with which you then open pretty much every door harmonically and melodically you'll ever find in music. So make sure you study very, very, very well your major scales, and of course the major pentatonic, which is related. So these are the two scales I'm going to talk about very quickly today. The major scale, of course, is C, D, E, F, G, A, B. And it's a great companion for a major chord, as you can hear. Now, the major scale, one bit of advice is that we're so finely tuned to it. So when I play major scale songs, like there's a song called one of my songs, and it's in E major and you can't escape it, right? And so every time I play, it's a lot more scary than when I play exotic scales, because with exotic scales, even just minor scales, you can get away with something. A bit of dissonance here, something doesn't sound quite right there, maybe this bend is a little flat, you know, you can get away with it. But the major scale is so ingrained into our ear that everything that doesn't quite fit perfectly, then we hear it. And so it's terrifying to play major scales live, for example. But so certainly practice a major chord. And on top of it, just improvise a little bit with the major scale. Try to listen to all the different intervals, how they fit on top, and so on. The other scale is the major pentatonic scale. Again, very simple. It's a major scale, and we take out the F and the B, the 4th and 7th. The problem is you take out the B and the F, and now you have no half steps, no semitones. So everything that kind of make things interesting with dissonance or keep things moving in the scales, we've taken them out. Okay, so it can be pretty hard to improvise things that are interesting and to keep the momentum going. If you want to listen to a song that makes extensive use of it, it's up here. It's called Written in the Sand. And it's just a scale you need to learn how to live with. Now, improvising over just a chord with that scale, it's a bit harder. It's hard to, keep things interesting and moving, but it is possible. So you should definitely check it out. And then as soon as you can, instead of playing over just one chord, play over a short progression. Hello and welcome to One Chord a Week. Today's chord is along with the major chord that we saw just a few episodes ago. Here's a link in case you missed it. The basis for pretty much all tonal music. So yes, it's important. Let's begin. It goes without saying that the minor chord is a must-know chord, as it is prevalent in pretty much all styles of music around the world. As a tonal center, you'll see it often in heavy metal, in rock music, in pop, of course in classical music, in soundtrack music. You'll see it in electronic, EDM, dance music, pretty much everywhere you look, you'll find that the minor chord is there. So before we begin, let's look at the formula, how it's built, and then we'll listen to its sound. And as always, I will show you where and how to play it and what scales you can use with it. The minor chord is a basic triad in construction. So triad means it has 3 notes. And these notes are, of course, the basis for pretty much all variations of the minor chord. Some of them we looked at already, like the minor 7th chord, and some we will expand on in later episodes. Okay, but the idea here is that we have a root, as always, in C. And then we have a minor 3rd, which is E flat. And this is the sound, of course, that we'll investigate further later. And then we have a perfect 5th. The perfect 5th, if you remember, is 7 frets up from the root or 2 whole steps from the minor 3rd. Either way you look at it, you end up on a G. Okay, so we have the root in C, the minor 3rd in E flat, and then we have the perfect 5th in G. So C, E flat, G. This is the formula for the minor chord. And there it is, the quintessential minor sound, sadder, darker, moodier than major, it's often described as. But at the same time, don't forget that it's still a tonic function chord, so it doesn't require resolution, and it can be, and it should be sometimes, the center of your chord progression. So the sound of the minor chord comes, of course, from the minor third, which in this case is E flat against the C. So we have the root C and the minor third E flat. This is the sound of minor. But then we add a G, and the G is a very round sounding interval, very stable. In case you missed it, there's a link to the power chords, which are just root and fifth, and you see how stable it is. So you put it together with this tension, and the fifth kind of brings it back together and forms like a whole chord, basically. It's very self-contained thanks to the G there. And this is basically the sound of the minor chord. It's a very strong sound, very easy to identify, so you can get away with pretty much any inversion. But as we did with the major chord, we're going to look at the effect of inverting the chord and the triad to the sound. So a minor triad in root position has, of course, the minor third as the first interval, and then a major third from the minor third to the fifth. So it's a minor third from C to E flat, and the major third from E flat to G. And this is basically the minor sound that we're all used to. Now, if I go up to the next inversion, then I would have E flat, then G, and then C. So the sum of the notes still gives me C minor. This is still C minor. It's not any kind of E flat chord, it's a C minor chord, but in first inversion. And now, because of the inversion, you'll notice how we have E flat to G, which is a major triad, and then we have a perfect fourth between G and C. So technically speaking, there is no direct minor third. There is, of course, a minor third if we consider this C here to this E flat, but really it's kind of a major sixth backwards, right? So to our ear, this sounds a lot more major than this. Of course, the sum of it is still minor, and if you use it in a song, it's still going to function as a minor chord, but it is a very interesting effect of mastering triads of the minor and major chords. You can really mess up the balance of the tonal qualities of it, okay? So this is the first inversion, and to me it sounds more major than the root position. Still minor, of course, but a bit more major. And then I can move on to the second inversion, which will be G, C, and E flat. And in this case, I would have this sound. I have from G to C, which is a perfect fourth, very open sound, and then I have my minor third. Now there's no major third interval here. Of course, again, there is one between this E flat and this G, but again, it's kind of backwards. And so this sounds maybe even more minor than the root position, because there's no sound of a major third here, at least not a direct one. Okay, so this is all very subtle, of course, but it becomes extremely important when you're composing music or when you're just writing for any instrument that plays chords. So I suggest you do explore the inversions of major and minor triads. In case you missed the major chord video, here's a link, because I kind of go in depth with it for the major triad. Then you can compare it to the minor triad inversions, and between both things you should get a clearer idea of it. All right, so this is it for the sound of minor. I'm going to show you now how to play it in 3 different positions on the neck. And let's look at 3 different ways to play it on the neck. Now this chord you should learn it in like 30-40 different ways, all right, or more, but these 3 will get you started. And the first one is one that is not very common, but I really enjoy it, and it goes like this. Is 3 on the 5th, which is my root C. Then I go to the E flat note, which is the 1st fret on the 4th string. Then I go to my 5th, G, open string, on the 3rd string, and then 1 again on the 1st fret of the 2nd string. Make sure you don't play the 1st string. We don't want that. Okay, now this position here may look a bit strange, but it can be moved. So if I replay this again on the higher octave, I would have 15, 13, 12, 13. And this is a movable shape of the minor chord. Okay, so it's a beautiful sounding minor chord, and it sounds a bit different than the usual ones, which I will show you right now. The next position is one that we all know, I think, but if you're new to this, you have to know this. It's the little bar chord on the 3rd fret. So we have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, then we go to 5th fret for the G and the C again. And then on the 4th fret of the 2nd string, we have our minor 3rd, E flat. As always, you can add the 3rd fret on the 1st string, just put a little bar on the 1st finger, and there you go. You have to know this chord, of course. And now this position can also be played on the 6th string, and usually I will give you something more complicated, but if you're watching this video, maybe you do need to master just a few positions of minor. And so I'm going to give you this position. Okay, again, there's a big bar here on the 8th fret, which is on the 6th string, and then the top 3 strings. So you're better off just pressing down on all of them. And then we have the 3rd and 4th finger playing the 10th fret on this 5th and 4th string. Okay, so we have 8, 10, 10, and then 8, 8, 8. Now, one thing to be mindful of, especially for beginners, it's really hard in the beginning to get this string here, the 3rd, to sound properly. Many beginners will do this. Now, if you don't produce a sound on this 3rd string, you're not playing minor, because that's the only instance of the minor 3rd. It's the only E flat in this shape. So don't fall into the trap of going, it sounds kind of like a minor chord. No, it doesn't. You need this note. Okay, so make sure you always play slowly, and make sure you're actually producing an E flat. Otherwise, you're playing a different chord. You're playing a C5, a power chord, which is great, but it's certainly not minor. When it comes to scales, the minor chord is a great chord to play on, because with just a root, minor 3rd, and 5th, it can accommodate so many different scales, from very normal and diatonic to very exotic ones. Also, it's less susceptible to me than the major chord to tension, so it can accommodate more strange sounds on top of it. Okay, but we'll keep it simple today, and the first scale, of course, that has to be associated with minor chord is the minor scale, or the Aeolian scale. And so over a minor chord, you would play C minor. Has some beautiful intervals, such as the minor 6th. The 2nd sounds great over a chord, right? All of them. The 4th sounds consonant, it doesn't sound ugly, like in major. So you can have pretty much all the notes sound beautiful. So this will be my first choice, not maybe to play, but certainly to teach somebody. You do need the minor scale. And the second one to me would be maybe the melodic minor. It's a very interesting sounding scale, and it kind of bridges the gap a little bit between major and minor. So we would have the first half is a minor scale, C, D, E flat, and then from here on it's the same as a major scale, G, F, G, A, B, C, and it sounds very interesting. Or something like that, right? So maybe start with these two, minor and melodic minor, and both of them have plenty of minor modes you can then apply to this chord. And so this should get you started. Hello everyone, this is Tonelli. Welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. Today's chord might not win any prizes as far as the most beautiful chord goes or the most popular, but it is a must-know chord, so let's dive right in. The diminished chord in its triad form, like we're looking at today, might not be the most popular chord of all, but it is necessary because it is used to harmonize the major scale. That means that if you want to play a major scale and build chord progressions underneath, this chord is one of them. And if it is a chord of the major scale, it is therefore also a chord of all the diatonic modes. So not only minor too, but Lydian, Mixolydian, Dorian, all the usual suspects. So that's one reason why it's so important. The other one is that it's the basis for other diminished chords that are more functional and sometimes more prominent in music, such as the diminished seventh chord, the half-diminished, and so on. So it's certainly a chord you have to know. And let's get started with the formula to see how it's built. Being just a triad makes the diminished chord quite simple in its formula. It's just a stack of minor thirds. So we have a minor third from C to E flat, which is its third, and another minor third between the E flat and the G flat, which is a diminished fifth. All right, so that's the characteristic of this chord, is that it's two minor thirds, one on top of the other. All right, so on the guitar, and as far as the notes go, it goes like this. We have a C in the root. As always, these chords are given to you in the key of C. You already know that, so that you can compare them and learn them, and then you'll move them around wherever you need them. Okay, so we have the C as the root. Then we go to the minor third, which is E flat. So far it sounds like a minor chord, but then we have a diminished fifth. The diminished fifth is the note one half step below the regular fifth. So in a minor chord, we'd have this, but now we have to lower this fifth, G, down to G flat. You see, then you get this sound. And so again, root, minor third, which is E flat, and diminished fifth, which is G flat. And that's it. Very simple formula. So this is the sound of the diminished triad. Personally, I like it, but it is true that it's a bit hard to play sometimes and hard to know where and how to use it in progressions and compositions. But the reason that this sounds so pulling towards a root and towards the resolution is that it has a triton within it. And we talked a little bit about the triton in the dominant sus4 chord, I believe, which I'll have a link for you up here. And basically the triton is an interval that's 3 whole steps apart. So it's a diminished fifth. It's the interval that divides the octave into 2 equal parts. And so in this specific chord, I have a triton between the C, which is the root, and the G flat, the diminished fifth. All right, it's the only triad of the diatonic triads that has a triton built in. And right away, that triton gives it the dominant function. So this chord wants to resolve to the 1, okay? That's basically the idea behind it. And that's why, well, that's not why, but that's how you find this chord in a major scale. It's the last chord. So in the key of C, we'll find this in B. And this B diminished will want and need to take you to the 1. So when you use it like this, any kind of unpleasant sound, there's a payoff for that. So you kind of have to sit through this for just a little while, but then as soon as I take you to the 1, there's a sense of resolution, and the C of the resolution kind of gives a meaning to the diminished one, which sounds a bit strange until you resolve it, right? And so the triton in this case is this that wants to resolve to this. Right? That's the idea behind this chord. So that's really it. And then as we'll use it for different other functions, when we add more notes to this, and we have to refer that to videos in the future, then you'll be able to build upon this foundation of dissonance to get other sounds that are maybe a bit rounder or maybe even more tense, but they seem to be easier to place, all right? They seem to be easier to use in everyday chord progressions. And now let me show you 3 fingerings for this chord across the fretboard. The first one, the one I just showed you as I was giving you a few examples, is this. We'll play the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, and then we go to the diminished 5th here on the 4th fret on the 4th string. That's our G flat. You can hear the tritone at work. And then we basically play the root again on the 5th fret here of the 3rd string. And then we'll go to the minor 3rd, this E flat here on the 4th fret of the 2nd string. Okay, it's pretty, within reason, it's pretty good sounding. Okay, from here we can move on to a different area of the neck. As you know, I always tend to give you positions spread out across the fretboard. And here's the next one. Again, the root is C, okay? So we're gonna play like this. We're gonna do 9 on the 5th string and 10 on the 4th. Again, this is our tritone, which, by the way, you can look at a tritone either way, because it divides the octave into 2 equal parts. So from C to G flat is exactly the same sound than from G flat to C, and this only happens with the tritone. So that's a little tidbit for you. And then from here we have 9, 10, now we go down to 8 on the 3rd string. That's our minor 3rd, E flat. And finally we play the diminished 5th again on this F sharp here on the 7th fret of the 2nd string. I really enjoy this position as well, all right? Don't forget, all these chords, I'm playing them in C, so they tend to resolve to D flat, all right? So they want to go to D flat. Doesn't matter where you play them. If I play them here, they want to go to D flat, okay? That's important to keep in mind. And the last position, I will give it to you up here, and it goes like this. We have E flat on the 4th string, 13th fret. Then we go to this G flat here on the 11th fret of the 3rd string, and then C, which is our root, on 13th fret of the 2nd string. And then we'll play the minor 3rd again here, E flat. And you can use a little bar here, or you can stretch and play like this. And there you go. 3 positions for you to enjoy and explore. And of course, triads are very important, so you might want to expand on this. Maybe have 15 or 20 different ways to play the diminished triad. That would be good. As far as scales go, this chord is pretty selective because many scales have a minor 3rd, but not many have a diminished 5th, unless you go into the stranger scales. But you know, since I'm only usually giving you a couple of scales to get started with, I have to say that the first one that comes to mind is the Locrian scale. The Locrian scale is the mode of the major scale, so it's a regular simple mode based on the 7th degree. And the 7th degree of a major scale is the diminished chord, okay? So the first one I would explore is the following. I would play C diminished, and on top of it, I would play the Locrian scale. The Locrian scale is a minor scale with a flat 2nd and a flat 5. So if you are new to the modes or you're not too clear on this, I do a weekly live stream every Saturday. And recently we've been looking at modes, so I'll link the playlist here and you can join us if you want every Saturday and you know, ask questions and all that. But basically the Locrian scale is a minor scale with a flat 2nd and a flat 5, and it sounds like this. So we have my diminished chord, and that's kind of the sound of it. And there's interesting variations on this scale. For example, there's the Locrian 6, which is kind of cool. There's the Super Locrian. These are modes of the melodic minor, harmonic minor. The other scale that I want to show you is a bit of a strange one. It's a symmetrical scale. It's called the diminished scale, and it's made up of 8 notes, which is kind of weird. And it's funny the way it's built, so I thought I would share it with you. It's basically a whole step, then a half step, then a whole step, then a half step, then a whole step, then a half step, then a whole step, and then with the last half step, I'm back to C. All right, so is strange, but it does fit, of course, this chord, because we end up with a minor third and then with a diminished fifth. And I don't know, I find it interesting. It's not maybe a scale you would jam on, so usually it's used functionally, but if you want to jam on it, you can just record a little loop of a diminished triad, maybe even arpeggiate it to make it a bit softer, and then you improvise with this scale. Right? It's a bit weird, and you can get some interesting sounds out of it. Hello everyone, this is Tonelli. Welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. Today is time to cover the final triad. We did the major, minor, and diminished. And what we're missing now is maybe the strangest of all, but still a very beautiful sound and very useful to build other chords upon. So let's get started. The sound of the augmented chord is a bit strange, and because of its sound you might think you'll only find it in, so to speak, sophisticated kinds of music. You might expect it in jazz, you might expect it in experimental classical music, and of course you'll find it there, but it's surprisingly common in very straightforward kinds of music as well. Chuck Berry used it in his music, the Beatles use it, you'll see it in radio pop all the time. And also you'll find it, of course, in fusion and more experimental things, but it's very ubiquitous. You'll find it in music soundtracks and documentaries. Once you tune your ear to it, you'll hear it pretty much everywhere. And the augmented chord also has a few peculiarities about it that make it very interesting from the point of view of just the architecture of the chord and the mathematical design of the chord. So we're going to look at those very soon. And let's begin with the formula so we know how it's built and we understand the relationship between its notes. The augmented chord, just like the major, minor, and diminished chords, is a triad. A triad means it's made up of only three notes. There's a root, a third, and a fifth. Its closest relative is certainly the major chord. Here's a link in case you missed it, if you want to watch it later. But the major chord was root, major third, and perfect fifth. The very simple sound of major. Now, if we want to make it augmented, it's pretty much the same thing. We have a root in C, as always in these videos. We talk in the key of C. Then we go to the major third, which is E. The major third is 2 whole steps above the root. And then to make it augmented, we take the perfect fifth, which is G, and raise it a half step. So you'll find the augmented fifth 1 half step above, or 1 fret above the perfect fifth. And this is the sound. So we have root, major third, augmented fifth. I find it a beautiful sound, and let's talk about that in the next section. Beautiful, but also a bit strange. And the first reason you'll find it strange is that this chord does not occur as a diatonic chord. So when you harmonize a major scale or a minor scale or any of the diatonic modes, which are certainly the most common, you find major, minor, and diminished triads, but never an augmented triad. To find augmented triads, you have to get into stranger scales like the harmonic minor and other scales, but it's not present in the very basic, not meant in a bad way, but basic in the sense that they're the basis for pretty much all melody and harmony, the major scale and the modes. You won't find it there. So just that by itself makes it a bit strange because you're not used to hearing it. When you hear a scale, your ear organizes these sounds subconsciously and recognizes when a chord is within the scale or not. You know that if you played a song in C major and you hit the wrong chord, you'll notice it, all right? And so the augmented triad sounds a bit alien. So that's the first reason, because it's not available as a diatonic triad. The other reason that it sounds a bit strange is that the augmented fifth is a tense interval, all right? So this chord doesn't quite stand on its own. It kind of needs something. It needs a bit of a resolution. And so that places it a little bit more in the dominant function. The dominant wants to go to 1. Remember, we did the 7th chord, the 7 sus 4 chords. Those chords want to resolve. And it's kind of happening here with this chord. So I'm going to show you 2 ways that you can use it with that kind of resolution centered idea. Okay, so the first one is a very simple one you'll find very useful in your writing. It's often used as the one chord between the one chord and the subdominant. So made simple, the one chord, of course, in C is C. And the subdominants are the D minor and the F. Let's take the F as a subdominant. So I could have a progression that goes from 1, which is C, to 4, which is F. Okay, so you can use the one augmented as a bridge between these two chords. So I will play C major, then go to the same note, C, but make it augmented. And you can hear a tension build up. And you can hear how I can resolve it to F. I could resolve it to D as well because it's the same thing. The reason it works is that I have a G in the chord C. That G becomes sharp when I make it augmented. That one. So C, C augmented with the G sharp, and then F or D minor with an A. So what your ear hears is the G in C major, the C sharp in G augmented, and the A in the subdominant. Listen to, look for this, right? All right, so it's a beautiful sound, very common, and you can use it anywhere you want. Okay, just make sure it's the one augmented, and the 4. Another way to use the augmented chord as a dominant function is to place it right where we expect a dominant, which is the 5th degree. So instead of playing a 5-1 resolution from G to C, you can play the augmented G to the C. All right, so let's make a quick example by using a standard 2-5-1, so D minor, G 7th, which is the dominant, to C. Okay, 2-5-1. We're going to replace the G dominant with a G augmented. Okay, so you'll hear again a very clear resolution. We have a D minor 7th. Now instead of the G 7th, I'm going to play a G augmented. You hear that, and now listen how it resolves to the 1, which is C. It's beautiful, it's strange, it's a bit different, but it sounds great. There's one more thing we should discuss about the augmented chord, and that is that it's a symmetrical chord. It's very apparent if we spread it out over a single string. So we have the C, the E, the G sharp, and then again the C, right? And look at it. We have from C to E, it's 2 whole steps or 4 frets. From E to G sharp, it's 2 whole steps or 4 frets. And from the G sharp to the C, again, is the same distance. Which means that all of these notes could be considered as the root of the chord. Let me just demonstrate it very quickly. If I play C augmented, I'm playing C, E, and G sharp. If I play it in first inversion, which means I start on the 3rd, and I play an E augmented, I'm playing E, G sharp, and C. They're the same notes. And if I go to the second inversion, starting on the 5th, which is G sharp, I end up with G sharp, C, and E. You see, so they're all the same chord. Even if I start on a different note of the chord, it's still the same chord. It's pretty rare. There are not many chords like this. And so another consequence of this is that really there are only 4 augmented triads. There's the C triad, the one that starts on C sharp or D flat, the one on D, the one on E flat or D sharp. But then as soon as I hit E again, I'm playing the same chord as I was playing here, and so on. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. After this point, they all repeat. Okay, so it's a pretty interesting thing, and it certainly contributes to the fact that it's used in a certain way. All right, so let me show you 3 fingerings for this chord so that you can implement it into your playing as soon as possible. The first one is the one we saw earlier, and it's like this. We have a root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. We have the major 3rd on the 2nd fret of the 4th string, which is E. And then we have the G sharp or augmented 5th on the 1st fret of the 3rd string. And then we'll add the root again, just for completeness. Okay, so C, E, G sharp, C. The next position is a bit higher up the neck, and it starts with the 5th now. So we have a G sharp on the 6th fret of the 4th string. And then we go on the 5th fret, C and E. And then maybe with a bit of stretch, we play a C again on the 8th fret of the 1st string. Very cool sound. And for the final position, let's move up a little bit more on the fretboard. We go to the 10th fret with a C. 9th fret, we have an E and a G sharp. And then we double the root again to C on the 8th fret of the 1st string. And there you go. This should get you started. The scales of the Augmented chord are a bit strange, and there's not too many of them actually out there, but you'll be able to find some, maybe investigate the harmonic minor, you know, and so on. But today I'm going to show you two that are really strange and so interesting and fascinating architecturally and kind of mathematically, the formula they follow. And the first one is called the whole tone scale. Whole tone scale means very simply that you play a sequence of whole steps. So I play whole step, whole step, whole step, whole step, whole step, whole step. In the key of C would be C, D, E, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and C. You can call the sharps flats if you want. And it sounds like this. It's really cool. You can learn in a few positions, and it's a very interesting scale. I use it actually quite often. The next scale is even stranger and even more fascinating, and it's called the Augmented scale. It's very simple. The Augmented scale uses the same note as the chord, so C, E, and G sharp, but it also adds a leading tone before each of these notes. That means adding a note right before it, a half step before it. So we have B before the C, D sharp before the E, and a G before the G sharp. So we have, this is the scale, and it's very cool. It sounds, to me it sounds very interesting. And another thing really quickly of how you can visualize it on the fretboard, let's take a simple triad of the Augmented chord. So we have 10, 9, 9, C, E, G sharp. Because the scale, the Augmented scale, is made up of the same notes of the chord plus a leading tone for each of them, it's the same thing as playing a chord and also the chord a half step before it. This is the sound of the Augmented scale. So you see, it's very easy to visualize on the fretboard. It's just an Augmented chord plus all the notes right before it. And it works everywhere. So if you have this chord here, 3, 2, 1, 1, that we played up here, here's how you find the other notes of the scale. And you can combine them or play them a bit more randomly. And it's a beautiful sounding scale. It's called the Augmented scale. All right, congratulations, you made it through the video. I know this is a bit more complex than some other chords, but it's certainly very interesting, and I think you'll find it very useful in your compositions and improvisations even. Hello everyone, Andre here. Welcome to a new video of the One Chord a Week series. Before we begin, let me just thank you very much for the warm welcome you've given the first video, and I hope that you will keep finding them interesting and useful as we move forward. So without further ado, let's begin. So today we're talking about the power chord, the C5, and it's such a simple chord, just 2 notes, and yet it's the pillar of pretty much all guitar-oriented music, from rock to blues to heavy metal and all kinds of music. And I also think that a lot of you might think that they know pretty much everything there is to know about this chord because it's so simple. But stick around because you might find some useful tips in the remaining of the video. So let's begin with how the chord is built. As far as formulas go, it doesn't get any simpler than the power chord, right? It's only two notes. It's the root, which is C, because I always present these videos in the key of C to make it easier to compare them. So we have C and the fifth, which is G. How do you find the fifth? It's very easy. You just count 7 half steps, okay? So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's your fifth, okay? And this is it. There's not much else. You may have noticed that because it only has 2 notes, it's missing a very important and crucial part of the usual harmonic information that comes with chords, and that is the third. So this chord doesn't have a third, which means you can tell if it's a major or minor chord. But more on that when we talk about the sound of the chord. So you see how the power chord has a very strong, open, direct sound, and it sounds quite beautiful actually. I enjoy the sound of it and its openness, but as we said a few moments ago, it has a very peculiar aspect to it, which is that it has no third. Now, because it has no third, it could technically be either major or minor, because the note that determines if a chord is major or minor is the third, and it's missing here. So if you play only one chord, you could play pretty much anything on top of it, and you could also substitute this chord for pretty much any other chord that has a root and a fifth. Okay, so that's one of the big things about fifth or power chords, is that they're so easy to place pretty much anywhere. The other consequence of not having a third is how well power chords handle distortion. Now, when you have tensions in your chords, or even if it's just a simple minor chord, you know, when you have distortion, it adds compression, and this compression brings out the harmonic content of the notes. When they're not in agreement with each other, strictly speaking, it can be problematic. You get this very intense sound, and it's just brought out even more by distortion. So power chords work great for distorted sounds, and that's why they're a pillar of rock music, because, you know, we can just bang away at them and there's no problem. There's one more sonic issue I would like to bring up, and that is that even though these chords are not major nor minor, you should still be careful how you use them. The reason is that even though one single chord will be, of course, ambiguous, it's not major nor minor, when you put them together or you string a few together, the information within each of these simple chords will complete all the other chords. Let me give you a quick example. If I'm in C, C fifth or C power chord, I'm using C and G, right? So there's no E here to tell me if the chord is major or minor. But what if my progression is C5 or power chord C to the E power chord? Right? Technically speaking, neither the C nor the E are major or minor, but the note that I was missing here in the C was an E for major or E flat for minor, and now that I'm playing the E power chord, that information is filled in by this chord. So my ear will listen to these two chords as one statement, and that statement will complete the sound in my ear, the sound of the first chord. So this will start sounding like a C major chord because the E is here in the next chord. The same way that this chord here is E5, which has an E and a B, and there's no G or G sharp to tell me if it's minor or major. But I just played a G as the fifth of the first chord. And so my ear will assume this fifth chord is actually minor, because I'm kind of making a sum total of the sound of these two chords. All right, so that's something to keep in mind. By all means, use them, but be careful, because it's not just a free-for-all and you just pop them in anywhere and not think about it. All right, so that's something very important that is often overlooked. All right, let's begin with a classic power chord, which is this. On the sixth string, we do 8, which is the root, C. Then we do 10 and 10 on the fifth and fourth. So we play C, G, and C again. We double the C. Classic sound. And that's all you need to know about it. And of course, you can then move this to other sets of strings for, you know, having it available in more areas of the neck. Another fingering I use all the time, and I stole it from Blackmore, is this. it's kind of an inverted shape. I'm using the 5th fret on the 4th string, which is G, and then C on the 5th fret of the 3rd. Now you see they're upside down, so the root is actually the higher note and the bass is the 5th. Now you might be concerned, what if it sounds like a G? It will not, it will still sound like a C. Okay, there's no way your ear will think that this is this, right? It will still think that it's a C. All right, so this is very useful. Of course, you've heard it, right? And in a bunch of other songs by Blackmore and other people, of course. But you know, Man on the Silver Mountain, there's so many. It's a very good sounding chord, and it's tiny and it's very compact, so you can really use it even in busy arrangements. You can still use it and give push to the arrangement and the song. So definitely, if you don't know this chord, check it out. And the last one I want to show you gives you the option of using a 5th chord in a bit more of an open sound, because they tend to be always played very percussively or very tight. But this way, you can actually play it like a good, cool, bright chord. Now, if it's too much to open the fingers like this, you don't actually need these 3 here. So you can just play 5, 5, and then 8, 8 on the top 4 strings. Okay, I just sometimes enjoy having the root in the bass. All right, so these are my 3, not maybe my favorite, but 3 positions that I think you should really learn and use. And finally, what scales can we play over these chords? Well, pretty much all of them. As long as they're not augmented or diminished, you can fit pretty much any scale over a power chord. What scales would I suggest? Well, it's really hard to say because literally there's dozens of them you can use, but I will go for 2 of them. One would be the pentatonic minor scale, just because this chord is so popular in rock music, and the pentatonic minor, it's so great for it in rock and in blues, so that would be my first option. So the minor pentatonic scale will work great over the power chord. And the other one, maybe we talked about Blackmore, so let's maybe do a little tribute to him, and I would say the Phrygian dominant. If you like Rainbow, the song called Stargazer uses it a lot. And the Phrygian dominant scale is a beautiful scale, and it works great over. Okay, so I leave you with these 2, but feel free, you can pretty much use anything. Hello everyone, this is Tonelli. Welcome to a new 1 chord a week video. Today's chord is so beautiful and simple to use. It's just great. The only problem with it is that you might end up like me and start using it everywhere and you won't be able to control yourself. The sus2 chord is used in all styles of music. I won't give you the list today because it really does appear everywhere. And it's a very ambiguous chord because, as we'll see right away in the formula section on this video, it lacks the information that you need to know if it's major or minor. So in that sense, it's kind of reminiscent of the power chord. Here's a link in case you missed the video, or the 5th chord. And just like that one, is quite simple to use, and it will really enrich your playing. And it's something that I find extremely fascinating about this chord, how I can start with it and then take it pretty much anywhere I want. So let's see how it's built, and then we'll take it from there. The sus2 chord is made up of only 3 notes, and is very simple, and the root, of course, is C. Now, I know I say this in every video, but just in case you jumped into this series today with this specific chord, I always teach you these chords in the key of C. So the root is always C, and then by the end of this series, you'll have watched dozens of videos and learned dozens of chords, and they're all in the key of C, which means then you'll be able to compare the sound of each one of them, and sometimes it's easier to figure out what you're doing in the key of C, just because it's a simple key. And from then on, of course, you'll have to learn how to apply it to every key and to use them for modulations, you know, and all that good stuff. And we might discuss that in the future. But for now, C. All right, so the root is the note C that I have, for example, here. And then the second of this chord, the sus2, 2 stands for a major second. The major second is a note that is found one whole step above the root. Okay, so from C, if you go up a whole step, you find a D. Okay, so we have a C as the root and a D as the second. And then we round it out with the fifth, which is the usual fifth, G. Okay, the second, you can find it here in the same octave as your root, or sometimes you'll find it an octave higher, which sounds a little bit mellower, right? But of course, we look at all that when we talk about the positions. And here's the sound of the sus2 chord. It's a beautiful sound, one of my favorite chords actually. And the reason it's one of my favorites is because this chord doesn't tell you if it's major or minor, right? So in that sense, again, it's similar to the power chord. The reason it doesn't say if it's major or minor is because the third is missing. As we saw in the formula, there was no third at all. And if you remember from the major chord, the chord, here's a link in case you need it, is root, major, third, fifth. And then when we move to the minor chord, it was root, minor, third, fifth. So the third is responsible for a chord being major or minor. Now, in this case, we removed the third and replaced it with a second. And the second doesn't have that kind of information. It doesn't have the kind of effect on a chord and on a root. And so this chord really isn't major nor minor. But as always with these kind of chords, when you join a few chords together, then amongst them, they will complete each other, right? So you can't just go out and pop them in anywhere without thought, because even though this chord isn't major nor minor, if I play any other chord that does have, for example, an E, this E together with this C will tell you that this first chord is a C major. All right, again, if you go back to the fifth chord, there's an explanation of this, but that's the idea. So even though the specific chord doesn't give you all the information, it doesn't mean you can just take it lightly and just use them randomly. All right, so that's one thing. The other thing that's interesting about this chord is that it's made up of 2/5. All right, so if you look at it, we have from the root to the fifth, which is from C to G, and then we have from G to D is another fifth. And the fifth is the most stable of all intervals outside of the octave. All right, so when you put two of them together, I think it really contributes to this chord sounding so mellow and light and airy and very suggestive. You know, so that's one reason. Another interesting thing about the sound of this chord is that if I look at it as an inversion, it becomes another suspended chord called the sus4 chord, which we haven't looked at yet, but we will very soon in another video. So let's check it out. If I look at this sus2 chord as C, root, D, second, and G, fifth, then I have a sus2 chord. But if I were to look at the same notes, if I were just to look at them in a different order, then I would maybe look at G as the first note, C as the second note, and then D as the third note. In that case, this would sound like a G suspended fourth, which again we looked at very soon, but the sound of it is different, but it's still suspended, so you still don't know if it's major or minor. There's also two little things that I would like to clarify about this chord that are often confused. One of them is that this chord is not an add 9 chord. Remember we looked at the major add 9 chord. That chord is a major chord plus a second. Okay, so it's a major chord, but then we add a major second. This chord does not have a third, so the major second replaces the third. All right, so that's a big difference. It's a huge difference. All right, so keep that in mind. Add 9, either major or minor, is very different than sus2. And the other thing that I would like to clarify is that I often hear people say that these chords are called suspended because they're neither major nor minor, so they just sound like they're suspended. Is not correct. The reason they're called suspended is because in the classical theory of harmony, for example, if you read the Schoenberg books or the Piston books, you'll see this device called suspension, which means when a note from a chord is held until resolution into another chord, right? And But in rock and you know, modern music, we don't worry about it with this chord. Okay, so we don't have to have this D here become part of the next chord. We could go from this C sus2 to a next chord that has a D, and so this D will become part of the next chord, right? But we don't have to. We can go pretty much anywhere. But that's where the suspended thing comes from. All right, just a little bit of trivia for you. Like every week, let me show you 3 fingerings for this chord. The first one starts in the open position but is movable, so it's possible to move it all across the fretboard. And it goes like this. We have the 3rd fret on the 5th string, which is our C. And we continue with the sus2 triad, so we have D on the 4th string, open string, and G on the 3rd, all right? And then we just double a few notes. We have a C here on the 1st fret of the 2nd string, and a G on the 3rd fret of the 1st. If you wanted to double this D instead of the C, then all you have to do is this. And it will sound a bit more towards the sus2 than towards the regular root, which is C. The next fingering is one I abuse and is the following. We have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we have the G on the 5th fret of the 4th string. And finally the sus2, or better said major 2nd, the D on the 3rd string, 7th fret. This can of course be moved to other sets of strings, and you should explore that. And the 3rd position is a bit brighter, a bit higher up in register, and we're gonna play like this. We'll do the root here is on the 10th fret of the 4th string. Then we go to the D, which is our 2nd, on the 7th fret of the 3rd. And then 8th fret on the 2nd string is G. And we repeat the 2nd on the 10th fret of the 1st string. And this is, again, a sus2 chord. Again, if you, instead of repeating this D, you want to repeat the root here on the 8th fret, go right ahead. You can just move them around, as long as you always play a C, a D, and a G at least. And finally, as far as scales go, I will keep it very simple today because I think it exemplifies the sound of the chord itself. So this chord is neither major nor minor, as we said, and so I would suggest you try it with both the major and minor scale. It's a simple thing to say, but it will open up many ideas for you, because you'll find that this chord can take on different colors just depending on how you play on top of it. So if I'm playing major, you'll get this kind of effect, but then I can as quickly move towards the minor. Same chord. It's a beautiful concept and something that I've used many times in my own songs, maybe too many. Very well, I hope you enjoyed the video on the sus2 chord, and I hope you find it as fascinating as I do. Soon we'll explore its relative, the sus4 chord, but in the meantime try to introduce it into your own progressions. Right, just be careful that it is made up of 3 notes, and these 3 notes will have to agree with the key you're in. Hello everyone, welcome back. This is Tonelli, and today's chord is one that you've heard a million times and you probably used it yourself. And it has a bit more depth to it than it's usually given credit for. So we're gonna get into all the details and hopefully you learn something new about it. So let's begin. The sus4 chord, or suspended 4 chord, or sometimes simply called the suspended chord, is a very common and useful chord. It comes from the classical tradition, where its theory was a bit more involved than it is today, because today it's used very freely, but we will have a look at that theory in the sound section. You'll find it in all kinds of music, from classical music, of course, to soundtrack and rock music, pop. You'll find it pretty much everywhere. It's really a simple and useful chord to have. So before we get into all that, let's see how we build it with the formula, and then we'll take it from there. Very similar to the sus2 chord that we looked at not too long ago. Here's a link in case you missed that video. The sus4 chord, again, is a chord that's neither major nor minor. That's, of course, when taken by itself. If it is preceded or followed by other chords, it's very likely that those chords will kind of complete the sound of the sus4 chord and let you know if it's major or minor. But if you look at simply one sus chord, you don't know if it's major or minor because it's missing the information that tells you if a chord is major or minor, which is the third. So a major chord has the major third, a minor chord has the minor third, but the sus4 chord doesn't have any thirds. All right, so the sound is in function very similar to the sus2 chord, but in sound it's quite different because the second and the fourth are really different intervals and they have different effects on your ear. And so here's how we build the sus4 chord. We have a root, which is always in these videos is C, and then we have, let's skip the fourth for a second, we have the G, which is the fifth. Okay, so this is the same as for pretty much every other chord. But the big thing here, as I said, is that there's no third, so we replaced the E of C major or the E flat of C minor for the fourth. And the fourth is, in the case of C, F. How do you find the fourth? You can look at it two ways. You can count 5 half steps from the root, or you can simply count 2 half steps down from the fifth. In this case, we can maybe look at the fifth, which is G, and work our way down 2 half steps or 1 whole step, and we find an F. So the end result of this is we have a C as the root, we have the F as the perfect fourth, and we have the G as the fifth. And you get this sound, which is very airy, very ambiguous, and it's the sound of the sus4 chord. And there it is, the sound of the sus4 chord. As I said before for the sus2 chord, suspended doesn't mean that it's suspended because it's neither major nor minor. Suspension is actually a device that's used in composition, and it comes from the classical tradition. And in the sus2 chord, we didn't talk about it, but I will get a little bit more into depth with this today. So, the idea with suspended chords or suspension as a device is that you have a note that fits over a chord, and then the chord changes, but you hold that note. So that note will now be not part of the chord, and then resolve it. All right? That's what suspension does. And I'm going to give you a little example here. Let's say you're playing a G chord. Let's just play. Okay, this is a G chord, G, B, and D. And then I go to D. All right? So I could go simply to D, from G to D. Now, this is a regular chord change. If I want to use suspension in the theoretical sense, then I could do this. I could play the G, and when I move to D, I will hold on to this G here. Okay, so now this G is not part of the D chord. It was part of G, is not part of D, because D is D, F sharp, A, and then I remove the G to reveal the note of the chord underneath, which is the F sharp. Okay, so we have G, a D with a G over it, and then finally I remove the G to resolve down to C, to F sharp. So this is the idea behind suspension in the traditional sense. Nowadays, we use suspended chords freely, so we don't have to worry where they come from or worry about where they go. Okay, we can just use freely a sus4 chord, but it's where it comes from. So the names come from the fact that it's associated with a compositional device, which is suspension. All right, it's not that it's floating because it's not major nor minor. Another thing that's interesting about suspended chords, which we talked about in the sus2 video, so I'll go over it very quickly. It's how a sus4 chord is an inversion of a sus2 chord and vice versa. So if I have a C sus4, I have C, F, and G. Okay, so root, fourth, and fifth. But if I start from the next note up, so from the F, I have F, G, and C. And this is a sus2 chord. Okay, so they're the same chord in inversion. And that's why you don't have to worry so much about the theory behind the sus2 and the sus4. You can kind of pretty much use them freely. All right, so that's another thing. Another thing you'll find is the sus4 chord is sometimes or often used in conjunction with the dominant function. We did look at the 7 sus4 chord or dominant sus4 chord. Here's a link. You should check that out if you haven't watched it, because it really will shed some light onto the sus4 idea. But again, you can have a sus4 triad with a 7th, and you get this dominant sound, but that's a lot softer. There's no tritone, you know, so go check out that video. There's all the details there. But it's another very common use of sus4 chords. Use it with a 7th. In jazz, it's very often used with a 9th, so it's a dominant 9th sus4. And it's something you should explore. And of course, besides the 7 sus4, which we already did, I will go into all the other chords basically, because this series will be pretty much covering all possible chords. And another thing I like to mention is the most common use of the sus4 chord, which to me sounds pretty cheap, and I try to avoid it, even though Queen used it. And if Queen used it, then it's fine, because Queen can do no wrong. You probably heard this song, right? It's a sus4 chord back to its regular major, but it is a common use. So you have the sus4 resolving onto its own major version. So C sus4 down to C. And you find this in all kinds of music, in classical too, and soundtrack. But to me, it sounds a bit cheap sometimes because it's so predictable. So there's ways around it, you know, beyond the scope of this video, but you should check it out, how to resolve a sus4 chord onto its own root, okay, down to major. And what else? That's pretty much it for the sound of sus4 chord. Again, it's a very free to use chord. You can pretty much use it anywhere. Just make sure, if you're in a major scale, for example, to only use it on the degrees of the scale that allow it. Okay, some degrees of the scale, in major one of them, does not allow you to use a sus4 chord. And another degree, which is a 7th degree, doesn't even have a 5th. Okay, so every time you learn a chord, especially the easy ones like this, always keep in mind that, okay, I can't just pop it in anywhere, right? Even just the power chord, you can't pop it in anywhere, because on the 7th degree, it's a diminished 5th. Okay, so always keep that in mind. When you use these chords, kind of be mindful of the harmonic context in which you're using them. So now, as always, let's move on to 3 fingerings for this chord. And let me, again, suggest that you study way more than 3, but these will get you started. So the first one, we stay in this area here of the 3rd fret of the 5th string. It's a very common place to begin. And we'll do this. We have C on the 5th string on the 3rd fret. And then we have the 5th on the 5th fret of the 4th string. That's a G. Then a C again, right underneath it, 5th fret of the 3rd. And then we play the 4th on the 6th fret of the 2nd string. That's the F. Okay, very useful chord because it's so close to its parent chord, major and minor. Also keep in mind that you could double the G up here to get this sound, which is kind of pleasant as well. It's a bit deeper, right? Because you have the bass in the 6th string. You can choose either this position or this. Doesn't make any difference, it's just a sound difference. All right, so that's the first one. From here, we move up to the 8th fret again. I always try to give you 2 options here. And here's the position. We play a big bar with the first finger, so it could be a bit hard if you're a beginner, but keep working on it. And so you play the 6th, 5th, 2nd, and 1st string. You play the 8th fret with this finger, okay? And then in the 2 middle strings, the 4th and 3rd, we play the 10th fret like this. So we have 8, 8, 10, 10, 8, 8. Very useful because you can use it for strumming and to make it sound really big. And then we move up to the 10th fret of the 4th string. We have C, then we have a G on the 12th fret of the 3rd, and then 13, 13, we play C and F. Okay, so this is a very common position, and you've probably seen it down here with a wiggly little finger. right? We all do that sometimes, and it's the same thing. But now it's movable, so it's a bit more useful because you can move it anywhere you want. All right, so 10, 12, 13, 13. And these are the three positions of the sus4 chord. When it comes to scales, we're kind of spoiled for choice here because this chord only has three notes, root, fourth, and fifth. And as long as your scale has a root, a perfect fourth, and a perfect fifth, then you can pretty much use anything. I will just keep it simple and useful in today's video, and maybe the scales that you use most with this chord are major, which of course you could do minor, right? Because this chord is an either or. And then the mixolydian, because it really exemplifies the dominant sus4 sound. It's a dominant scale with a perfect fourth. All right, so the first one is major. So over this chord, you have the sound of the regular major scale. Right? Something like that, so certainly a major sound. And the second option, as I said, is mixolydian, which gives you the sound of more of a dominant version of this. Okay, but you can of course impose that over a regular sus4 chord. So same chord, but the scale now is like this. Okay, so a bit more edgy and a bit more unstable, which is kind of the point when it comes to dominant chords. So I would probably use, to begin with, major or minor, you can switch them, and then mixolydian. And then after that, I will explore any scale that has a root, a perfect fourth, and a perfect fifth. And on that note, no pun intended, we'll wrap up this video on the sus4 chord. So without further ado, let's get started with the first chord. And for today's video, I picked one of my very favorite chords. It's a very simple one too. It's called the C major 7th chord. And the reason I call it C major 7th is because everything in this series of videos will be given to you in the key of C. But of course you are free and actually required to move it and transpose it to all different keys. All right, but the major 7th chord is a very useful chord because it's not as intrusive as other complex chords, but at the same time is very charged emotionally. So before we begin, let's get started with the formula of the chord. As you might have guessed by the name of the C major 7th chord, the basis of it is a major triad, which means we have a root, in this case is C, we have a major third, which is E, and we have a G, which is the fifth. This is just a regular major chord. But on top of these three notes, we're going to add one more note, which is the major 7th. Now, the major 7th is an extremely simple note to find because you will find it right before the root. So if my root is C, one half step or one fret right before the root, I will find my major 7th. So if my root is C, my major 7th is B. All I have to do is add it to my chord. So I will have my root, my major third, my perfect fifth, and then my major 7th B. And you can hear the sound transform from a triad to that major 7th. All right, so let's talk about the sound. I've always loved the sound of major 7th chords, and I find them extremely useful. And I'm going to give you my opinion on it, on the sound, but of course you shouldn't take my opinion as your opinion, and I will just give it to you so that you get an idea of how my mind works around sound, and maybe it will inspire you to go out and find your own feel and emotional attachment to every single chord that you play. For me, major 7th is a chord that is not quite as major as a major chord, right? Or not as happy as a major chord. Whereas a C major chord is really specific. You know, it's a beautiful sounding chord, but it certainly is major, right? It's certainly happy and bright and positive. But the major 7th chord adds a little bit of uncertainty. You hear that? It doesn't make it sad necessarily, But to me, it adds a little bit of melancholy, and it adds a little bit of uncertainty, and it adds a little bit of ambiguity to the thing. So certainly if I play a major chord, everything seems to be good right now, and I'm thinking of tomorrow, and tomorrow seems pretty bright as well. But when I play a major 7th chord, maybe I'm a bit worried about tomorrow. Is tomorrow gonna be good, or maybe I'm just thinking of yesterday? You know, and feel that maybe things haven't progressed quite as I thought they would, or maybe just not sure what I'm thinking, right? Also, it makes it richer in harmony. Of course, we have one more note, but feel the difference between a major triad and the major 7th. It's like certainly more information, which means more sound for your brain to process. And to me, this gives me access to a lot of different opportunities, because if I have a song that starts with a C major chord, which of course there's nothing wrong with it, but you know, it will be pretty hard to get away from it, you know. So if I ever want to establish something different, it will take me a lot of work, or some drastic measures like moving to the same chord but minor. You know, I've done that in a few songs, and it works, but it's certainly something a bit drastic. Whereas this chord, when I start with it, it keeps things open, right? It keeps all my options available, and I can then move towards a bit more somber feels, and then maybe move towards the happier places. You know, it's just a very versatile chord. So this is what I feel about it. You know, I look forward to seeing in your comments maybe what it is you feel the major 7th chord provides emotionally for you. And now let me give you 3 positions of this chord on the fretboard. Before we begin, let me repeat that there are so many positions, especially for a chord like this. I probably know like 40 of them. And I'm not saying it to show off, I'm saying it because you have to understand that if something connects with you emotionally as a chord, you will want to have control over it in many different places, many different voicings, many different set of strings, because each one will have a slightly different sound and will be more useful or less in a song or another. All right, so certainly use these 3 as a starting point, but if you connect with a chord, do go out and find more information, or find your own positions, which is usually the best way of learning them. All right, but let me give you 3 to get started. This one is extremely useful, is in the inner string. So we leave the 6th and the 1st string out, and we play 3, 5, 4, 5. You can play with the pick or with your fingers. Okay, very beautiful sounding chord. And the next one starts on the 6th string, and it's on the 6th string I play the 8th fret, which is C, and then you have to skip the 5th string. If you play with your fingers, that's fine, you just don't play. But if you play with the pick, make sure that you're muting the 5th string with your 1st finger. And the position is 8, skip the 5th string, 9, 9, 8. Right? With the pick, mute the 5th string. All right, and finally, here's one that uses the top strings. This is extremely useful if you want something lighter, or if you want to play on a different register, or maybe mix it up with some melody, right? Because maybe you're improvising in the higher registers and you need a chord that's not all the way down there. So this is really useful. And it's on the top 4 strings, so 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. And we play 10, 12, 12, 12. Again, you can play with the pick or with the fingers for a slightly more subtle sound. You can arpeggiate it. You can do all kinds of stuff. Right? See, these are my, not my 3 favorite positions, but certainly the ones that I think are extremely useful to get started with. And finally, let's look at what scales we can use over this chord. The first one certainly is the major scale, the regular major scale. And the way we find out if a scale fits over a chord is extremely simple. I gave you the formula in the beginning. All you have to do is make sure that the scale you want to use includes the notes of the formula. So in this case, our formula was root, major 3rd, perfect fifth, major seventh. Any scale that has these 4 notes will work. And there's a lot of them, but I'm going to give you 2. One of them, again, is the major scale. It will sound very cool because the chord is quite complex and the major scale is very simple. You get this more sophisticated sound. And the other one that I enjoy over this chord is the Lydian scale. And the Lydian scale is a major scale with a raised fourth. In the case of C, the F becomes an F sharp. The reason I can use it is that my chord does not have an F. So it doesn't matter what I do in the other notes, the chord is not affected. I can still respect and maintain the 4 notes of the chord. It's a great sounding scale over this chord. Makes it sound a bit brighter and a bit more exotic in a way. But these are my 2 suggestions just to get you started. Then of course go out there and find all possible scales. Hello everyone, Andre here. Welcome to a new 1 chord a week video. Today's video is about a chord that if there ever was a must-know chord, this is it. And I know I say it all the time about all the chords that I teach you, but this is for real one of the most important chords you can ever learn. So let's dive right in. And I'm talking, of course, about the 7th chord or dominant chord, sometimes known as, and you'll find it pretty much everywhere. Certainly in classical music, where it's the basis for the 5/1 cadence, very important compositional device. You'll find it, of course, in the blues, where all chords are dominant chords. You'll find it in jazz, where the 5/1 cadence is extremely important as well, and pretty much every other style of music. It's a chord that will be extremely important in all your chord progressions and all your songs and all your compositions to give the whole thing a sense of key, and you'll use it in modulations. You'll use it pretty much for everything. So let's dive right in. Let's see how it's built and let's look at its formula, and then we'll check out the sound and I'll show you some positions for it, and we'll talk about some scales you can use over it and so on. The formula for the 7th chord is quite simple. It's based on a major triad, which we looked at just not too long ago, so you can check it out. Here's a link. And on top of that major triad, we add a minor 7th. So translated into notes, we have C as the root, as always in these videos. We're talking C as the root. Then we have E as a major 3rd. And then we have G as the perfect 5th. This is just a regular major triad. Now on top of this, we're going to add the minor 7th, the B flat. The minor 7th is easy to spot, is 1 whole step before the octave. So you can just go to the octave, which is C, and then you have B a half step before that, and B flat a whole step before that. All right, so the total of this is C, E, G, and the minor 7th, B flat. And so about the sound of the dominant chord, I'm sure there's a lot that has been said already, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with it. It's a very common chord, but let's go over it really quickly again. As you know, the key to the dominant chord is the tritone. We discussed this a little bit on the diminished chord, I think, just last week, and then also a little bit on the dominant sus4 chords. So here's a couple of links for you in case you missed those. But the idea here is that a dominant chord has a tritone in it. And a tritone is a note, or better said, an interval that divides the octave into 2 equal parts. So in this specific chord, which we just looked at the formula, which was C, E, G, and B flat, we have, there you go, we have a tritone between the B flat and the E. So between the 3rd and the minor 7th. I'm going to move it up to G for just a second, so we keep all things natural, all notes, no sharps and no flats. And I'm going to play the same chord. This is a G7th chord, okay, same dominant chord. I'm just moving it to G because now I can show you much easier that my tritone here is between the B, which is a 3rd of the chord, and the F, which is the minor 7th. And here's the sound of the tritone. and you hear the natural push of this interval towards this resolution. Okay, where the F descends by a half step to E and the B ascends a half step to C, which are of course the root and third of the one chord C. Okay, so if we're in G7, it wants to go to C major. G is the fifth chord of C, so we have a 5-1 cadence, which is exactly what this chord is used for. All right, so now going back to C, if we do it in C7, this will take us to F, because C7 is the fifth of F. There are many musical consequences to this chord sound. It sounds so strongly pulling towards a root. And so it's used for modulations, for example. Instead of just simple cadences, you can have it chained one dominant chord to the next, following the circle of fifths, for example, and this will give us the secondary dominant concept, which is beyond the scope of this video, but we did talk about it in a live stream, so if I have enough cards left, I will post it up here. And other things, you'll find it, of course, in the blues, where you have a bunch of dominant chords, and none of them really truly resolves. So, for example, if I have a blues in C, I have a C7th that wants to resolve to F, but in F, I give it another 7th chord, and this chord wants to go somewhere else, right? But instead of bringing it there, to the B flat, I'm giving the G. Why? Because the G now wants to go back to C, but the C again is a 7th. And so there's never quite a resolution. We're always... You see, this C is not this, it's tense, and it's ready to begin again with a new cycle. And that's what the blues is all about. Constant tension that also opens up the field to, strange in a way, scales. The minor pentatonic scale is a minor scale, and it works over a progression that's based on a major chord, this one, the dominant. And then it has two other chords, the 4 and the 5, which are not diatonic, they're not in the key, but they still work over a minor scale from another root. It's strange, but it works, and it's all part of the sound of the dominant chord. Right? So there's a lot to be said about this and a lot to be studied, but hopefully this spiked your interest and you'll explore further. All right, so let me show you 3 fingerings for this chord. I always say it, and I feel bad about it, but it is true that this is a must-know chord, and you will have to learn it in many, many ways. Probably 20 or 30 positions on the neck would be good to start with. Small positions, bigger ones, 6-string, 5-string, 4 strings, you know, all that kind of stuff. But today I will show you 3 of them just to get you started. All right, so the first one is with the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we go down to the 5th here, which is G on the 5th fret of the 4th string. And here's the 7th. On the 3rd fret of the 3rd string, we'll need a little bar here with my index finger. And then we complete it with the E on the 5th fret of the 2nd string. As we saw before in other chords, you can double the 5th here if you want. This G, you can use the bar and just play it again. But if you want to play just the middle strings, this is a complete 7th chord, so you're fine. Whatever you prefer. All right, the next one has the root on the 6th string, which is always useful to have. And it goes like this. We have the 8th fret, which is C on the 6th string. Then we skip the 5th string, so we have to mute it with this finger. Unless you play with your fingers, then you just skip it. But otherwise, make sure you're muting with this finger. And then we go again on the 8th fret. This is our 7th, the B flat. And then we have the 9th fret on the 3rd string, which is our E, the 3rd. And finally, we have the 8th fret again on the 2nd string, which is our G. So this has all the notes that we need, the C, the E, the G, and the B flat. All right, so this is with the root on the 6th string. And now let's do one smaller one with the root on the 4th string. And very simple, it's the same as this, just move down one set of strings. It's the C on the 10th fret of the 4th string. And then we play 12, 11, and 12. And it goes like this. Root, 5th, 7th, and 3rd. Now this sounds a bit high up here, but you know, if you need one of these roots, E flat maybe or F, then it's good to have without having to resort to these two roots, which are pretty far off, right? So these are the three chords. Now, as far as scales go, for reason, again, beyond the scope of this video, there are so many options because the dominant chord really allows for many, many alterations. As a matter of fact, there's such a thing as altered chords and altered scales, which take advantage, full advantage, I might say, of this quality of the seventh chord. So today we're not going to go into that, but you know, there's many scales you can use. Even the minor pentatonic or blues scale takes advantage of it. So you have a minor third, you know, like what's it doing there? It's really functioning as a sharp ninth with an omitted third. Maybe it's too big for today's video. It's after all about chords, not about scales, but you feel free to explore. You know, you can look at the whole tone scale, to the alter scale. Okay, there's many different options, but today I'm going to show you, and of course the Mixolydian scale, right? And today I'm going to show you a little variation on the Mixolydian scale. The Mixolydian scale is probably the most obvious scale for a seventh chord because it's major with a flat 7, but I'm going to give you two variations on it that are derived by the melodic minor. Okay, so very quickly, the Mixolydian scale is a major scale with a flat 7. Okay, so in the key of C is C, D, E, F, G, A, B flat, C, right? This, of course, will work with the chord because it has a root, major third, fifth, and flat 7. Okay, so this is kind of a freebie, right? Now we're going to go to the ones that I want to show you. There are two variations of this scale. There are many, but two that I want to present to you. One of them is called the Lydian dominant. What it is the same scale. It's a Mixolydian scale. But the fourth note, the F, is an F sharp. Now, I certainly run out of cards by now, but we have a live stream based on Mixolydian and Lydian. There's two different videos, so check them out if you want. But you can hear now how I have the Lydian sound of the F sharp while still keeping the Mixolydian sound of the flat 7. Okay, so over this chord, I can have this sound, which sounds great. It's one of my favorite sounds for a dominant chord. That's why I wanted to show it to you. If you don't know much about these scales, it doesn't matter. Just play over a seventh chord, a Mixolydian scale, and raise the fourth. And the other option is the Mixolydian flat 6, which is a much different sound, but derived from the same melodic minor scale, and it goes like this. So we have the Mixolydian scale as the basis, but now we lower the sixth, so the A becomes A flat. So over this chord, you can play this. Okay, it's a great sounding scale and you should definitely check it out. There's many more, but these two I find very interesting, and they're not very often used outside of jazz, and so you can get a personal sounding quality to your improvisations over such a common chord, right? Most people will go to the Mixolydian, most people will go to the actual blues scale or minor pentatonic. Okay, but in between, you can certainly squeeze these in, and they will give a lot of character to your improvisation, so check them out. Hello everyone, Andre here. In today's one chord a week video, I'll show you a chord that is very simple but also very useful, and it adds quite a bit of dimension and character to very simple minor chords. So check it out. And of course, we're talking about the minor seventh chord. It's one of my favorite chords and is very common and popular in different kinds of music, such as pop and rock, for example, where we want to add a certain depth to our chords, but we can't go overboard with extensions and extra notes just because the music tends to be quite direct. Sometimes it's quite simple. And also sometimes we use distortion, and the more notes you pile onto a chord, the more difficult to manage it becomes when it comes to playing heavy or rock music. And so that's one application of it. Of course, you'll find it in the blues. As a matter of fact, if you record yourself playing 1-4-5, just a simple 12-bar chord progression for the blues with minor 7th chords, you'll have a great jam for all your minor pentatonic licks, and it sounds great. The minor blues is certainly an important part of the blues sound. Of course, it functions as a 2-chord on the ubiquitous jazz 2-5-1 chord progression, so that's another application. There's many more, so it's definitely a chord you want to learn, you want to master, and you want to make it part of your toolbox. All right, so let's see how it's built. The formula for the minor 7th chord is actually pretty straightforward. It's built over a regular minor triad. So the minor triad is made up of a root, in this case is C. Remember, every chord in this series will be given to you in C, all right? So it's a lot easier for you to compare amongst them. It's easier for you to decide, well, this is my happy chord, this is my sad chord, this is my unsure chord, and this is my mystic chord, and so on. It's very important that you own these chords. There's a certain sound, a certain emotion, a certain color, whatever you want to call it, that each of these chords will represent for you. So it's very important that you understand how each of them sound. All right, so they're all in C. So going back to the formula, we have C as the root. We have a minor third, which is E flat. Then we have a G, which is the 5th. And then we're going to add a minor 7th. Now the minor 7th is quite easy to find. You go to the octave, which is C, and go one whole step or 2 frets down. So this note here, which is a B flat. All right, so all the notes are C, E flat, G, and B flat. All right, so this is how you build a minor 7th chord. And now, of course, let's talk about the sound. A beautiful sound, this minor 7th chord. And let's talk about it just a little bit. Remember, these are only my ideas and impressions of a sound of a chord, and certainly they don't have to be yours, and they probably won't be. And that's fine. The important thing here that you learn from this is that you should spend time with a chord and make up your mind about it, form an opinion, and that way you'll be able to use it and pick it amongst all other chords, depending on what you want to communicate emotionally, or the needs of a song or the needs of a melody. All right, so to me, the minor 7th chord kind of does to minor what the major 7th chord does to major. Remember in that video about the major 7th chord, I talked about how, to me, the major 7th chord makes the major chord a bit less major, less happy and less defined. And the same happens with minor, because whereas minor really doesn't leave you a lot of room here, this is minor, right? And it's sad, and it's quite clear. The minor 7th chord has a different sound to it. Not only more sophisticated in a way, but also more open. And I think the reason is that there's an interval here, the minor 7th, which is a very lively interval. It's a lively sound. And when put together with the minor 7th, it lifts it up. And so to me, it breaks away from that specific sad sounding chord. I used it in many different kinds of songs, from very rock sounding music to mystic things, and to very open sounding and bright, and also for sadder songs. But it's just a very versatile chord. And what I also found is that this chord really absorbs what's around it. So the chord before it and the chord after it, or the whole sense of a progression. This seems to really thrive on whatever is around it. So it's a good chord to learn, of course, and let's see how you can play it on a few areas of the neck. All right, so as always, I'm going to show you 3 different fingerings for this chord on the fretboard. Now remember, 3 is not enough. It's a good starting point, and if you're new to this chord, of course, this will get you started. But if you really like a chord, you should probably learn like 10 or 15 or even 20 different positions and voicings. And the reason also is that depending on where and how you play, the sound will vary slightly between one and the other. And eventually you'll have your own chord that you like for example, for faster rhythm stuff. You have your chord you like strum, then you have your chord that will work with a bit of distortion, and all that stuff will come in handy when you're composing music or just improvising. All right, but here's the 3 positions I'm going to show you today. The first position is a very common one, very useful, and it's quite simple to play. It goes like this. We have the first finger on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we play the ring finger on the 5th fret of the 4th string. Now for the next string, we have to go back to fret 3, so we have to use the index finger again with a little bar, like that. And then the 2nd finger will play the 4th fret of the 2nd string, which is the minor 3rd. That makes it minor, right? You can stop here, that's already enough. This is a perfectly fine minor 7th chord, but you can also press down with the same bar here on the 1st finger on the 3rd fret of the 1st string and play the G again. Makes it sound a bit more open, a bit more bright. You know, it can be useful, so this is the first one. The next one is also a classic and is very easy to write down on tablature. It's all on the 8th fret. But to play it, you have to remember to start with this finger. Don't try to play with this one because it won't work. You know, this finger is the longest in the hand, and so we use it on the bottom string. So the 8th fret of the 6th string, we use the middle finger, and then the ring finger will play the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd strings on the 8th fret as well. We skip the 5th string, okay? If I play with my fingers, I just don't play the 5th string, but if you're using a pick, make sure you're muting the 5th string with this finger, okay? See that? I'm muting it. And this is the chord. Very useful, very easy to move around. Easy to modify when we add different notes on top of it, so it's a chord you should definitely learn. And finally, one that sounds a bit different because we have a minor 3rd in the bass. So we have on the 11th fret the 2nd finger on the 6th string, and then we skip again the 5th string, and then we play 10 on the 4th, 12 with the little finger on the 3rd, and then an 11 on the 2nd string with my 4th finger. It's a beautiful sounding chord, also quite easy to move. Okay, just remember that the root is here on the 1st finger on the 4th string. Okay, it's not here, otherwise it won't work. And as always, let's close with what scales can I play over this chord. 2 spring to mind very easily. One of them is the minor pentatonic. We talked about how these chords can be used in a minor blues context. So certainly you can use a minor pentatonic over this chord for a great minor blues sound. So that's pretty self-explanatory. The other scale will certainly be Dorian for me, because of course you could play minor or Phrygian over this chord, but to me Dorian represents what the chord represents as compared to a minor chord. So I said that it makes it brighter and livelier, and so that's what Dorian does to a minor scale. So the minor scale, when I make it Dorian, becomes brighter because of this major sixth. And so I like to combine them. I like to use the minor chord, the minor 7th chord, with this minor 6th of the Dorian scale. If you don't know about Dorian, please do check out the other videos we did, especially in the live streams. There will be a link somewhere. And but it's a very simple scale. It's a minor scale with a raised 6th, okay? And I suggest you play a little short progression. Put this on a looper and jam over it with, in this case, would be A Dorian. And you'll be surprised. It sounds very good. Hello everyone, this is Tonelli. Welcome to a new One Chord a Week video. Today's chord I think sounds great, although it's a bit strange and peculiar. So let's dive right in. The minor major 7th chord is indeed a bit of a strange chord and kind of peculiar, and is a non-diatonic chord, which means that it's not found in the harmonization of the major scale or its modes, and therefore its use is quite sparse or very specific. But indeed, you will find it in many styles of music. You will find it in later classical music. You'll find it in film scores. You'll, of course, find it in jazz. It's actually very often associated with jazz music. But also, it's possible to find it in pop and rock. So definitely a cool chord with some cool functions and some cool purposes for using it. So before we begin, as always, let's start with the formula and figure out how we build it and how we make it click. The formula of the minor major seventh is quite simple, is of course based on a minor triad. In case you missed the video on minor triads, here's a link for you, you can check it out. And on top of that chord, you'll just add a major seventh. And the major seventh, we've seen it before in, for example, the major seventh chord. Again, here's a link if you want to check it out. And this chord is kind of a mix of the two, all right? So let's see how it's built. We start from the root C. As always in these videos, we're talking in C. Then we have the minor third, which is E flat. And then the fifth, which is G. So up until now, we just have a basic minor chord. But now on top of this, we're going to add the major seventh. And it's a B. And it has this strange sound. Now, the major seventh, in case you don't remember, is found right before the octave. So if we're in C, the major seventh is found one half step or one fret on your guitar before the C. The B and the C. And you'll hear this tension that is then released on the root, and that's part, of course, of the sound of this chord, which we're going to talk about right now. And this is the sound of the minor major seventh chord. I think it's beautiful, but it is a bit strange. And the reason it's a bit strange is that it comes from harmonizing the harmonic minor scale. The harmonic minor scale is a regular minor scale with a 7th degree, in this case the B, raised from B flat of the minor scale to natural B of the major scale. So the main problem with the minor scale is that it doesn't really pull towards the root, it doesn't really resolve. So let's hear it. This is just a regular minor scale. You can hear there's no real pressure here when I get to the 7th to go up to the root. I can, but you'll be as happy if I were going somewhere else. That's a bit of a problem when you create progressions with the minor scale. The major scale doesn't have that issue. You see, it has this natural B or major seventh that wants to pull towards the root. Okay, so somebody somewhere hundreds of years ago said, well, why don't we just borrow that note and use it in our minor scale? And that's basically what the harmonic minor scale is. You have a minor scale with the 7th from the major scale, all right? So it has this strange interval, and that's what makes the sound of the scale. Now, if you harmonize this scale, the harmonic minor, you do find the minor major 7th chord, and that's where it comes from. And so it's a very peculiar sound and is not often used, but there are many ways to use it. I'm going to give you a couple, all right? One of them is to just jam on it. So if you have a minor 7th chord, maybe imagine it with a bit of a percussion underneath, maybe a moving bass, and on top of it, you'll be jamming. With, for example, the harmonic minor. It will give you a definite exotic color. It's used sometimes in flamenco as a kind of improvisation device. So somebody will just jam on this chord, and then the soloist will play over it, or sing over it using the harmonic minor scale. So that's an interesting way you can use it. The other interesting way to use it is to use it as kind of a chromatic device, all right? So, for example, if you're in the key of C minor, right, you could have a C minor chord, sorry, and then diatonic to C minor, you would have, for example, C minor 7th. So between these two chords, you can use the major 7th as a passing note. Minor, minor major 7th, minor 7th, And you can even keep going to a minor sixth. Yeah, minor sixth, which we actually looked at, so there's a link. And then, you see, you can keep moving this voice, and it sounds like this. Listen for this phrase. Okay? Or something like that, but you see what I could achieve that over chords. Now, of course, when you do that, you'd have to be kind of careful of managing it with your improvisation. You would have to switch from one scale to the next depending on what chord is underneath. Or you could just use a simple note that fits over all these chords. The easiest one would be the root, or maybe the fifth, or the minor third. You can use a note that floats over all these chords. You see any? I'm always using the C, I'm always using the G, I'm always using the B, the E flat, and there's other notes that I'm not even using at all, so I could use those to just play over this basic progression. As usual, I'm going to give you 3 fingerings for this chord. This will get you started, but then of course, if you enjoy a chord, you should look at many more voicings and fingerings so that you can have better control of it, and each one of these chords sound a bit different from the other, and so sometimes one will fit, or sometimes just because of the key you're in, you want to play in this area of the neck, then something down here won't work. So the more options you have, the better. So the first position is very simple. We play the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we have the E flat, which is the minor third, on the 1st fret of the 4th string. And then we just play open strings on the 3rd and 2nd strings. And that gives us the 5th and the 7th. You could want to double this G down here, but it makes it a bit harder later to move it across the fretboard. So maybe just play this, and that way you have a movable position. It's easier to play. All right, so 3, 1, open, open. For the second one, we're going to move to this area here, very common in C of all kinds, right? And here's what we're going to do. We're going to play the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string again, but this time we develop it on this side of the root. So we have this C here, then we have the G on the 5th fret of the 4th string, and here 4th fret for these next 2 strings will give us the 7th and the 3rd. And then here it doesn't really cost anything, so you might as well use the bar and have that extra G up here for a bit more brightness. You don't have to use it, this is fine, or you can. It doesn't matter, it doesn't make it any harder to play. And for the last fingering, let's move to another very common position for C, which is the 8th fret of the 6th string. So on this fret we have the C, our root. Then we will play the major 7th, which is B, on the 9th fret of the 4th string. And then on the 8th fret again of the 2nd and 3rd string, we find the missing notes E flat and G. As always with these shapes, you will need to either mute it with this finger, the 5th string that is, that we're not playing, or if you're just playing with your fingers, then you just skip it. All right, just make sure that it doesn't ring out, because it sounds pretty bad. And also make sure you don't press it accidentally, because then it will sound also as bad. Not terrible, but it's not the chord we're after. So make sure you don't play the 5th string. Doesn't matter what technique you use, skip that. Very well, so now you got your positions and you probably want to jam over this chord. So let's look at 2 scales that you can use. Now, there are quite a few scales actually. If you study exotic scales, if you study strange modes, there are quite a few options. But I'm going to give you the 2 very basic ones, and the ones that are kind of the the mother scale to this chord. These are scales that when you harmonize them, you do find the minor major 7th chord. Okay, so the first one is, of course, the one we just talked about, which is the harmonic minor scale. Again, it's a minor scale, which fits, of course, the minor part of the chord with a major 7th, which of course fits the major 7th part of the chord. So when you have a minor major 7th chord, you can jam over it. With the harmonic minor. All right, and the next one is a very close relative to the harmonic minor. It's basically the same thing, but it also raises the 6th note, and it's called the melodic minor. So basically it's C, D, E flat, F, G, but the A flat goes up to A, and the B flat goes up to B. So it kind of becomes a major scale with a minor 3rd. This is beyond the scope of these videos, which are after all on chords and not on scales. But if you just want to jam on it, just look for any diagram of a melodic minor, and there you have it. You'll be able to just jam on it. If you want to know more about it, we do talk about scales quite a bit in our weekly live streams. I do it on Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. pretty much every week, with no exception. And we've talked about the melodic minor, and we certainly will do more. So I give you a link to the playlist. If you want, you can go check it out, and or ask questions in the comments. But basically, this is the sound of the melodic minor. And so again, over a chord like this, you can just play . You get this kind of sound. All right, so pretty interesting stuff, melodic minor. Very well, you made it through this video. I think it does sound a bit complicated, but it really isn't. And after all, everything in music, or at least in Western music, and a lot of world music too, is based on these very simple 12 notes, or better said, 12 intervals between notes. As soon as you get control over these intervals, everything else kind of makes sense. You want a major 7th? Well, just use a major 7th. You want a perfect 5th? Use the perfect 5th. Are you going to augment the 5th? Just pull it up 1 half step. And it's important to really have a good grasp on intervals, how they work, and even the names. So knowing that, I don't know, the minor 6th of F has to be a D flat, and the major 3rd of whatever you wanted to call it, G sharp, has to be B sharp. It can't be called C. This is something that you should certainly check out with your teacher maybe, or if you're by yourself, really, try to dive deep into the intervals, because really everything that we talk about all the time, it doesn't matter if it's chords, scales, whatever it is, it's all based on distances, on intervals, and not necessarily on what note you're playing. All right, so that's a little tip that you can certainly believe. It's going to be extremely useful for you and very beneficial to know all the intervals, which means all the distances between notes, rather than just the names of the notes. Hello and welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. As always, this is Andre, and today's chord is maybe the last of the fundamental chords we have studied, because I think we've covered all the triads and all the 7th chords except for this one. And this one is the last of the diatonic chords. You'll need it to harmonize major scales, minor scales, the modes, and so on. And it's also a very nice sounding chord and rich in possibilities. So let's begin. The minor 7 flat 5 chord, also referred to as the half-diminished chord, is a key chord because it comes from the harmonization of the major scale, specifically on the 7th degree. So that means that if we are, for example, in C major, this chord will be found on the B, which is the last note, the 7th note of the scale. So in the key of C, the B chord would be minor 7 flat 5 if you harmonize it in 7ths. It, of course, derives from the diminished triad, but whereas the diminished triad, as we looked at before, here's a link, you'll see that it's very dissonant and hard to manage. This chord, because it adds an extra note, it's a bit rounder, and we're going to look at that in the sound section. Also, it's very common in many styles of music, just because of the fact that it's a diatonic chord, but specifically in jazz, and we're going to look at an application later. And you'll find it in pop music, in rock sometimes. You can find it, of course, in classical music soundtracks, you know, a lot of stuff. And funk music, you'll find it pretty much anywhere. And it certainly is a must-know chord. So let's see how it's built, and then we'll get into the sound, the shapes, and all the good stuff we always do in these videos. The starting point for the half-diminished chord or minor 7 flat 5 chord is, of course, a diminished triad. And as you already know, the diminished triad is really simple to build. It's a sequence of minor thirds. So we have the root in C, E flat as the minor third, and then G flat as the diminished fifth. The diminished fifth, in case you forgot, is the note that you'll find right before the regular fifth or perfect fifth. So in this case, from G down to G flat, 1 fret. Okay, so this is our starting point. But now on top of this, we're going to add a minor seventh. And the minor seventh is the note you find a whole step before the root. Now this, let's open a quick parenthesis here. We're going to get into it in the sound section. But this chord often gets confused with another chord, which is a diminished seventh. It's a totally different chord. And so make sure you remember that the seventh we add here is a minor seventh. 1 whole step before the root. Okay, don't get confused, because otherwise you get into a totally different kind of chord. All right, so we have root, minor third, diminished fifth, and minor seventh, which is in the case of C is a B flat. Okay, and of course this is a bit of a stretch, so I'll show you easier positions later. There it is, the sound of the half-diminished chord. I think it's much rounder than the usual diminished chord. This is the first thing I noticed when I learned this chord the first time. And to me, there's a reason for it, which is the presence of a perfect fifth. As you know, we looked at many chords throughout this series where any kind of rough edge in the chord, even just a minor chord, when you play just a minor third, it's kind of edgy, right? But then adding the fifth kind of rounds it out. It kind of makes it feel like an actual chord, right? And that happens in many chords. But in the case of this one, we are used to the diminished triad that has no perfect fifth. So there is no rounding agent. There's no consonants at all. And that's missing from the chord. But when you add the minor seventh, then you do introduce a fifth interval. Now, of course, it's not going to be where we kind of want it, where we're used to it, which is between the root and the fifth, but it will be present between the third and the seventh. To demonstrate this, let me just do it for you in the key of B, just because B gets rid of all the sharps and flats. In case you are an advanced student, then you'll have no problem doing it in any key, but if you're new, you don't quite handle so well the sharps and flats, let me do it in B. So the B diminished triad is B, D, and F. B is the root, D is the minor third, and F is the diminished fifth. Okay? If I play it in a chord shape, this is the sound. So now I have all these strange intervals. I have the minor third, which is kind of dissonant, and then the diminished fifth, which is a lot more dissonant. And this chord kind of has no redeeming note there to make it more normal or rounder. So when I eventually lower the root to the minor seventh, because we're going to add the minor seventh of the minor 7 flat 5 chord we're looking at today, this B here becomes an A. The minor seventh of B is an A. And see how that affects the sound. You see that? It really rounds it out, mellows it out. And the reason I think is that this A here creates an interval of a fifth with what? With the D, which is the third. Okay? So if I'm in B, my D here, which is my third, creates a fifth with the A. So the perfect fifth sound is introduced into the chord, not where we kind of expect it, which would be between the root and the fifth again, but somewhere else, but it still works. So this original minor diminished triad, when it becomes minor 7 flat 5, sounds a lot rounder and maybe even easier to use and to put into your progressions. So that's the first thing I wanted to share about the sound of the chord. Of course, this is just a personal interpretation of the sound and how I manage when I want to use it. You should come up with your own ideas each of these chords, but this is where I will start to present it. Another thing that's very interesting about this chord is how it really is very similar to a major 7th chord. Sounds strange because they're so far apart one from the other. The major 7th chord is the first chord we looked at in this series, and here's a link if you missed it. But let's check it out. Let's build a very simple major 7th chord shape, like this one. Let's do C major 7. All right? If I take the root of this chord, which is C, and I raise it a half step, this is a half-diminished chord. I will give you this position just in a few minutes, so don't worry about it if you don't know it. Major 7th, minor 7 flat 5. Just by moving the root, all the other notes fall into place to form this chord, which is kind of an interesting thing. It has its applications, but they're beyond today's video, of course, but something interesting to look at. As far as using this chord goes, you can use it in any major, minor key or mode because it is part of the harmonization of that scale, all right? So that's pretty basic. There's another thing that is very often found, which is a 2-5-1 in minor. So if you're playing a jazz tune or maybe even just one of your songs, you can create quite a bit of interest by mixing this chord in with the 5 and 1 of a minor progression. So in the case of C, we would have this chord in D. This will be the second chord, C, D. This is the D minor chord, but instead of playing minor, we're going to play it half diminished. Then we'll go to the G7th, which is the dominant, and resolve to C minor. Okay? It's a beautiful progression, not entirely diatonic, but we won't get into the secondary dominants here and all that stuff, or the harmonic minor, you know, that's beyond the scope of this video. But if you have a progression in minor and you want to go to the 1, you can certainly do half diminished on the 2, 7th on the 5, and minor on the 1. You can also do it to major, which is a different kind of thing. It's borrowed from a mode, but you can use it the same way. You can do half diminished on the 2, which is D. You can go to the dominant again on the 5, which is G, and then resolve to major, right? Okay, so it's really interesting. Again, it's beyond the scope of this video to get into why all this works, but just, you know, take the result with you for your own use and think that you can use the half diminished on the 2, followed by dominant, and then you can go to either minor or you can go to major. Okay, as a cadence, it works very well. And one more thing I would like to talk about regarding this chord, last thing, I promise, is how often it's confused with another chord, which is the diminished 7th chord. They are different chords, and we're going to look at the other one too, but they're different. The diminished 7th chord is a diminished triad with a diminished 7th. It's a symmetrical chord, it's a non-diatonic chord, it has different uses, okay? So make sure that you don't confuse them. This is the diminished 7th, and this is the half diminished. They're very different. So for now, we won't get into the other one. There will be a video on it, but just make sure you don't confuse the minor 7 flat 5 with a diminished 7th, okay? Because name-wise, they're very easy to swap, right? But you don't want to do that. So make sure you use this one as a diatonic chord, and this one is for something else, all right? And we'll discuss it. There are many positions for this chord across the fretboard, and you should explore a lot of them. I'm going to give you 3 of them again, just to give you something in all areas of the neck and kind of in all registers, but I do encourage you to seek out more possibilities, all right? The first one is maybe the most common one, and you play like this. You play 3, which is the root, on the 5th string. Then we play 4 on the 4th. That's our diminished 5th. I love the sound. Then we play the 7th, which is B flat on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string, and then again on the 4th fret we play the minor 3rd, which is E flat. This is a very common shape and it will serve you very well. For the next position, we move up to the 8th fret of the 6th string. As you know, I always like to leave you one of these chords in this region because it's very easy to find and you can always pretty much find any root on the 6th string. Most people do know that string quite well. And we play basically a minor 7th chord, and we modify one note only, all right? So it's pretty simple. If you haven't looked at the minor 7th, there you go. And we go like this. We play the 8th fret, which is C on the 6th string. We skip the 5th, as always, and then we do 8th, 8th, which is our minor 7th and minor 3rd. And then on the 2nd string, we play the diminished 5th, which is G flat, on the 7th fret, all right? This is a very practical shape, and as always, if you play with a pick, make sure you mute the 5th string with this finger. And if you play with your fingers, then you just skip that string and you're set to go. And finally, here's a higher register position. We play the 10th fret on the 4th string. This is our C. And then we bar the 11th fret for the remaining 3 strings. Okay, so this gives us the root here, the diminished 5th, the flat 7, and the minor 3rd. Again, very useful chord. You sometimes need maybe a more funky rhythm, or sometimes you're looking for like an ethereal kind of sound. This is your chord. Of course, all these shapes are movable across the fretboard. There's quite a few scales that work with this chord, and it's hard for me to pick one or the other. So I'm going to give you like a very normal one and a stranger one. There are many more, and if you study this chord in detail, you'll find, you know, all kinds of scales, the diminished scales, and all kinds of Locrian scales. But I'm just going to give you two, all right? The first one has to be the regular Locrian scale, because the Locrian scale is one of the diatonic scales, the modes, and it comes from just simply starting a major scale from the 7th degree. And if you have any questions about this mode, feel free to ask, but also check out this video that we did a while ago about the Locrian mode specifically, all right? But the idea here is that we have a scale that is built basically to mimic the chord. So we have a root, a flat 2nd, which is kind of weird, but then we have the minor 3rd, which belongs to the chord. We have the perfect 4th and the diminished 5th, which is of course a note of the chord. A flat 6, a flat 7, again, part of the chord, and the root. And over the diminished chord, you see how they match perfectly. Right? They're made for each other. So this is my first option. Another scale that I really enjoy using over the diminished or half-diminished chord is the same scale, the Locrian, but moving that 2nd note up 1/2 step. It's a mode of the melodic minor scale, and it's very interesting. And it goes like this. So we take the regular Locrian, but the 2nd note, we raise it 1/2 step. Okay, pretty simple stuff, and it sounds like this. Right? And it's very interesting and beautiful. I suggest you do record the loop of this chord and try jamming. With the Locrian natural 2 scale. The reason it sounds prettier to me is that that flat 2nd really brings you into Phrygian territory. And to me it sounds a bit confusing when then you get the flat 5. So it's very specifically Locrian, and I use it, but I really enjoy the Locrian natural 2. That's why I showed it to you. But again, there's many scales, but these two will get you started. So this should serve you well as far as the minor 7 flat 5 chord is concerned. And we looked at positions and the scale and you know, how to build it and all that stuff, and some uses for it and so on. Of course, these videos will always be somewhat limited by their design, because we can't go into every chord, in every position, in every key. You know, that's kind of the work you should do. But I think when you watch the whole series, right, as we keep moving along, some things that may be missing from this video, you'll find in another video that deals with a similar chord, or a detail you missed in this video is then repeated in another one, and slowly you'll be able to, instead of absorb information that you can't manage or, you know, elaborate on, you start noticing things like, hey, you know, the 9 sounds very different over this chord than over that chord, and why is that, and where do I want to use it, where do I hear this sound in a song but I don't hear it there, and if I'm trying to express this emotion or feeling, this chord will suit it very well but this one wouldn't, you know. And those are things that you will do with practice, but also by being constantly exposed to chords. So my design for this series is so that when you get the whole thing together, you'll be exposed to so many different sounds that it will enrich your composing, but also even just your ear, because when you know chords, you have access to those sounds, not only playing chords, but also when you improvise or when you play scales or when it comes time to choose a mode over another. They're all related to chords. So learning chords is actually great for a bunch of stuff, all right? So I hope this serves you well. Hello and welcome to a new 1 chord a week video. It's a complex chord, not difficult, but it is complex. So let's begin. The diminished 7th chord is a truly ubiquitous chord. You'll find it in all kinds of music. Starting from Bach, you'll find it in classical music, the Romantic classical period. You'll find it in rock, in pop, in all kinds of music, in the blues, in funk. Of course, you'll find it all over jazz standards and jazz adaptations of songs. It's really, truly everywhere. So much so that even the great theorist Arnold Schoenberg once said that, you know, this chord has been used by everybody to do anything. When they don't know what to do, they just pop the diminished 7th chord in, which is not a great way to do it probably, but we will look at some of its uses as well as its sound. So before we do all that, let's see how we build it. It's actually a very simple and interesting formula, so let's check it out. The diminished 7th chord is of course based on a diminished triad. In case you missed the diminished triad, here's a link where we go into a little bit of detail about its sound. And on top of that diminished triad, we just add a diminished 7th. Now, if you remember, we talked about this chord in passing in another video, which was on the minor 7 flat 5 chord. Again, here's a link. That chord is also called half-diminished. Now, in that case, we were using a diminished triad and adding a minor 7th on top of it. This chord we are doing today, the diminished 7th, is a bit different. We still start from a diminished triad and we still add a 7th to it, but it will be a diminished 7th. So what's a diminished 7th, you might ask? And it's pretty simple. The diminished 7th is the interval that is 1/2 step lower than a minor 7th. So if a minor 7th is 1 whole step below the root or below the octave, you have to go 1 extra step down to find the diminished 7th. So this gets a bit confusing with names, so we're going to look at it right now. It's very simple. The 7th of a chord must have the name of the 7th note. So let's start with that. If we're in C and we literally count up to 7 with our fingers, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. The 7th of C has to be a B. It can't be any other note, all right? It has to be a B. And now we make sure that it fits the description of a diminished 7th, which is 3/2 steps below the octave. Okay, so if I have C as my octave and I work my way down 3 frets, because it's the same as 3/2 steps, I end up in this note here, which you might look at it and go like, okay, that's an A. It is an A, but we have to name it as a B because the diminished 7th is a 7th, and the 7th is B, as we saw earlier counting on our hand. And so how do we make a B sound like an A? Well, we have to lower it twice, so we have to call it B double flat. And indeed, in this chord, the 7th will be spelled as double flat 7. And I'm sorry, double flat B, okay? And here's how we build it. We have our basic minor triad, which is C as the root, minor third as the minor third, another minor third as the diminished 5th, which is G flat, and now we have to add another minor third, which is the B double flat. And if you can see here, it does sound like an A, it looks like an A, but we have to call it B double flat so that we maintain the right interval, which is the 7th. Another thing that I'll discuss here in the formula section is how this chord is built by stacking minor thirds. As a matter of fact, it's all minor thirds. We have a minor third between the C and the E flat. We have the same distance between the E flat and the G flat. which is minor third to diminished fifth. We have another minor third, same distance, from the diminished fifth to the diminished seventh. So from G flat to B double flat. And then we have another minor third from the B double flat to the C, which is the root again. So it's all the same distance between each note. And that has a few consequences, which we're going to talk about in the sound section. Here's the unmistakable sound of the diminished seventh chord, and there's so many fascinating aspects about this chord. One of them we just discussed in the formula section. That's this, how symmetrical it is with all the minor thirds stacking one on top of the other. Another thing that you'll notice is that this chord has two tritones. It has two relationships of tritone between the root and the third and the fifth. That's one diminished fifth, of course. And another one is between the third and the seventh. That's another diminished fifth. And that makes it extremely tense and extremely dominant and extremely willing to resolve. Okay, so that's actually how this chord is used. It's used in all different kinds of ways, but always to resolve or to move or to go somewhere. All right, so that's the function of this chord. So much so that, as I mentioned in the intro, it got to a point where everybody was using it all the time because, you know, in classical music especially, modulations are carried out over sometimes a long period of time, and it's a very in-depth study of it. If you want to get into it, I suggest you read Arnold Schoenberg's Theory of Harmony. It's a big book, and it's not the easiest of all, but it's certainly very interesting. We did a video not too long ago about some of my favorite music books. Here's a link to that if you want to watch it. And you know, when Schoenberg came up, everybody was like, you know, because it is a bit scary, but it is a great book. And he goes into, you know, into this little digression on how this chord has been abused. But it is true that it's so strongly, you see that? How much you expect a resolution to it. Okay, so those two diminished fifths, or those two tritones, really contribute to it, and they tend to resolve inwards. And so we're going to talk about resolution, of course, for this chord. And the first resolution you'll find is considering this chord as a seventh degree. Okay, so you just consider it as the seventh chord, the dominant chord. So, for example, if we are in the key of C major, I would just use this on the B. So on the seventh degree of the scale, and use it to push up to the root. Okay, so B diminished seventh and C major. That's probably the easiest way to use it. There's another way to look at it, and again, Schoenberg, but also Walter Piston were, you know, partial to this way of looking at it, is instead of looking at it as a resolution 1/2 step up, so from 7 to 1, they suggested that we should look at this chord as a dominant flat 9 chord without the root. Now this might sound confusing to you, but let me just give you an example really quickly. Let's stick to the B diminished, okay? Because B diminished is the simpler way to look at it, because then it resolves to C major, right? So that's easier to look at because they're more natural notes. So if I have a B diminished seventh chord, I have the notes B, D, F, that's our diminished triad, and then I have an A flat, which is our diminished seventh. Okay, so we have B, D, F, A flat. Now I could look at it this way and say, okay, well, then this B diminished will resolve up to C. That's fine. But another way to look at it is this: if this chord had a note before it, which would be a G, if I add a G before this whole thing, I will get this following notes. I have G, B, D, F, and A flat. Now the important thing about this is this allows me to look at it as a dominant chord, because G, B, D, F is a G7th chord, and the A flat is the flat 9. So I would have a dominant flat 9 chord, which again will strongly resolve to C, but now I can look at it as a resolution of a 5/1. I can look at it this way. So I'm looking at this B diminished, I'm pretending it's a G dominant flat 9, resolving to C. And is it complicating things too much for no benefit? Not really. The resolution from 5 to 1 is very important. It's really at the basis of most cadences in music. And so from a theoretical point of view, it's very important to have an explanation for a chord that kind of defies explanation. And so having the ability to look at this and go like, okay, I'm going to pretend that there's a G here, right? And so this makes this a dominant chord without the root, but it still functions as a dominant chord, and it's much easier to handle, right? So it's not a waste of time, and I think it's an interesting point, but certainly beyond the scope of this video. But if you want to explore it, check out Schoenberg's theory of harmony, and it delves deeper into it, but it's very interesting, all right? So that's another way to look at it. Another thing that's very interesting about this chord, this will be a long video, is that now that we've explained how they resolve, it gets deeper. Because if you have a chord that is absolutely 100% symmetrical, which means that all the notes are at the same distance, then all the notes can be any function within the chord. So when I play a C diminished chord, any of these notes is the root of the chord. It doesn't matter which one I consider to be the root, they all are, because they're all at the same distance. So if I have all my notes here and I switch them, they still maintain all the relationships. So in this chord, if I play, for example, again, C diminished seventh, which has a C, an E flat, a G flat, and a B double flat, all these notes are the root of the chord. They all are. Inversion of this chord are still the same chord. So what happens is that everything we talked about as far as resolving this chord, so going up a half step, or using it as a supposedly dominant flat 9 chord, not only does it allow us to resolve it one half step up from the bottom note, you can use any of these notes to resolve. So each of these chords resolve up to 4 different notes, correct? Because they're all roots. And so that's a very interesting aspect, and I will leave the exploration of it to you or to a future video that truly is beyond the scope of this video. And so that's certainly a very interesting aspect of this chord, which is symmetrical. So all the notes are roots. So with all this theory behind it, as you can expect, there are so many ways of using this chord. And I'm just going to give you 2 quick examples, all right? One way to use it is to resolve it to a minor chord. It tends to go very well chromatically to a minor chord. And one of its most common uses, at least in jazz music, is to go to the 2 chord. So we have the 1 chord is C, C major 7th, for example, and the 2 chord will be D minor 7th. You can use this diminished chord as a chromatic approach to the minor 7th from above. So we go to E flat diminished 7th, down to the 2, which is D minor 7th. So 1, flat 3 diminished, 2. And then you can continue with your cadence, for example. You can also use it ascending to the minor chords, even to the A. Beautiful sound. That's just one example of it. Another thing you can do is use it chromatically to go up to the 5th chord, so the G in this case. So we are in C major, and we're going to G7th. Before that G, we can use the F sharp diminished. So it would be chromatic up to the dominant. So we have C, F sharp diminished, G7th, and C. That's another use. And there are so many, but really is too much for just one video, but we'll get, into it in some other video or some other live stream or something like that, all right? So these are some of the sounds associated with this chord. I do suggest you study it further. By the way, I never mention it on these videos, but I do offer private tutoring for guitar, so there's links down there. If you need help with this, I will help you out, all right? And now finally something simple, which is the 3 fingerings. These are kind of easy. And we start with the 3rd fret of the 5th string. That's our C. Then we play the 4th fret of the 4th, which is our diminished 5th. We use the index finger on the 2nd fret of the 3rd string for the B double flat, which is the diminished 7th. And then we finish with this finger here, which is E flat on the 4th fret of the 2nd string. And that's our chord. Remember, I'm showing you this as C diminished 7th, but literally you are actually playing E diminished 7th, G flat diminished 7th, and B double flat or A diminished 7th. You're actually playing all these chords at once. So today you're learning 4 chords for the price of 1. The next position, we're moving up to the 8th fret. Again, I often try to give you a position here, and we have the root on the 8th fret of the 6th string. We're skipping the 5th string as always, make sure you mute it. And then we play 7, 8, and 7 on the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd string. The 7 you can play with a little bar, or you could rearrange the fingers. I prefer using a little bar myself. And it goes like this. We have 8, 7, 8, 7. And it sounds like this. Okay, so it's really cool and easy to play. And finally, in the higher registers, we go to the 10th fret of the 4th string. We have our C, then we have our G flat on the 11th fret. Then we have our A, or better said B double flat, which is our diminished 7th, on the 10th fret of the 2nd, and then the minor 3rd E flat on the 11th fret of the 1st. And it sounds like this. And there you go, 3 positions. The diminished 7th chord is a functional chord, which means you're going to use it for a specific purpose, a modulation, adding movement, and then resolving back. So they're not going to last for long. And so you won't be kind of jamming on them. So you don't need really a scale that you can improvise over a chord like this. You can try it, but you know, it's not the common use. And there actually are not many scales that fit this chord. As a matter of fact, I'm only going to show you one. There are 3 that might work. So there are the 2 symmetrical diminished scale, which are the whole half step and the half whole step, and I will get into one of them presently. And then there's the super Locrian, which is the mode of the harmonic minor scale. But we're only going to look at the first one, because the second one really is more geared towards dominant chords. That's how you usually use it. And the third one, the super Locrian, is it's a very dissonant and strange sounding scale. So it kind of overpowers the chord. It's good to use if you want that specific sound, but otherwise functionally is not really too useful. So we're going to talk about only one scale today. I think it's the first time since we started this series. And it's the whole half scale, which means it's a scale made up of constant alternation between one whole step and a half step, a whole step and a half step, a whole step and a half step, all right? And so from C, I'm going to play it along the fretboard first. So you can see it, I have my C, and then I have whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step. Okay, and if I look at it, I figure out that if I play this, I will cover all the right notes, which if you think about it, I'm doing this. I'm doing C, D, E flat, which is my minor third. Then I have F and G flat, which is my diminished 5th. Then I have A flat and B double flat, which is my diminished 7th. And then I have the B and the C, which is my root. So it works. Another way to look at it, if you just look at the notes of the chord, it's like playing the same thing, the same chord, one half step before. You see that? I'm playing the same thing, the same chord of C diminished, but also adding the B diminished on top of it. And we saw that in the augmented scale, when we looked at the augmented chord, and it's a device that you use to have a leading tone to each of the notes. So basically it's like taking a C diminished arpeggio and adding to it the diminished arpeggio one half step before that, which is B. And together it gives you the scale. And it's a very common scale, and it's a whole half scale. So you alternate a whole step and a half step. The mode of this scale is the half whole. And as I said, it would work, but it will require some mental gymnastics, and it doesn't really sound as good. And it's instead used for dominant chords, usually for 7th chords and stuff like that. So we just stick to this one. Okay, so you have the diminished 7th chord, and on top of it you can try this scale. and usually it will want to go somewhere. So it will want to resolve, and then you'll fall back into whatever scale you were in the key or the scale of the new key. All right, so this is it for the scale section, and this is it for the actual video. I hope it wasn't too long or too complicated. There's really no way around this chord. It is a bit complex. And I trust that as you watch all these videos, and maybe you've been watching all 20-something of them, and you'll keep watching the rest, it all kind of comes together when you become familiar with the structure of chords and their uses, and it gets to be less and less intimidating to find a diminished 7th here, and what's that diminished 5th, and what's a minor 3rd, and oh my god, an augmented 11th, what am I going to do with that? You know, as you watch all these videos, slowly will start to make sense. My advice if you're having trouble with chords is to truly study intervals. Okay, and intervals are very important. So knowing the distances and the relationship between all possible notes within themselves and others, it's very important. All right, and I think we did a few things on this channel, but I will eventually do something, maybe on the live streams we do every Saturday. All right, so I hope you enjoyed the video. Please maybe consider subscribing, liking, commenting. It really helps me out to reach more people. And of course, it helps me out as a channel, but I like to think that it also helps out many people who are, you know, starving for information they can trust on music and on guitar playing. All right, so thank you very much. I'll think of a cool chord, maybe a bit easier, yeah, for next week. And I will see you then. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Andre here. In today's video, I will show you a chord that you can use to replace your straight sounding major chords for a more interesting, rounder, fuller sound. Let's check it out. And we're talking, of course, about the major 6th chord, sometimes simply known as the 6th chord. In this case, of course, we'll see it in C, because as always, I will teach it to you in C so you can compare it to all the other chords in the series and make up your own mind about its sound. Now, the use of this chord is really basically just pop it in anywhere you see a major chord. As long as you're in a normal scale, so to speak, so major, minor, you know, the diatonic modes, even most other modes, you'll be able to just replace them. And it makes it very popular, of course, in many styles of music. You'll see it in pop music, in funk, you'll see it in rock music, even country music, you know, all kinds of music, in jazz, you know, wherever you hear a lot of major chords can be a bit in your face when you put them in a song. And if you want to add a bit of extra dimension and depth, these are great chords, very simple to use, and they're not really hard to finger on the fretboard either. So to really understand them in depth, let's see the formula, how they're built, and then we'll get into the sound. The formula for these chords is quite simple. It's built on the foundation of a major chord. So we have the root, in this case is C. We have the major 3rd, which is E. We have a perfect 5th, which is G. Now this is a regular major chord, but then on top of it, we're going to add the major 6th. The major 6th is quite easy to find. You're on your 5th, which is G. You just have to go up one whole step, or 2 frets on your fretboard. So there you go. It's an A, right? So we have C, E, G, and A. All right, very simple formula. And of course, the important thing is what it sounds like. So let's talk about the sound of the major 6th chord. All right, so the sound of the major 6th chord is extremely interesting to me, because by adding one note to the quintessential happy chord, the major chord, we get 2 very different and even contradictory effects. The first is that we're adding to an already bright chord, the major chord, another quite happy and bright interval, which is the major 6th. Right? This doesn't sound out of sync with a regular major sound. And that's one thing. The other thing, though, is that we are adding the A to the C, and the A is the relative minor of C. So of course we expect it also to sound very minor. That's the note we're adding to the C. So both of these facets seem to combine into this chord, and it makes it so rich and interesting by simply adding one note. So it always struck me as very interesting and captivating to me, the major 6th sound. And so you can use it, of course, anywhere, but I like to think of it as kind of a bridge between major and minor. right? So if I have a major chord and I'm not quite too sure that I want it to be that major, but I also don't want it to be too ambiguous, then I just bring it over just a little bit to the minor side with the sixth. And one way, without getting too deep, that we can explain this is the following. Imagine the formula again of the C major 6 chord. We have a C, an E, a G, and an A, right? So we have C, E, G, that's our major triad, plus an A, which is our sixth. But now look at it the other way. Start counting from A. Same notes. We have A, C, E, G. Now if you look at it that way, this chord is an A minor 7th chord. We just discussed the previous video. And so it's a minor chord. But of course it's a minor chord that doesn't sound as minor as a regular minor chord. And this C6 is a major chord that kind of leans toward minor a little bit because of that A. So it's a very strange sounding chord, and it's a very common chord, and I think people sometimes use it, but don't get so deep with it that they understand that there's a kind of a both major and minor qualities to it. So I suggest you really spend time with it, listen to a few of the positions I'm going to show you today, listen to it in depth, try to get in there, and really, focus on the sound. You'll be able to make some great use out of this. All right, and as always, let me show you 3 different positions to play this chord. Now, I always say this, but especially in today's case, it's very important that you go deeper than 3 positions. So learn at least 10 or even more different voicings and fingerings on the fretboard, because this chord changes a lot in how it sounds depending on what voicing you use. So the first position, we'll keep it as simple as possible, is basically an A minor, but we have a C here on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. All right, so we have 3, 2, 2, 1. Okay, now this chord is missing a G. Okay, it's fine, you don't need a 5th in a major 6 chord. But if you want to have the G back, you can just lift this little finger, put it on the 6th string, that's a G, and you can play it like an inversion. All right, so either this or this will work, and they both sound good, and they will both do the same job, but you have an option. This next one is a bit smaller, and that's why it's useful. Sometimes you don't want a full 6th, 5th string sound, and so it's always good to have 1 or 2 positions that are played only on the top 4 strings. So here it goes, is 7 on the 4th string, that's our A. Then we have our E on the 9th fret of the 3rd string, and then we have 8 and 8 on the 2nd and 1st string, that's our G and C. If this hurts you a little bit, you can still play it with all fingers, doesn't matter, all right? Now remember, the root in this case is on the highest note. Beautiful sounding chord. And the last one is also one of my favorites, and it's here. And this position has an A on the 12th fret of the 5th string, then we have the 12th fret of the 3rd, a G, then we have the little finger on the 13th fret of the 2nd string, that's a root, and then we have our major 3rd, E, on the 12th fret of the 1st string. Okay? Very nice sounding chord. Now, as far as scales are concerned, you can use basically any major scale, because most of them do have the root, major 3rd, 5th, and the major 6th. So today we're going to talk about all the 3 basic modes, all right? So over a C major 6 chord, you could play, of course, C major. Right? Very basic sounding scale, but it does work. You could also use the Lydian mode, because the Lydian mode changes as compared to the major scale by raising the 4th. The 6th is not affected, so you can use it. You could also use the Mixolydian scale, because the Mixolydian scale is a major scale with a flat 7, so the 6th again is not affected and can be used. So over the same chord. Okay, this is what I would start with, but again, you could play the major pentatonic, of course, over it, and many other modes of other scales of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor, as long as the sixth is not affected. Hello everyone, welcome back to a new episode of One Chord a Week. I'm as always Andre Tonelli, and today we're going to continue our quest through pretty much every single chord ever created, and slowly but surely we're going to go through all of them. And today's chord is a great chord to learn if you haven't done so yet, and even if you know a little bit about it, you can still find out a few tricks with it. So I suggest you stay tuned, and let's begin. The minor 6 chord is a great sounding chord and very useful, used in many kinds of music, and it's very often associated to the Dorian sound or the Dorian mode, as we'll see now as we go into detail with it. As far as styles of music, of course, in jazz music, where pretty much every minor chord is looked at as a Dorian chord, this scale is very useful. We won't go into all the details of that, but if you're into jazz music or want to get into it, this chord you must know. Then it also kind of biases minor chords towards a rockier, bluesier sound, so certain you'll find it in the blues, in rock music. You'll also find it in funk music a lot. So anything that sounds a bit edgier than a regular minor, you'll find this chord in. And then, of course, it's also used as a regular chord in country music, in pop music, and so on. So certainly one chord you want to add to your toolbox. The construction of a minor 6 chord is quite straightforward. It's based, of course, on a minor chord, a minor triad that we looked at just a little while ago. Here's a link in case you missed that video. And on top of that chord, we just add a major sixth. Okay, so let's see how it's built. The root, as always in these videos, is C. I show you all these chords if you're new to the series, always in the key of C. But then, of course, you should move them around. And so the root is C. From there, we go to the minor triad, so a minor third, E flat. This is the minor sound, of course, so common. And then it has a fifth, a perfect fifth, which again rounds up the sound of the minor triad into a regular minor chord. So the fifth of C is G. So up until now, we have a regular minor chord, C in the root, E flat in the third, and G in the fifth. But now on top of this, we're going to add the sixth, the major sixth. And the major sixth we already looked at for the major 6 chord. And this note is either one whole step above the fifth or 1.5 steps below the octave. So you can look at it either way. Today we're just going to count up from the fifth. So we have the G, which is the fifth, and then a whole step above that is an A. So the sum of this is C as the root, E flat as the minor third, G as the fifth, and A as the major sixth. So the sound of the minor 6 chord comes, of course, from the major 6 interval that we add to the minor chord. It's a sound that, to me, certainly tilts the minor chord towards tension and even towards a major sound. And the reason we feel the tension is because the minor chord is certainly minor, but the major 6 interval is quite bright. And we saw something similar when we looked at the major 6 chord. Here's a link in case you missed that, and so it will make it easier for you to find it. And in that case, the major chord became less major when we added a 6th, okay, because it was the relative minor. But in this case, it kind of does the opposite thing. So we have a very minor, of course, bass, which is the minor triad. But then you'll see now, as I move this C here that I have 2 C's, so I don't need this one. I can move it to A. You see that? Minor, minor 6th. It's not an extremely tense chord, but it certainly becomes something else. And as we talked about before, this is associated with the Dorian sound because the 6th, the major 6th, better said, interval is the interval we change to create a Dorian scale. We talk about modes in our weekly live stream. So again, today there's a lot of links, but here's a link to Dorian if you don't know about it, and you'll see how the A or the major 6 plays such an important role in it, is what actually defines the mode. All right, so this chord certainly borrows that from the Dorian mode. It's a minor sound, but not as minor, and certainly it's a step up in brightness. Okay, so that's the first thing. The other thing you should consider when you talk about sound of this specific chord is when you look at it as an inversion. This happens with all 6 chords. And the idea here is that when we look at a minor 6 chord, we have these notes, as we saw earlier in the formula. We have a C, an E flat, a G, and an A. So looked at it this way, it's obviously a C, E flat, G minor chord plus an A as the 6. But now we could decide to look at it in a different way. And if we start from the A note and we consider that as the root, then we would have an A, a C, an E flat, which is a diminished triad, plus a G. So this chord would be a minor 7 flat 5 or semi-diminished chord. And it's made up of the same exact note as a minor 6. So really how you interpret the chord has a lot to do with the position you play, the voicing, and the root in whatever, progression you have. Certainly if the root of this chord is C, you'll hear it as a C minor 6 chord. But if the root behind you as you play switches to A, you'll hear it as a diminished 7th chord. That's what you'll hear. These are the same notes. Okay, so it's a chord you kind of have to be mindful of, because even though you use it with the regular root for the minor 6 chord, it does carry within it, in its DNA, there is that tension of a semi-diminished chord, or half-diminished, or minor 7 flat 5, however you want to call it. And so here's 3 fingerings for this chord. As always, please go out and find many more, especially with this chord. It's very important. But as always, I will try to give it to you in 3 different areas of the neck, so that then you always have access to at least one of them in pretty much any register on the guitar. If you transpose one of them, then the one that was here you'll find there. So it's very important to have access to each of these sounds in basically all 3 registers on the guitar on the first octave. Then repeating over the octave is extremely simple. All right, so the first one is based on the open position of C, although by making it minor and adding the 6, there's really no open strings, but you get the idea. It's here in this area. And we have the 3rd fret on the 5th string, that's our C. Then we have the E flat minor 3rd on the 1st fret of the 4th string. And then we play the 6th on the 2nd fret of the 3rd string. And then we have a C again on the 1st fret of the 2nd string. So here we have a little bar with the index finger, very small, just 3 strings. And then we're going to add the G, the 5th, on the 1st string. We don't want to leave it out. We could, but why do so? If you can swing it, you can play the G. And this is the chord. Very beautiful sounding chord. Very easily movable. It's no open string, so it's actually easier to move around. The next fingering is one I use very often, and I really enjoy the sound of it. It's based on the minor 7th chord, and we just lower the 7th. So let's see how it's built. We have the root on the 8th fret of the 6th string, because it's our C here. And then we go straight to the major 6th, which is this A here on the 7th fret of the 4th string. As we did for the minor 7th chord, we want to skip this 5th string, so you can either mute it with this finger, or you can play it with your fingers and just skip it. So you could play like this. Okay, but you can certainly mute it with this middle finger here that's doing nothing useful. So use that. And you go from this A now, we go down to 8, 8, and if you want, another 8 on the 1st string. So it would be 8, skip a string, 7, 8, 8, 8. If it's hard for you to bar these notes, you can just use the little finger and the ring finger on the 3rd and 2nd string. Skip the 1st one, and you still get the chord, all right? But slowly you should work on this. It's very useful in many other chords. And that's your minor 6 sound. And for our final position, we're going to go to an inversion. We're going to have the minor 3rd in the bass. So on the 6th string, we're going to have an E flat on the 11th fret. And then we're going to have on the 4th string, so again, we skip the 5th, we have C on the 10th fret. And then on the 3rd string, G on the 12th. And then on the 2nd string, A, our 6th, on fret 10. So the whole thing is like this. Sounds a little stranger because we have the minor 3rd at the bottom and the 6th at the top. So that kind of makes it a bit more unstable, but it's beautiful. As far as scales go, this chord is open to many interpretations because, as we said, it kind of delves into a little bit of the diminished sound, and it makes minor chord sound a bit more dominant, so it goes into the blues realm a little bit. But I think we can't escape the fact that the minor 6 chord is really the representation in chord of the Dorian mode. So I would certainly say first it would be Dorian, which of course is a minor scale with a major 6, and the minor 6 chord is a minor chord with a major 6, so you see how they fit together. So over this chord, this scale, it kind of gives you the sound of the chord in a scale. So that would be my first thing to watch out for if I was a student, which I am. We are all students, right? And the other thing, maybe instead of all the pentatonics and all that that is usually associated with blues and rock, I will go kind of that way and maybe talk about the melodic minor. The melodic minor scale is a minor scale with a raised 6th and 7. So it fits the chord, but it also adds a little bit of a strange sound. It is a bit of a peculiar sounding scale. It goes like this. But it does fit the chord because it has a minor 3rd and a major 6th, but then he adds the surprise of a major 7. Right? So it can be interesting, and I would check it out if I were you. Melodic minor. Hello everyone, this is Tonelli. Welcome to a new 1 chord a week video. Today is actually my birthday. Well, not today as I'm recording it, but today as you're watching it. And so here's my gift to you. One of my favorite chords, one I've used many times. And I think one of the most beautiful sounding chords of all, but actually for how beautiful it is not that often used. So I think you'll get a bit of an advantage from today's video if you don't know this chord yet. So let's begin. The minor flat 6 chord sounds great, and so to speak, it can be considered to be a bit more minor than minor because that flat 6 really gives it a very moody quality. It's used in pretty much all styles of music, but you won't see it as often as I think you should. Probably shouldn't do what I do, that I use it all the time. There's probably somewhere in the middle there that's, you know, that's where you want to be at. And it has some quirks to it, which we'll explore later. But before we do all that, let's look at how we build it with the formula. The minor flat 6 chord, as the name implies, is built upon a minor triad. If you're not familiar with minor chords and triads, you should certainly look it up right now. I made a video not too long ago about the minor triad. Here it is, as part of this series. But otherwise, you know, you do need to know major and minor triads because they are kind of the starting point for pretty much all other chords. Not all of them, you know, but most of them. So certainly look up major and minor. They're already done here in this series, but you know, whatever your source, you should know major and minor very well. All right, so over a minor triad, we're going to build the minor flat 6. As always, in the key of C here, we're going to start with C as the root, moving up to the minor 3rd, which is B flat. The 5th of the chord is G, and this is our minor triad. And then on top of this, we're going to add the minor 6. The minor 6 or flat 6 is the note that's 1/2 step above the 5th. In the case of the guitar, it's very simple. Is 1 fret above the G, A flat, all right? So C, E flat, G, A flat. And these are the notes you need to build the minor flat 6 chord. It doesn't get any prettier than that, and I love this chord. But the minor flat 6 chord, in name at least, is very closely related to the minor 6 chord. Again, I do apologize for all these things with my finger, but we have looked at the minor 6 chord, so check it out up there. But that's a very Dorian sounding chord, as we saw. And this is very different. This is a very moody sounding chord. It's very minor, it's very dark, the minor flat 6, and that 6 makes all the difference. So whereas the minor 6 chord is related to the Dorian, which is a brighter version of minor, the minor flat 6 chord sounds even more minor than the regular minor triad. Right, so that's the first thing. Another very interesting thing about this chord is that you can see it as another completely different chord, all right? And we saw that in a few other chords, but this one is very interesting to me because it works like this. If I look at the formula of a minor flat 6 chord, I have C, E flat, G, and A flat, all right? We saw it just a few seconds ago in the formula section. We have a C, an E flat, a G, and an A flat. So root minor third, fifth, and minor sixth. Now, if I were to look at this as an inversion, so if I were to start from the A flat, I would get a completely different chord. Because if I look at A flat as the root, I would have A flat, C, E flat, and then G. And this chord is the spelling for a major 7th chord. So we have a minor flat 6 chord on one hand, which is a very dark minor sound, but the same chord, if we were to just change the bass note, it would become a major 7th chord, which is a very major sounding chord, and we looked at that. Actually, I think it was the first chapter of this whole series. Right, so that's an interesting thing, and it's something that I ran into actually. I have a song called Answers from my 2019's record, Mystic Electric. And the intro uses this chord. And for a while I thought that the song was going to be in C major 7th. I was playing a C, an E, a G, and a B. But eventually I realized that my song would be much better if it were in E minor flat 6. And that's what I did. So the E became the root, and the sound of the chord changed from C major 7th to E minor flat 6. So it's certainly something that's extremely interesting. You can actually even hold a chord and have the bass line change from major to minor relative, and it will give a totally different sound to your progressions. And finally, before we end this section on sound and use of the chord, let me just warn you about the thing we talked about earlier, how closely related it is to the minor 6 chord. That relationship is its name only, all right? You can't mix them up. If you use a minor 6 chord over a regular minor scale, it will sound wrong. And if you use a minor flat 6 chord over a Dorian scale, it will sound wrong. So some chords, you can interchange them. If I have a C minor and a C minor add 9, I can use the minor scale over both of them or the Dorian. But these two, they're kind of exclusive. They're like oil and water, all right? So make sure you know the minor 6 chord is on the 2nd degree, so it's a Dorian chord. The minor flat 6 is a minor chord Aeolian on the 6th degree, and if you want, you can use it on the 3rd degree as Phrygian, but do not mix them up with the Dorian one because it will sound really, really bad. Now, as for the fingerings, this is one of those chords that I would suggest you learn in like 40 or 50 different places, all right, because I like it so much. But I'm going to give you, as always, 3 of them to get you started. So the first one is down here. We have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. And then we use the index finger to play the E flat, the A flat, and the C on the 1st fret. So we do like this. And then we can play the G up here. Technically speaking, you don't need that G, it's a 5th, you can kind of sacrifice it, but I do enjoy that higher accent up there, so I like to play it in this shape actually. Next we'll move up to the 8th fret, which is a very important place to be, in C, and so we have the root on the 6th string, which is always good, so that we always have something up here that we can use as a chord. And basically the starting point for this chord is the minor 7th chord. And we just lower the 7th a whole step, from minor 7th to minor sixth, right? So the result of this is that we have 8 on the 6th string, which is our C, and then we go straight to the minor sixth, here with the index finger on the 6th fret of the 4th. And then we can either bar these 2 notes here on the 8th fret of the 3rd and 2nd string, or we can use our fingers. Whatever you prefer is fine. You notice that I'm always muting the 5th string. We are not using it, so if I'm playing with a pick, I mute it with this finger. If I'm playing with my fingers, then I just don't play, all right? Beautiful sounding chord. And for the final position, let's move it up here to the 11th fret. There are so many great sounding fingerings for this chord that, again, you should learn many more. And it's hard for me to pick one or the other. And but you know what I'm doing is I'm trying to stretch it out throughout the fretboard so you have one in pretty much every area of the neck. And this one, if I play like this, I'm sure you already have recognized it as a major 7th chord, because as we saw in the sound section, they are the same chord. But it would be a major 7th chord if this was the root. But I'm considering this as the 6th of the chord, and my root is down here in the C. So this is a C minor flat 6 chord, all right? Even though it looks like a major 7th chord. And here we go. We have the 11th fret of the 5th string. That's our 6th, the A flat. Then we have an E flat here with the 3rd finger on the 13th fret of the 4th. On the 12th fret of the 3rd, we have a G, and then a C down here on the 13th fret. And we can bar the E flat again and have it twice. Or we could skip this note here, it doesn't matter. It depends, right? Maybe if you're playing in another key, you want that higher note. Maybe here it sounds too high for you, just skip it. Whatever works for you, you know, as long as you have at least these 4 first notes. As far as scales go, there are actually quite a few that are available for this chord, but for today's video, I will stick to the simpler ones, the ones that are really embodied or exemplified by the chord. Sometimes I like to throw a strange scale at you in one of these videos, but not today. Today we're going to stick to the very simple ones. And the first one will certainly be the minor scale, which I think is the one that really sounds like the chord. And so over a minor flat 6 chord, this would be the sound of the scale. Right? Whatever that is, it does sound like a minor scale. And the other thing I like to do, the next scale, would be the pentatonic minor. The reason that I like to use the pentatonic scale is that the minor pentatonic is built by taking the regular minor scale and removing 2 notes. You know what they are, right? They're the 2nd and the 6th. So in the case of C, I would be removing the D and the A flat. So I would end up with this. Now, by removing the 6th, or the flat 6 better said, my scale becomes more ambiguous. Even if I were focusing on certain notes, I will not be able to give you the sound of the chord, right? I can't force you to listen to a flat 6 because I don't even have one. And so on a regular minor chord, this sound will escape me, right? I won't have it available because it's not in the chord and it's not in the scale. But if I use the chord with that note, so let's switch it up. Let's play this one. Now I'm playing the flat 6 in the chord. And so even though I'm playing a very simple scale, and it's much easier, of course, if you record yourself. But, you know, these videos, I'm sometimes tempted to do it, but then they become about the scale. So, you know, these videos really are about chords, and this little scale section is a little extra for you to explore. But you see what I mean? So the pentatonic minor doesn't have the information that the chord has. So the chord will do all the work as far as harmony goes. And the melody can be very simple, because that's what the minor pentatonic is really good at. Keep a very simple melody and rely on the chord for the color. All right, so that's something actually I use all the time. And there it is, the minor flat 6 chord. I hope you enjoyed it and that you will implement it into your own playing and really add it to your knowledge of chords. It really is a beautiful chord and it will open up a lot of sounds for you. That song that I talked about that uses the flat 6 chord is called Answers, and that little riff is actually part of my little book 21 Licks. It's a free book. You can just get it down here. There's nothing. You don't have to register or give me emails, nothing. You just click on the link and you download the PDF. And it includes 21 licks and riffs and musical ideas from my songs explained and used as exercises and also as inspiration for songwriting and composition and soloing and all that stuff. So if you want, it's one of those in there. You look it up. It's called Answers, and you can just see exactly what I was doing in the song and a real life use of this chord and how it mixes with the major. I won't spoil it for you. You can just look it up. Hello and welcome back to a new one chord a week video. This is Andrea Tonelli, and after last week you probably need something a bit easier, a bit simpler, and most likely a bit shorter. And so this video is going to be pretty easy, but it's still a beautiful chord. So let's get to it. Today I want to talk about the 6-9 chord, which is a beautiful chord. It's basically a major chord with a couple extra notes, but rich in character. And it does sound beautiful, and so you'll find it in all kinds of music, starting from the classical period all the way up to EDM and film scores, going through, of course, rock, pop, jazz. It's pretty much present everywhere. It's an easy chord to use also, not just to play, but it's and to understand, but it's actually easy to use. You can just pop it in mostly for all major chords that are diatonic, as we'll see very shortly in the sound section. But before we get to all that, let's see how we build it with the formula, and then we'll move on. The 6-9 chord is of course based on a major triad, and it will kind of remind you of two chords we already looked at. One of them is the major 6th chord. Here's a link to that, which was a major triad plus a major 6th. And the other is the major 9 chord, and here's a link to that, which was a major chord plus a major 2nd. Okay, so this kind of puts them both together for a very interesting sound. And so let's just see how we build it from a root, which is, as always, C. As you know, I always teach you these chords in the key of C. So the first note, of course, is our root C. And then we complete the major triad with an E as the major 3rd and the G as the perfect 5th. Okay, if you need any help with this basic information, go check out the major chord, because that's the basis for this 6-9 chord. Okay, so we have the root, the major 3rd is E, and the perfect 5th is G. Now, on top of this triad, we're going to look for those two extra notes. The first one would be the 6th, and the 6th is very simple, is one whole step above the perfect 5th. So if the perfect 5th is G, all you do is just move up 2 frets or 2 half steps, and you'll find an A. So now we have the C, the E, the G, and the A. And then on top of this, we're going to add the 9th. And the 9th is one whole step or 2 frets, but above the root. So if the root is C, we go up 2 frets to the 9th. Okay, so now we have the root, the 3rd E, the 5th G, the major 6th A, and the major 2nd or 9th D. Okay, so those are the notes: C, E, G, A, D. Now, the A and the D, it doesn't really matter what octave you play them in. You could stretch the chord out, especially on guitar. We're kind of limited to how we can finger some chords. So because you see a 9, it doesn't necessarily mean that that D has to be an octave higher than the root. Okay, they can be in the same octave, or the root can be moved up an octave. It really depends on the voicing. So don't get too hung up on that. It's a beautiful sounding chord, and before we get going with the sound, let me just get this out of the way. Don't confuse the 6-9 chord with a 13 chord of any kind. Okay, to be called a 13th chord, a chord needs to start from a 7th nucleus. Okay, so this one starts from a triad, so we have a triad plus the 6th and the 9th. But if it had a 7th of any kind, in this case it could be a major 7th or a minor 7th, then we would have a major 13th chord or a 13th chord dominant. But this is just a triad plus a 6 and a 9. So these 6 and 9 are added to the triad. They're not part of the structure. They're not called dominant 13th or major 13th. If you are not too clear about it, there's a video on the D13 chord that's already published, so you can go back to that and have a look. As far as the use of this chord goes, I promised you a simple video, and I will keep my promise, because these chords can be used instead of the regular major chords in any diatonic progression. So if you're in, for example, C major, your 1, 4, 5 chords, your C, your F, and your G are major chords. So you have your C major, the F major, and the G major. All three of them can be changed to a 6/9 chord. The reason is that they have the same distance from the notes preceding and following them. So for example, the C, the 6th of C is A, so A is part of C major. The 6th of F is D, and the 6th of G is E. So they all admit or permit a 6th that's 1.5 steps before them. As far as the 9th goes, the 9th is 1 whole step above the root. So in the case of C, it would be D, and D is part of the scale of C. F has a G, 1 whole step above it, which is fine too. In C major, we have a G. And G has an A, 1 whole step above it. And so again, it is allowed in the key of C major, all right? So in any diatonic scale, which means all major scales, minor, all the regular modes, Dorian, Phrygian, all those, you can use the 6/9 chord to replace all 3 major chords, okay? So that's the easiest way to look at it. And there's really not much more to say about this chord. It's just a color thing. So if you like the sound of it, if you like there's a bit of ambiguity there because you have the 6th, which kind of brings it down to minor a little bit, as we saw in the major 6th video. But then you have the 9th, which adds a bit of brightness, of uncertainty, and so you can combine those two things. I find it beautiful. So I'm going to show you 3 ways of playing it. So moving right along, let me show you 3 fingerings for this beautiful chord. And the first one will start in this area of the neck, which is a very common one for the key of C. And we have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. And then we do a little bar here with the first finger. And we play the E and the A on the 2nd fret of both the 4th and 3rd string. Okay, so we have C, E, which is the major 3rd, and A, which is our 6th. Then the ring finger will play the 9th, or the D, on the 3rd fret of the 2nd string. And then we round it off with this G here, with the little finger on the 3rd fret of the 1st. So we have root, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 9th. So we have the whole chord represented. And a beautiful sounding one as well. All right, so this is the first one. Now, the second position might be a bit difficult to play. So I'll warn you, you might want to practice it higher on the neck. But I want to show it to you because I find it extremely beautiful in sound. Okay, so I'm going to teach it to you, and then you can, take it easy and study at your own pace. And it goes like this. It involves a bit of a stretch. But we start from the 7th fret of the 5th string, so it's an inversion. We start on E, which is the 3rd, and below it we play the A, which is the 6th. So 7th fret on both the 5th and the 4th string. Then we open the 2nd finger, and we go to the 5th fret of the 3rd string, and this is our root. This is C. And then the missing notes, which are the D and the G, we use the same ones we used in the previous chord. Okay, so with a little bar, with the first finger on the 3rd fret. It's just a beautiful sounding shape. A funny thing about this shape is that if I move it down a set of strings, I get the same chord, but without the root. But look at it, I play an A, a D, an E, and a G. So except for the C, everything is included here. So as long as the bass is playing C or the context of the song is clear, you can actually play the same thing, lower it a set of strings, and you can play the same chord. It's not necessarily easier to play, so I rather just play the whole thing myself. But sometimes you want a lighter sound, you can do that. Okay, so it's a bit of a free position for you. And then finally we move up to the 10th fret, and we play a bit of in the higher register. We do C on the 10th fret of the 4th string. Then we play E on the third string, 9th fret, sorry, so 10, 9. And then we have 10 and 10 on the second and first strings. If you look at the notes we're playing, we have the root C, we have the third E, we have the A, which is the 6th, and the D, which is the 9. But it's missing the 5th. And as you remember, we talked many times over these videos, the 5th is a note that you can ignore sometimes. When you're playing bigger chords, the 5th is the first note to go, because it really doesn't add much to the chord. It's very consonant, it's very round, and it doesn't really add too much character, so it's the first one we lose. Okay, so this is perfectly acceptable to have a chord without the 5th. So let's talk now about scales of the major 6/9 chord, and I will keep it again very simple and straightforward. We're going to talk about the major scale and the major pentatonic scale. All right, so I'm assuming you're using this as the one chord of a key, all right, because if you're in C major, then this will be your one chord, and your scales will be C major and C major pentatonic. Okay, so we'll keep it very simple. But keep in mind that any scale that has root, major third, major fifth, perfect fifth, major second, and major sixth, you can use. Okay, so there are many of those, but we'll keep it very tight today, and we'll talk about major and major pentatonic. So the major scale, you all know it, is this: C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. And as you can tell, a lot of that information that I have in the scale is already present in the chord, because the chord is made up of 5 notes, and the major scale only has 7 notes. So a lot of the information is already present in the chord. And the use I would make of this is that if my melody is simple, if my melody uses, economy of notes and economy of rhythm, so it's something that's very floating over a chord progression, then I would probably use more complex chords such as this one, because this will provide the harmonic interest and content, so I don't have to worry about it with my scale, and I can just play whatever I need to play to keep the melody as simple as possible and as impactful emotionally as possible, while the chords take care of the harmonic content. Right? So there's a lot of information in this chord that I don't need to worry about in my scale playing. Okay, so that's the first scale. Now the other one is very interesting, is the major pentatonic scale. If you know how to build a major pentatonic scale, you know that you take a major scale and you remove the 4th and the 7th notes, which are F and B. We take those out and we end up with the major pentatonic scale. Now let's check out the notes of the major pentatonic scales. They are C, D, E, G, A, and C. Does it sound familiar? It's the same notes as the C6/9 chord. Exactly the same thing. So basically the C6/9 chord is a major pentatonic scale. And the major pentatonic scale is basically an arpeggio of the 6/9 chord. So what's the problem with this? Well, of course, the advantage is that it's very easy. So you play this chord and you're actually playing a pentatonic scale harmonically. The problem is if you play this in your chord and you improvise with this, it's going to be very hard for you to do anything interesting, because there's nothing you have in the scale that it hasn't been already stated by the chord. So you really have no margin of adding any meaningful information. You can play with rhythm, of course, and with phrasing and with your technique, but not with the notes themselves. So if I were playing a major pentatonic scale, I might actually decide to use a different kind of chord. For example, a C major 7th chord. At least that one uses the B, which I don't have in my pentatonic. You see, so I might try to switch that up. Or I might play a simple C major chord. And that way, my D and my A of my pentatonic will add something new to it, because the triad is only a triad. You see what I mean? If I play the C6/9 chord, which has exactly the same notes as my scale, I might have a bit of a hard time creating interest or creating movement or creating a sense of urgency in any way, because I'm repeating the same notes that have already been stated by the chord. And, so that's one thing you should be mindful of. But it's interesting to see how a very common scale such as the major pentatonic scale really is nothing else other than the arpeggio of this beautiful 6/9 chord. All right, so there you go. Hello and welcome to what I believe is the 24th episode of One Chord a Week. So congratulations for sticking it out so far. And you'll find me in an uncharacteristically jovial mood today. And so for once I decided to give you a chord today that is closely related to last week's. And so we don't shuffle things up as usual. Also because I think there are two quite simple chords, and it will give you a rest before we get into the very strange chords that are coming up in future weeks. All right, so let's begin. This week's chord is the minor 6/9 chord, as opposed to last week's major 6/9 chord. The concept is the same. Again, we build it over a minor chord and we add a 6th and a 9th. So all the cautionary aspects of last week's chord regarding its possible confusion with the 13th chord apply. If you haven't seen last week's chord, I do suggest you watch it. Here's a link for your convenience, the major 6/9 chord. But the minor 6/9 chord kind of does the same thing. Minor, of course, gets a different sound by adding the 6th and the 9th. Is not maybe as mellow as it happens to be with major, as we talked about already in the regular minor 6 chord and the minor add 9 chord. So, you know, it's a bit of a different thing, but the idea is the same. And there are a few cautionary things that we should talk about, and I will get to them in the sound section. But as far as the chord goes, is a very Dorian sounding chord, of course, because of the major 6th. So you'll find it a lot in jazz, where a lot of minor chords are actually considered Dorian. You'll also see it in classical music. You'll see it in rock. It's a very powerful chord. You'll find it in pop music, of course, especially today's pop music is very complex, and a lot of production teams on, you know, the radio charting songs are actually quite skilled and quite sophisticated. So you see it there, and it's a good chord to have whenever you just want to add a bit of color to your regular minor chords with some careful analysis beforehand. All right, so before we get into all that, let's see how we build it, though I guess you can kind of imagine how it's done. But let's look at the formula, and then we'll get deeper with it. So the minor 6/9 chord is again built on a minor triad. If you are unfamiliar with the minor chord, you should certainly check that out. Let me help you out with that. Here's the link. And in the meantime, let's keep going. So we build our regular minor triad, which is C in the root, E flat is a minor 3rd, and the G is our perfect 5th. This gives us the minor triad, over which we're going to add the 9th, which is a major 2nd, and the 6th, or better said, the major 6th. In the case of C, the 2nd is, of course, a D, so it's found two half steps above the root, or 1 whole step. So from C, we climb 2 frets on the guitar neck, and there's our D, which is our 9th. As far as the 6th goes, we find it 3 frets, or 3 half steps, before the root. So from C, we work our way down 3 frets to find an A. And you'll notice that this D and this A are the same D and A that we used to add to the major chord to do the major 6/9 chord. All right, so the thing that changes between these two chords is actually the 3rd. It's a minor 3rd for this chord. It was a major 3rd last week, and that's it. Nothing else changes. Okay, so we have root, minor 3rd, perfect 5th, 6th, and 9th. All right, so that's the formula. Let's see how it sounds. All right, kind of mysterious, right? Very bright as well for a minor chord. And it's the sound of the minor 6/9 chord. So what to look for in this chord? First of all, the sound will come, of course, from the minor triad. That's the basis of the chord. And the major 6th. The major 6th, we looked at the minor 6 chord, makes the minor chord brighter. It gives that very bright major sounding major 6 interval. This kind of wakes up the chord a little bit from the, you know, the minor sleepiness. The major 6 certainly adds something to it. And then we have the major 2nd, which is D, that gives you this sound, the 9th. Which is kind of a sweet sound we saw already in the sus2 chord. And then of course in the minor at 9 you can use it. So it's a mix of a bit of tension with the 6 and a bit of brightness, and mellowing it out a bit with the D. And also the D, the 9th, to me it also has this feel of uncertainty, but in a good way. It's kind of a sweet way of introducing some ambiguity in the chord, all right? And that of course is a personal opinion, and you should certainly explore it further yourself. But you see, this D to me adds a little bit of something that says, well, you don't really know exactly what's going to happen, but it's not probably going to be too bad, right? That's my interpretation of the D. As far as the use of this chord goes, last week we talked about the major 6/9 chord, and we said that you can use it anywhere you find a major chord in a diatonic key, right? So in C major you could use it for C, F, and G, which are the 3 major chords. This one you have to be a bit more careful, because in minor chords, the major 6th, which is the one we add in this chord, the A, it's a rare thing, and it only happens on the 2 chord. Okay, so if you are in C major, the only chord you can replace with this chord is the 2, the D minor. That is if you want to stay within the key, but if you want to strictly belong to the C major key, you can only use this in the 2nd degree D minor. Okay, in jazz music, for example, a lot of minor chords are considered Dorian. And so you would use it pretty much everywhere. You could use it everywhere. But in strictly diatonic music, this is only available as the 2 chord, which in the case of C major, it will be on this chord here, the 2. All right, so that's something you should keep in mind. So if you want to be strictly diatonic, just use it on the 2. If you want it for color, then use it anywhere you want instead of a minor chord. But keep in mind that you might have to adjust the 9th and the 6th on your scale, on your improvisation, or you might want to skip those notes as you improvise. All right, so that's it really for the chord. Is really more of a color and atmosphere thing that this chord does. It's not really a functional difference. All right, so that's the sound of the minor 6/9 chord. So now I'm going to show you 3 ways to play this chord over the fretboard, and some of these positions will be pretty simple, some a bit harder, and if you go deeper in it and try to find more position, you'll see a lot of them require quite a bit of a stretch. That's just because of, you know, the nature of the chord. It's many notes, it uses 5 notes, and also it's a bunch of intervals that are not very easy on the guitar, but I will try to give you at least a few that are quite easy to play. And the first one is this one. We play the root C on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we play the 1st fret on the 4th string with our 1st finger. That's our E flat, that's a minor 3rd. Then we go down to the A, our 6th, on the 2nd fret of the 3rd string. And then we play the D with the little finger here on the 3rd fret of the 2nd. Now you'll notice that we're missing a note, we're missing the G, which is the 5th of the chord, and that's no problem. We talked many times about how we can sacrifice the 5th because it's a very consonant interval and it doesn't really add too much to the proceedings, so we can skip it. If you want to try to do a little bridge here with this finger, you can try it, but it's probably not worth it. You might break your fingers. So the second one, we move up to the 8th fret of the 6th string, okay? And this is going to be a bit hard to finger, but it's not too bad, okay? So we're going to start with our root here on the 8th fret of the 6th string. Then we go down to the A, this is our 6th, on the 7th fret of the 4th string. We skip the 5th, so we just mute it with this finger here. Then we play the E flat and the G, which is our minor 3rd and 5th, on the 8th fret of both the 3rd and 2nd string. And then we stretch the little finger all the way up to the 10th fret to find the D, the 9th, on the 1st string. And you get this beautiful sounding chord. So definitely check this one out. And finally, for the highest position, we're moving all the way up to the 12th fret of the 4th string. This is our 2nd finger. And then we play the A, which is our 6th. The C is our root. And the 11th is our minor third. So we have the ninth, the sixth, the root, and the third. Now this might sound a bit high to you, but you can of course always move them around. That's why I'm giving you, pretty much all the time I give you chords with no open strings, and if we do have open strings, they're pretty easy to move around anyway. You can compensate with an extra finger. All right, so these are my 3 positions. As always, look many more up and find your own opinion on each voicing. The wider the chord, the bigger the chord, the more difference you'll find between one voicing and another. So I suggest you explore further and maybe get a good chord book or anything like that, and start seeing if there's any more shapes you like, and then they all sound different, so try to form an opinion on each of them. The minor 6/9 chord is of course a Dorian chord that we saw earlier, and the scale that first comes to mind, of course, when you think of this chord is a Dorian scale. Now there are several different Dorian scales that are found harmonizing different kinds of scale, like the natural minor, the melodic minor, and the harmonic minor. But this is the actual Dorian scale with no surprises. Okay, so the Dorian scale is a minor scale where the 6th note we raise a half step. So basically the 6th note, we borrow it from the major scale, okay, which is actually what we're doing here with the chord. We have a minor chord with a major 6th. So when you get this sound of the minor 6/9 chord, this scale fits perfectly over it, because it basically is a scale version of the chord. The chord actually uses 5 of the 7 notes of the Dorian scale. So that's pretty obvious. And the other scale I would like to tell you about is the minor pentatonic scale, which you might think, well, I don't need you to tell me about that. But usually the minor pentatonic scale is looked at from the point of view of the minor scale. So if we are in D minor, then we'd use, in C minor, then we'd use the C minor pentatonic scale. But remember, this C minor or C minor 6/9 chord is actually the 2. So it's a second chord, which will place this pentatonic in a strange place, because it will be the pentatonic minor, but built on the 2nd degree, on the Dorian degree of the scale. And so when you play this, and this on top of it, you get a very peculiar Dorian rock bluesy sound, which I think is very interesting. So to explore this further, just record yourself doing a bunch of loops of minor 6/9 chords and try to play the minor pentatonic of the same root of the chord on top of it, and you'll see that it's distinctly different from the regular minor pentatonic that you would use over a regular minor Aeolian chord. All right, so you should find it pretty interesting. Hello everyone, welcome to another one chord a week. Last week's video was a bit intense, I think, maybe even a bit long, and it might have given you more questions than answers, which is fine. That's kind of the purpose for a lot of these videos, is to stimulate your curiosity for chords. And as a matter of fact, as always, when you watch a bunch of these videos, then the answers are available to you there. But just to give you a break, this week's video is going to be short and simple and to the point, and the chord is going to be quite easy for you to understand and learn. So let's begin. With the major 9th chord, we start venturing into extensions. Even though we looked at already the C13th chord, the dominant chord, here's a link in case you missed it. And extensions are really simple. They're just those 3 notes that are left after harmonizing in 7th. So you have the triads, 3 notes, the 7th chord, 4 notes, and then you have the 9th, the 11th, and the 13th that are left. And even though the names can be confusing, they're actually pretty simple chords, like we'll see today. As far as I'm concerned, the major 9th chord has a soft sound, but it still keeps the sophistication of the major 7th chord. If you remember about the major 7th chord, it kind of gave a new dimension to the regular major triad, and the major 9th chord just adds a little bit more of that 3-dimensionality. So I think it's a very interesting chord. It's pretty easy to use, And you'll find it in many styles of music, from classical music to pop to jazz, of course. You'll find it in rock also, but you have to be careful, as always. As soon as you add many notes to a chord, when you use distortion, they become a lot harder to manage. So you might want to save it for your cleaner passages, or other stuff like that, intros and things like that. But at the same time, knowing a complex chord is very helpful, even if you can't play it fully on the guitar with distortion, because maybe you have a simpler chord on your crunchy guitar, but then you add the notes of the chord somewhere else. You can manage it with the bass, you can manage it with some other instrument, maybe with your melody. So it's always extremely useful to have a big vocabulary of chords. Anyway, let's begin, and let's look at the formula of the major ninth chord. The major ninth chord is built very simply by adding a second to a major seventh chord. In the key of C is extremely simple. We'll have our C major seventh chord, which is C, E, G, and B. And then we're just going to add a D on top of that, okay? So let's look at it on the fretboard. We have our regular major triad, which is C in the root, E as the major third, and G as the perfect fifth, right? This is our major chord. If you need a reminder of the major chord, here's a link, okay? But this is pretty simple. Then we have the major seventh, which was B. Okay, this is our major seventh chord. And then on top of this, we add a ninth. And the ninth is a major second, which means one whole step above the root. So if my root is C, one whole step is D. Okay, so the total of this is C, E, G, B, and the major ninth, which is D. This is the arpeggio for our major ninth chord. There it is, the major ninth chord. As you can tell, it retains the character of a major seventh chord, but with an added twist. And that twist is, of course, this D, right? The D is the major second, and it comes here, I think, in several qualities, because the first one is, of course, the relationship between the root and the second, which is a C in the root to a D in the ninth, like this. A very open sound, a very flexible sound. It can go anywhere, right? It's not descriptive. But the other thing it has, it's a relationship of a minor third with the B, which is the major seventh. Okay, so you have this sound a bit more minor, because we add a minor third here between the B and the D. And also the D has a peculiar sound when associated to the major third of the chord, which is E. So the major third of C is E, and the ninth is D. And this is a minor seventh. It's a dominant kind of sound. And when you put it all together, you have the second to the root, the minor seventh sound between the third and the second, and then you have this minor third between the seventh and the second. And it all comes together beautifully. You can hear all these different sounds kind of pulling at you, right? You have the major thing, you have the minor seventh thing, which is very bright, and you have the minor third that is added between the B and the D, and they all come together. And that's a cool thing about complex chords, is that they, depending on how you hear them, and even on what inversion you play them on, they will give you different feels. And you can exploit that, because when you play a chord like this, it kind of has all this potential within it, right? You don't have to impose that sound. If I only have a major chord, I can still, of course, play a B and a D on top of it in my melody, but I will have to impose that sound on the existing simple major chord. But when that potential is already inside the chord, it frees me up, right? It frees me up with my melody to go, okay, I just want to focus on this, and I want to think of that, and I want, you know what I mean? You can manage it for your own needs. And I think that's the thing I enjoy most about complex chords. It really, it allows me to manage my melodies. Maybe I just want to use very simple notes, and I can do it because the harmonic interest is present without me working so hard for it. It's already in the chord, right? So that's the first thing. Another thing about the major ninth chord is that you shouldn't confuse it with the major add ninth chord. Here's a link to that chord. And this is different because the major add ninth chord is a major chord with a D, and this is a major seventh chord with a D, all right? So it's different. And already in that video, we talked about how not to confuse that one with the sus2 chord. So it's a chain of seconds, and we have to be mindful of the name of the chord and what it means. In the case of major 9 or major 11 or major 13 chords, they imply a major 7th bass for that chord, right? So keep that in mind. If you need to, just watch the Add 9 video again, and then watch this video again, and you'll figure it out. Okay, they're different chords. They really are different chords. As far as where you can use this chord, it's pretty simple. In a major key, they're available to you for the 1st degree and the 4th degree. So if we're in C major, you can play this chord in C, which is the 1st degree, and in F, which is the 4th. Now the G is also a major chord, but it's a dominant chord. So we can't use this chord because this chord is a major 7th chord. And the major 7th chord is not compatible with the 5th degree. That's why I mean it's so important to know the difference between this chord and that chord. If we have major 9th chord, we can only use it on the 1 and the 4. If we have an add 9 chord, we could use it on the 1, the 4, and the 5 because the major add 9 chord has no conflict with the minor 7th of the 5th degree. If this is above your level right now, don't worry about it. But if you're a bit more advanced, you'll know what I mean. And in any case, just what you can take away from this video is that you should always be very careful of what notes are implied by the formula or the name of a chord. Now, as for the 3 positions for this chord, let me begin with our usual place here on the neck, which is on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, which is our root C. And the chord goes like this. We have the C on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, which is our root. We go down to the major 3rd here on the 2nd fret of the 4th, E. Then we play the major 7th, B, on the 4th fret of the 3rd string. And then again on the 3rd fret, but of the 2nd string, we play D, which is our 9th. Sounds great. And you might have noticed that there's a note missing. The G is kind of missing in action. The reason is that the 5th is a note that is usually sacrificed when you have too many notes. We looked at this already on a few chords. I think the C13th chord that I mentioned earlier talks about this. And you know, the G simply doesn't really add too much. It's a very consonant note, and it doesn't really add much to the proceedings. And so, at least in this kind of chords, of course, it would in other chords like augmented or diminished. But in this case, we can drop it. Okay, so sometimes you'll see complex chords, especially on guitar, played with only 4 notes, and you kind of have to be selective of which ones you keep and which ones you lose. Usually keep in mind that the 3rd, the 7th, and the extension you're using that gives the name to the chord, you might want to keep those. You can probably get rid of the 5th. You could get rid of the root sometimes because that's usually covered by other instruments, maybe the bass. And that's pretty much it. Everything else you kind of want to keep, but it depends on the chord. So I will go in detail for each one. And in this case, the 5th is the one you should lose first. For this next position, we're moving up the neck until the 7th fret of the 5th string. So it's an inversion. We start with an E in the bass. And we won't go into all the details of how many names you can give this chord. It's normal and natural that when you have many notes in a chord, you can start naming them differently. But that would be beyond the scope of these short videos, which probably this one is already not as short as I promised in the intro, but I try to keep it manageable. And so it goes like this. We have an E on the 7th fret of the 5th string. Then we have a C, our root, on the 10th fret of the 4th. Then again with the bar, we play the same 7th fret, but on the 3rd string, which is a D. That's the 9th. And then we play our G, which is the 5th. And the B, which is the 7th. So we have the root, the 3rd, the 5th, the 7th, and the 2nd. So in this case, all the notes in the chord are represented. Okay, that's fine too. You don't have to drop any notes if you don't want to. Sounds pretty beautiful actually. And for the last position, we're moving all the way up to the 15th fret of the 5th string. And we have just one note here with this finger, which is the C, the root, on the 15th fret, and then we just bar all the rest of the strings. Okay, so the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st string are barred on the 12th fret, and this gives us a D, which is the 9th, it gives us a G, which is the 5th, the B, which is the 7th, and the E. So again, this chord showcases all the notes of the formula for the major ninth, and it goes like this: C, D, G, B, E. Now, of course, you could play this here, and it's the same thing. I just wanted to show you something way up. You notice that I'm using this finger. This seems to me to be very uncomfortable, and so I prefer using the 3rd finger. But you can try different combinations, see what works for you. Me, I prefer using a bar with the 1st finger and use the 3rd finger for the 15th fret. But whatever works for you. As far as scales are concerned, I keep my promise and keep it simple, and we'll stick to the diatonic scales, and the same thing that happened with the chords will happen with the scales here. So as far as the chord was concerned, it was only compatible with the 1st and 4th degree, not with the 5th because of that major 7th. Of course, if something applies to a chord in a scale, then it will apply to the mode relative to that chord, so we're kind of stuck with major and Lydian. Those are the 2 scales that we'll use. If you move outside of the diatonic scales, you'll find more options, but I'm going to try to keep it simple today. So major will be my first option, and the major scale, of course, you already know it. There it is, and it works, of course. With this chord, there's no conflict. Because we have all the notes that we need within the chord. All right, so again, as always, you should loop this chord or any other shape and play over it and get a feel for the relationship between all the notes. Right, see how many notes you can leave out of your scale because they're covered by the chord, and so on. All right, and the other option is the Lydian scale. The Lydian scale is the same as a major scale, with a raised 4th, so in this case is C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C. So this will work. There's no conflict between the F sharp and the chord because the chord doesn't have an F. But it gives you that extra edge and that extra brightness. You hear that? Major was like this. But Lydian, it is probably my favorite scale of the mode, so I'm kind of biased, but you should certainly explore that. So there you have your major 9th chord. I think maybe the video wasn't as short as I promised in the beginning, but I think it's manageable. And my suggestion, as always, is you really digest the information in this video and then you kind of explore it further. I would suggest probably learning a few more positions for this chord. And certainly try the thing about jamming over it, because I think you'll find many interesting possibilities with the fact that you have so much information inside the chord already, so that really frees you up when you're improvising. Another thing I would consider is trying to build progressions that use this chord. I already told you that it fits the 1st and 4th degree of a major scale harmonization, so you can use that in those spots of your chord progression. Hello and welcome back to a new 1 chord a week video. Today's chord is a very beautiful sounding chord, very useful, and at the same time it really will mean basically no work for you. If you studied the rest of the series, this is going to be a piece of cake. All right, so let's get started. The 9th chord, or dominant 9th chord, is of course a dominant function chord. It will work exactly the same as pretty much all other dominants, and it has a few tricks and a few peculiarities about it that we'll definitely get into, but it's a chord you'll find in many styles of music, actually starting from the classical period, Debussy and many other composers, all the way up, of course, to funk and to jazz and rock and blues, of course. It's a very useful chord, even though it has quite a bit of notes in it. It's pretty discreet when you use it. It doesn't scream, "Look at me, I'm learning new chords." And it makes it very useful, all right? So as we go along with the more difficult chords, you start to really appreciate how some of the simpler ones manage to do both things at once. They add character to your progressions, but at the same time, they're not intrusive. And that really depends on your style of music. But for example, what I do, which is basically rock music, it's very important to me to be able to manage and control the amount of harmonic information I have at any given moment. So even though I might love some very complex chords, sometimes I'm forced to revert back to these old faithfuls. And the ninth chord for me is certainly one of those. All right, so I can't wait to share it with you, and let's see how we build it. Now, before we get into the formula, there's one thing I want to make clear. This chord shouldn't be confused with the major ninth chord. Here's a link to the major ninth chord. It's a different chord, and it's confusing because, after all, they're both major chords. They're based on the major triad, and they both have a ninth. But the major ninth chord, as you remember, is based on a major seventh chord with a ninth. And the ninth chord we're looking at today is a dominant seventh chord with a ninth. Okay, so not only they're different because the formula says so, they're actually extremely different functionally. One of them is a tonic chord, you can use it pretty much anywhere, and the other one is a dominant chord, so it has totally different functions. And it can be used outside the key, it can be used for modulations, it can be used for chains of secondary dominant chords. It's a totally different ballpark, even though there's only one note difference. But we learned long ago that one note actually makes all the difference. Just look at minor and diminished, or major seventh and a seventh chord. So always be mindful that chords, sometimes they seem similar, but one small change in one of them makes a huge difference musically. All right, so keep that in mind. And with that said, let's see how we actually build the C9 chord. It's of course based on a dominant seventh chord, which here's the link to that. And in turn, the dominant seventh chord is based on a major triad. And if you haven't looked at that yet, here's a link to that, okay? So the dominant triad, of course, in the key of C would be C as the root. We'd have an E as the major third. And then we have a G as the perfect fifth. That's our starting point. Now, this is where things diverge. The major nine we talked about and the dominant ninth. The major ninth here would have a major seventh, but now we have a flat seventh, a minor seventh, which makes the major triad a dominant chord. Right? We're introducing the tritone. So this is our starting point, the dominant seventh chord, and now on top of this, we add the ninth. And the ninth is very easy to find. We looked at it already in many chords. It's one whole step above the root. Okay, so we have C, E, G, B flat, and then D, which is one whole step above the root. Okay, C, E, G, B flat, that's our dominant seventh, plus a D, which is our ninth. And here's the sound, unmistakable sound of the ninth chord. To me, it's a beautiful chord. I rather prefer it over a regular dominant chord. And to me, it just sounds a bit rounder. It's certainly the ninth. The ninth, as we saw in the sus2 chord, and other chords that add the ninth, is a round sound, very open, very rich in possibility, I think. You can't quite tell where it's going or what it means. And so it opens it up for follow-up, in other chords or in the melody. And it's just a chord that I really enjoy. These chords are very simple. They become a bit more complicated later because, as you can tell, they're dominant chords. So you'll see them as the 5 of a major chord progression. You'll see them as secondary dominants. You'll see them as cascading, dominants if you're modulating. So all the usual places you'll find a regular 7th chord, these can be used. But they open the door to a bit of a complication because these chords are often modified by raising or lowering the ninth. Now, if you're into rock music, maybe you won't do that as often, but if you're into jazz, for example, you will find a lot of these chords with a sharp 9 and a flat 9, even in rock, right? You probably heard of this chord. and that has a sharp ninth, okay? But then we get into the altered chords with the flat 5 and the sharp 9 and the sharp 5 and the sharp 9, you know, a combination of different alterations. And if you haven't checked out last week and the week before that, those two videos are a brief introduction to the realm of altered chords, and we'll eventually have to do a video on all of those together. Okay, so this certainly isn't an altered chord, but it's kind of the antechamber to it, so certainly learn this chord very well. And what else there is to say about this chord? Well, not much. You know, it will tend to resolve as all dominant chords resolve, so mainly it will tend to go to the 1 if this is the 5. It will also tend to resolve by half steps, especially backwards, like we saw with the substitute dominance. You know, there's a few options, but really you will use it as a regular dominant chord, and there's not much else to say. I will say though that you should certainly form a strong opinion on it, because it's a great tool to have in your chord progressions, especially when the dominant chord doesn't quite fit the regular 7th chord. This might do the trick. So let me show you 3 positions for this chord. The first one is a classic, and it goes like this. We have, as always, our root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, and then we play the E on the 2nd fret of the 4th, and then we'll take care of the B flat, the D, and the G, all with one finger on the remaining 3 strings. And it goes like this. You certainly heard this 1,000 times, and it's a must-know position. All right, the next one we move up to the 8th fret again of the 6th string, and it's a bit stranger to finger but useful, so I'll show it to you. We have C here on the 8th fret of the 6th string. We skip one string again, as we often do in this position, and then we play the 7th with the little finger, which is B flat, and then we have the D and the E, which are the 9th and the 3rd. Now, you might have noticed here that there's no 5th, and that's fine. You know, we saw this many times before. The 5th in a complex chord that has many notes is the first note to go. It doesn't really add much to the proceedings, and so we get rid of it. So now we have root, 7th, 2nd or 9th, and 3rd. And that's the C9th chord here on the 8th fret. And finally, let's move up to the 10th fret of the 4th string, as we often do, and we play 10. This is our root. And then we have 9 on the 3rd string, that's E, our major 3rd. Then we play the B flat here, which is our minor 7th, and the 9th again, the D on the 10th fret of the 1st. Again, there's no 5th. And it's fine, you don't need a 5th. All right, so these are 3 positions to get you started. Again, as always, certainly study many more, maybe get up to 10 or 15 or 20 different positions. Like all dominant chords, the 9th chord is rich in possibilities when it comes to scale, but we'll focus again on just a couple of them. These videos are, after all, about chords, and this section of the video, when I talk about scales, is just a little introduction, it's just a little inspiration for you. It's certainly not all-inclusive, you know, it's beyond the scope of these videos to do that. But today I'm going to show you the Mixolydian scale, first of all. And there are many Mixolydian scales, and you should certainly explore them, but the first one is the classic one. It's a major scale with a flat 7. And this scale is a very standard way of looking at chords to match them to a scale, because we say, okay, well, the chord has a major triad, root, major, 3rd, 5th, and my scale has a root, a major 3rd, and a 5th. The chord has a dominant 7th, so it has a flat 7, and my scale has a flat 7, and the chord also has a 9th, which is a D, and my scale also has a D. So it's a very safe way of looking at it. We have a chord, and we have a scale. That matches the chord, right? So basically I can play over it and no notes are out of place. And the other scale we can use, of course, because it's a dominant chord, we go to the function. And the dominant chord is the functional chord of the blues, for example. And if in the blues I can play a regular 7th chord with a minor pentatonic on top, or a blues scale on top, then I can do the same with the 9th chord, because it's the same function. Right? I can do that, and I'm not even playing the D, the 9th. There's no 2nd in the minor pentatonic, so it doesn't really matter. I could add it. I can do all kinds of stuff. You know, go to Dorian, go to the blues scale. You can do pretty much anything, because the function of the chord is the same as a regular dominant, and the regular dominant is used very loosely in a blues context. All right, so certainly practice a little loop of this, and on top of it jam with the regular minor pentatonic scale, add the blues note, you know, venture out into some modes that you know will fit, and they will fit. So it's very simple to use it, just replacing a regular dominant 7th. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. This is Andre Tonelli as always, and today's chord is going to be one of those easy ones, so this video is going to be quick and painless, but the chord is certainly worth it, so let's begin. Today I will show you the minor 9th chord, which is really a simple chord, and it of course derives from the minor 7th chord. Here's a link to that in case you haven't watched it. It's very important that you do it, either before or after this video. It doesn't really matter, but it is where this chord comes from. It's used, the minor 9th chord, in many styles of music. You'll see it of course in jazz, because the minor 7th chord and its derivatives are very important in jazz music, so the minor 9th will appear there. You'll find it in pop, of course, in rock music. You'll find it in classical music and in many other styles of music. It's a very beautiful sound, so you'll also see it in soundtracks and electronic music. It's really ubiquitous, and it's a very beautiful chord. So before we get into the sound and a few of the little caveats that we have to keep in mind when we want to use it, let's see how it's built with the formula. As you might have gathered by the name, the minor 9th chord derives from a minor 7th chord, which in turn derives from a minor triad. Here's a link to the minor triad, just in case you're really just starting out with chords. This is where you should start, okay? Minor triad. But so the idea behind the minor 7th chord, of course, is that it's a minor sound with a bit of a twist, and it comes from this formula. We have the root in C, as always. Then we have a minor 3rd, which is 1.5 steps above the root, which in this case is E flat. This makes it, of course, minor. Then we have a perfect 5th, which is G, and this is our starting point, the minor triad. On top of this, we go to the minor 7th, which is B flat, and this gives us the minor 7th chord that I just mentioned. And then on top of this, we're going to add the 9th. Okay, and the way it's found, the 9th is very simple, is 1 whole step above the root. So 2 steps or 2 frets on the guitar from C to D. So we have C, E flat, G, B flat is the minor 7th, and the 9th is D. And these are the notes that make up the chord. It sounds extremely beautiful, and it's just a nice, pretty chord. One thing we should be warned about before we begin with this sound section is that this is not a minor add 9 chord. Right? There are 2 different kinds of chords, and I want to make sure you understand that, especially if you're kind of new to chords. When you start learning so many chords like we have through the course of this series, which is almost coming to an end, you'll notice how many chords are very similar, and they're easy to confuse with one another. But the problem is sometimes just a tiny little difference makes a huge difference in their function. So you will actually play a chord that it's almost the same, and its name is almost the same and its formula is almost the same as another chord, but you mix them up and it will sound like total crap. All right, so it's something you have to be mindful of. And the minor add ninth chord, and here's a link to that. Make sure you watch that if you need, you know, further information. The minor add ninth chord is a minor chord with a ninth. But the minor ninth chord, which is the one we're looking at today, is a minor seventh chord with a ninth. Okay, so make sure you understand the difference. Minor add 9 is just a triad plus the major second or ninth, and the minor ninth is a minor seventh chord plus the major second or ninth. Okay, so it's very important you don't mix them up. And what else? Let's see. Well, the sound, as you can tell, is a very rich sound, and the reason is, as always, the ninth. As we discussed before in the minor seventh video, to me the difference between a minor triad, let me turn the guitar up, and a minor seventh is that the minor seventh is a bit richer and it's a bit less minor, so to speak, if it makes any sense. So to me this is a very minor statement, but the minor seventh is a bit more ambiguous. It has a bit of an edge to it. It makes it sound a little bit brighter and a little bit less minor, to me at least. And of course, this is just my opinion, and you should actually make up your own for each chord. But maybe this will kind of help you get a feel for what I think of each chord. The minor ninth chord, you know, it's such a great chord because it keeps that edge of the minor seventh, but you also add this beautiful second, which together with the root gives you this. You see, it sounds great, and then with the seventh, you have this sound. And so all together, you know, if you just let it ring, I don't want to get too mystical about this, but you can actually just listen to this and you can hear and feel, you know, wherever the melody will have to take you, because it's a really evocative sound. So I find it really interesting, and there's not much else to say about it. One more thing, actually, if you are used to minor seventh chords, you know that in a diatonic scale, so a major scale or one of its modes, Dorian, Phrygian, and so on, all the minor chords become minor seventh chord. So if you have a minor seventh chord, you can use it in all, or to replace all regular minor chords in a major key. For example, in C major, you have C major, D minor, E minor, F major, G major, A minor, B diminished. These are your 7 chords. And for all of them, the D, the E, and the A minor, you can replace them with a minor seventh and it works. This chord is not as simple because we have a ninth, and so make sure you understand that once you add a note to a chord, you have to double check that that note is compatible with whatever position you want on the major key or the major scale. And in the case of the ninth, you can use this chord on the degrees 2 and 6, but not on the third. So again, in the key of C major, you can use this for the D, the second chord, and you can use it for the A, the 6th chord. But you can't use it on the E, because E minor or E minor 7th in the key of C would need a natural F, because C major has no sharps. But this 9th chord in E will give you an F sharp. So you can't use it in that key, all right? You have to do something else. So whenever you work within a key, make sure you understand that the extensions you use or the notes you use will have to be compatible with that key for you to use it, all right? So that's pretty much it for the sound section. And now let's move on to 3 fingerings so you can start right away experimenting with this. So let's see how we can play this chord. Let's begin in this usual area for us, which has the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. So that's our C. Then we have our E flat or minor 3rd on the 1st fret of the 4th string. And here is a bit of a stretch, all right? You kind of have to get used to that. It gets easier, of course, if you move it up the fretboard. And then with the 3rd finger, we bar these 3 notes, which are on the 3rd fret of the bottom 3 strings. We have the B flat here, which is the minor 7th, the D, which is the 9th, and the G, which is the fifth. So we have root, minor third, minor seventh, ninth, and G, the fifth. And this is the sound of it. It's one of my favorite chords actually when played in this voicing. So even if it has a bit of a stretch, I think it's worth your troubles. For the second position, we're moving again to a very common area for the key of C, which is the 8th fret of the 6th string. And here's what we do. We put this big old bar with the first finger, and then we use these two fingers for just two notes, all right? And the notes are C on the 8th fret of the 6th string. We play the 5th G on the 10th fret of the 5th string. And then we play 8, 8, and 8. And on the 4th string, it's a B flat, which is the minor 7th. On the 3rd string, it's an E flat, which is the minor 3rd. And then on the 2nd string, it's again a G. So it's the 5th again. And then with the little finger, we play the 9th all the way up here on the 10th fret of the 1st string, which is a D. And it sounds like this. Beautiful. And finally, let's move up all the way to the 10th fret. And we have a C here, the root on the 10th fret of the 4th string, down to a B flat on the 8th fret of the 3rd, minor 3rd. And then we have our B flat, the minor 7th, here on the 11th fret of the 2nd string. And finally, the 9th again on the same 10th fret of the 1st. And again, this is a great sound. You can move it, of course. They're all movable. I always try to give you movable positions. And one final thing before we go. Sometimes you'll see that I'm skipping a note. Usually the note to skip is the 5th. Okay, you do need the root. You could skip, as always. We often talk about it in this video. The root you can skip if somebody else is playing it, but I like to play it, so I have the root. The minor 3rd is necessary. You can skip the 5th, but you do need the minor 7th and the 9th. You need the minor 7th because otherwise it will kind of fall back onto the minor add 9 chord that we talked about just a while ago. Okay, so root 3rd, 7th, and 9th are key notes and you should maintain them. The 5th you can skip or you can play it. I gave you a few examples of each. All right, so let's talk about scales now. As we are approaching the end of this very long series on chords, the 1 chord a week series, I don't want to repeat myself too much when it comes to scales. And even though sometimes I do give you scales that are a bit more exotic and, stranger, this series really is about chords. So I do want to give you scales that you can use right away. You know, things that are simple and direct, and that even if you don't know a lot about music theory, you can get started with. And so today I will keep it very short and we'll just talk about the two scales that are associated with the 2 degrees of the major scale over which this chord is possible. We just talked about it earlier. You find this chord on the 2nd degree and on the 6th degree, which coincide with Dorian and minor. Okay, so these are the 2 scales we're going to look at. The first one is the minor scale, which is the most common and easier. And you'll notice how over this chord, the scale works great, and the minor scale has a very specific sound, but because of this chord, the sound's just a bit edgier and a bit more complex and a bit more sophisticated. It does seem to rub off a little bit onto the scale. So if you want to use a minor scale, but you need the little something extra, this is a great chord because it kind of emphasizes certain notes of your scale without you even having to do too much work. You can just play your minor scale, and whenever you play those 2 notes, the B flat and the D, you'll get a bit of a push, all right? And the other one would be the Dorian scale, which is the same as a minor scale with a major 6th, and you'll hear exactly what it sounds like. This note here, the A, it has that brighter, funkier, bluesier edge, and certainly something you should practice differently than what I'm doing now. You should just record yourself playing a little rhythm. You play that into a looper or maybe on a synth and you use it as a pad, and on top of it you would play the Dorian. something like that. You know, take it easy, go slow. Don't try to impress anyone. That's not what it's about. It's about you hearing the sound of the scale over the chord. So this is it for today's video as well. Minor ninth chord, a beautiful chord. Even though this video is a bit simpler and a bit shorter probably by the time I'm done with it, you should still dedicate a lot of time to this chord because it's very useful. Sometimes the easier chords and the simpler chords are the most important ones. You know, they're the ones that you'll find more and more often. And they serve different functions and different purposes of the very complex chords. Very complex chords, sometimes they're overwhelming and they're very rich and you want to use them for a specific thing. Whereas these chords seem to blend a bit better and they seem to be more malleable because the fewer notes a chord has, the more freedom you have when you improvise and you play, right? Because the scales available to you are more. When you start defining more and more notes, then the chord becomes a bit more prominent and the scales kind of have to fall in line with the chord because they're limited. They're limited to the sounds available within the chord. This, of course, is beyond the scope of these videos, but it's something you always have to keep in mind when you study chords. You have to learn the chord, learn the notes. That's why I stress so much the formula of each chord at the beginning of each video, because I think in time you'll be able to recognize exactly what it is you're doing and exactly how you can implement it into your own music thanks to the formula, thanks to knowing what sounds am I getting, you know, what are the scales are available with that sound, and so on. Hello everyone, guitarists and musicians. Welcome to a new one chord a week video. And today's chord is a beautiful sounding chord, one that I've used many times in composition. And it's actually quite easy to implement into your playing and progressions. So let's check it out. The major add 9 chord adds this wonderful new dimension to major chords, and it doesn't really alter their harmonic function. We've seen that, or something similar to that, with the 6th chord. If you missed it, here's a link. You can check it out. And these chords are great because they still keep the reason that we use major chords intact, but at the same time, that gives us this new angle on them. So it's quite simple to use. It's been used in many styles of music. I've, as I said, used it extensively in my own. But before we dive into the sound, let's look at the formula because that's where kind of all the secrets are kept. In the case of this chord, the name really does say it all about the formula because it is a major chord with an added 9th, and that's it. All right, so the basis for this chord is, of course, a major triad with root, major third, and perfect fifth. In this case, in C as always for these videos, we have C as the root, we have E as the major third, we have the fifth, which is G, and then we're going to add the major second or 9th. And this note is quite simple to find. From the root of the chord, in this case it's a C, we go up a whole step and we find the 9th. In this case we're going to play it 1 octave higher, so after the octave there's the 9th. So we have this D here. Altogether we have a C, an E as the major third, a G as the perfect fifth, and a D as the 9th. Now the D could be played an octave lower, so because it's called 9 doesn't mean that you have to necessarily play it an octave higher than the root. That really depends on the voicing of the chord on the guitar. All right, but these are the notes: C, E, G plus a D. All right, and now we're going to talk about the sound and you'll hear it in context. It is a beautiful sounding chord. I did warn you about that. And why does it sound the way it sounds? Well, of course, everything is based around that second interval. And the chord is really a major chord, so this is the starting point. So we still have that, you know, bright forward sound of major. We're not replacing it. We're not affecting it in any way by removing the third, like we did with the 5th power chord, and that we'll see with the suspended chords where there's no third. In this case, we do have a third. We have the E, but on top of it all, we also have a D. Okay, and the sound of a major second is a strange sound because in a major scale, the second is not stable, right? It does want to revert back to the root. You hear that pull towards the root, or at the least, it wants to go up to a third, right? So it's kind of stuck as a sandwich in between two stable notes. We have a C and the E, and the D is right there, and it wants to go either down, preferably, or it might even go up to E, but it doesn't want to stay put. So to me, it's a beautiful sounding interval. It's very open. It's very, it's full of possibilities. So when you play a D over a C, you say, wow, I could do so many things, right? It's not as defining as many other intervals, and it's not too strong, like, for example, an augmented fourth, or even a regular fourth, or maybe even a seventh, which I really love the sound of major sevenths, but the seventh is a very strong pull towards the root, whereas the D, or the second, is like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't be here, but I can stay for a while, all right? And so when you put it together with the major chord, something is off, but in a good way. It's not like you have this need for immediate resolution. And I think that's where the sound comes from the fact that you have the C in the chord as the root, and you have the E in the chord, which is the major third, and then you have this D right in between them. And so on one hand, the D wants to go somewhere, but on the other hand, you're already hearing the two notes the D wants to go to, because the D wants to go to C, or it wants to go to E. But I'm already giving you C and E, right? If I play it here, you have a C, an E, and then I give you the D. So this D is like, well, I would like to move, but why move if the notes that I want to move to are already there? And so there's not that much tension, but there is harmonic information. There's very strong harmonic richness, but no real need to resolve. And so it's a chord I really like. And if you want to hear an example of this chord in use, there's a song called One that I'll link up here. And the first chord goes from E major to E at 9. So as soon as the song begins, you'll hear it. Something like that. All right, so it creates movement, it creates interest, it creates a sense of something happening, but without being overbearing. So this is the sound of the major at 9th chord. And as always, let me show you 3 positions for this chord. The first one is very simple, based on the usual C major. But what we're going to do is replace the extra C that we don't need for a D. All right, so let's see how we build it. It's the 3rd fret on the 5th string. It's a C, that's a root. Then we go to the major 3rd on the 2nd fret of the 4th string. And then we play the open string in G. And then we play the D on the 2nd string, on the 3rd fret. You can choose to double the 1st string. It's an E that we already have, but you can double it. Or just play the middle 4 strings. Okay, of course this shape is movable. All right, so you can use it anywhere on the neck, and it's a beautiful sounding shape for the major at 9th chord. If you want that extra string, go ahead. The second position is a bit of a stretch, but it is beautiful, and I use it all the time. And it goes like this. So we have the root on the 5th string again. You can see we were moving kind of backwards with the first position, and now we're moving forward. So this covers quite a bit of the neck, which is always what I kind of try to do here, to give you options pretty much anywhere on the neck. And so we have 3, which is a root. Then we have the 5th, G. And then with the little finger, we kind of have to stretch a bit, and we're going to the 7th fret of the 3rd string. And then the 5th fret of the 2nd string is E. And then we have the G again, which you can choose to omit, but I really like the sound of it, on the 1st string, 3rd fret. And there you have it. And finally, the 3rd position is on the higher strings. You know, I often like to use chords up here because they're just lighter and they're easier to add to complex arrangements. And it's very simple. We have a major triad from the 10th fret of the 4th string. We have 10, 9 on the 3rd, 8 on the 2nd. This is our C, E, G regular triad. Plus we have, of course, the D, the major 9th, on the 10th fret of the first string. It's beautiful sounding, it's light, and it's very useful whenever you want to add a bit of color up there in the higher registers. This is the chord for you. As far as scales go, this chord kind of goes along with many of them. As a matter of fact, as long as it's a major scale with a major second, then you're good to go. And this includes some quite exotic sounding scales, but to me this chord sounds quite round and soft in a way. And so I tend to use it more as an added color and as an added builder of momentum and movement to simpler scales. So instead of going to the, for example, the Lydian dominant would work kind of nicely with this, but usually I prefer to stay in the normal diatonic scales. And certainly my first option would be to use the major scale, because when I use major scale over a regular C chord, there's the risk of sounding like this, right? So everything is so right and everything is so in place. So what I would do maybe is add a little bit of interest, and this chord gives it just that tiny bit of harmonic information that I can use to kind of float over it with the major scale. So this would be my first maybe option. And the other scale that I think works great with this chord is Lydian. Lydian is a beautiful sounding bright major scale. If you need to know more about Lydian, here's a link. And what this scale does is it gives us this F sharp, which really lifts up the D. The reason it lifts it up is because the F sharp makes you feel a D major, because D will need an F sharp to be major, and the regular major scale in C gives you a regular F, a natural F, which makes D sound minor, D, F. But when I give you Lydian, you see the whole feel changes. So if I have a C major chord with a D, and I give you an F sharp on top of it, I'm kind of mixing C major and D major in a way, all right? And I really love this sound. So Lydian over a major and ninth chord. Hello and welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. This is Tonelli, and today is an early morning edition of this series, at least for me, not for you, because you'll be able to watch it whenever you want. But today's chord, again, after last week, I thought I'd give you another one of my all-time favorite chords. It's just a beautiful sounding chord, maybe a bit more difficult to play than some, but certainly manageable, and I'll help you out along the way. The minor add 9 chord has to have one of the most beautiful sounds in music, and it has both the sweetness and air of a sus2 chord, and at the same time it has the gravitas of a minor chord, and it's just a beautiful sound when put together, as we'll see shortly. As far as uses, it's pretty much used everywhere because it is a result of harmonizing the major or minor scale in ninths, so it's pretty easy to do, as we'll see later, and so you'll find it pretty much everywhere. In pop, you'll find it in rock music, you'll find it in classical music, and you'll find this often implied by maybe having a regular minor chord in the rhythm section, but then stressing the sound of the ninth on top of it. So, before we begin, as always, let's check out how we build it. As the name implies, the minor add 9 chord is a minor chord with an extra ninth. Not to be confused, as you remember, we talked about before in this series, with other kinds of ninth chords. For example, it's not a minor ninth, it's not a ninth, certainly not a major ninth. Okay, so this is a chord that is a minor chord plus a second. And in the case of C, as you know, I always teach you these chords in C, we have, of course, the root, which will be C, no surprise there. From there we'll build a basic minor triad, okay, because that's kind of the mother sound of this chord. So we have C in the root, we have E flat in the minor third, and then we have G as the perfect fifth. So no surprises here. All we have to do now is, on top of this minor triad, we have to add a ninth. And the ninth, in the case of this chord, is a major ninth, and it's one whole step above the root. So if my root is C, one whole step above, it's a D. And so when you put it all together, you have your minor triad plus the ninth. It's a great chord. And let's dive deeper into the sound. It's incredibly beautiful, and there's not much to say actually about this chord. This will be a pretty short video, because if you've done your homework with previous videos, there's really not much to add here. The main thing is, of course, comparing it to the sus2 chord or the major at ninth chord. Here's a link for the major at ninth. You should watch these videos together. And just the same as it happened with the major at nine, the minor at nine is basically a minor chord, but it adds that extra edge, and that edge comes in the shape of the D. The major second, or the ninth, is a very strange sound because it adds a bit of tension, but at the same time it kind of opens up the chord, so you don't quite know exactly what it means, right? It's not as minor, but it's not happier either. It's just very atmospheric and kind of full of possibilities. You can decide where to take it. It depends a lot on what comes before or comes after. It depends on what you play on top of it, you know, what you layer on it. So it's certainly a very interesting sound. Compared to the sus2 chord, the sus2 chord was very open and actually bright, but now we have more information than that. We also have this note here, we have the minor third, and that really brings down the happiness, so to speak, of the sus2, right? It brings it down to the real world. I think it's a beautiful chord. So whereas the sus2 was like this, now we add this note, and everything changes, right? And so that's how I would look at the minor at ninth chord. There's not a lot of theory behind it. It's not like you have to learn new functions or harmonic structures. It's just what it is. It's a minor chord with an at ninth. As far as its uses go, I do want to warn you about a little thing. You can't just pop it in anywhere. None of these chords you can pop in anywhere. So don't just go randomly placing it in, instead of, you know, minor chords. There are some rules. It's very simple. Make sure that the ninth, which is a major second, is permitted by your key. So let me just give you a straight example. If you are in the key of C major, right? You have C major in the one chord, and then the 2 and 3 chords, D and E, are minor. They're both minor. So in C major, the first chord is C major, the second chord is D minor, the third chord is E minor, right? Then it continues, but we'll stick with these three. So if I want to play this chord instead of the regular D minor and E minor, I have to be careful, because I have to make sure that the ninth or the major second of each chord is permitted. What does that mean? That means that if I'm in D, I have a D minor here, and I want to add the ninth, I have to make sure that this ninth is part of the key. In the case of D minor, it's true, because I have D, this is my fifth, and here's my ninth, which is an E. Perfect. All right, I can use it. But the next chord, which is E minor, I can't play the at 9, because the major second of E is an F sharp, and that's not permitted in the key of C. All right, so in this case, I could only use it on the second, or, you know, other chords that fit, like the sixth, but that's beyond the scope of this video. All right, so all this just to say that if you want to use a specific chord in a progression and you want to stay within the key, you might not care about that, that's fine. But if you want to stay within the key, then you have to make sure that the notes that you add or that you modify in the new chord are still in agreement with the mother scale or the key, in this case C major. All right, so don't just go popping chords everywhere. Make sure you're you know, aware of the effect that these modifications or add-ons to the chords have on the key. So now let me give you 3 positions for the minor at ninth chord. The first one is a bit difficult to play, but it is worth it. So work on it, and it's a beautiful sound. And it's basically a C minor chord with a bit of a stretch here. All right, that's it. So we have the root on the 5th string, 3rd fret. That's our C. Then we have the G below it on the 5th fret. And here comes the stretch. Okay, we have to play the 7th fret, which is a D, on the 3rd string. And then we continue as if it were a regular minor chord. We play this E flat on the 4th fret of the 2nd string. And then we can complete it with another G on the 1st fret of the 1st string. And so the whole thing sounds like this. And there you go. So I think it's worth studying it. The next position is in the same area of the neck. It's a bit easier, it has a different sound, and it starts as an inversion. It starts on the E flat, the minor 3rd, on the 6th fret of the 5th string. And then we play 5 and 5 on the 4th and 3rd, and these notes are G and C, so the 5th and the root. And then we save the 9th for last, and we play with the 1st finger on the 3rd fret of the 2nd string. So we have E flat, G, C, D. Also very beautiful and a bit simpler to play. And for the last one, this is one of my favorite voicings of this chord, and it's way up here on the 8th and 10th fret, and it's a bit brighter. I love to play it in other keys, you know, lower on the neck, but it goes like this. We have the root on the 10th fret of the 4th string. This is a C. And then we play with a little bar here. We play the 8th fret on the 3rd and 2nd string, and that gives us an E flat, which is the minor 3rd, and the G, which is the 5th. And then, of course, we must complete it with the 9th, which we play with the little finger on the 10th fret of the 1st string. And there you go, 3 positions. Of course, as always, look up many more. This chord is really worth it. As far as scales are concerned, there are quite a few that work with this chord because it's simply a minor chord with a major 2nd. So any scale that fits that bill will work. So as long as you have a root, a minor 3rd, a perfect 5th, and a major 2nd, you'll be good to go. Some scales, though, won't work because maybe the 2nd is not major, like the Phrygian scale. The Phrygian scale has a minor 2nd, so that's out of the question for this chord. That's why beforehand we couldn't play the E minor at 9, but we could play the D minor at 9, right? So you always have to be careful and mindful of the harmonic context in which you're placing these scales. If you want to play a scale that doesn't fit the chord, then by all means go ahead, but usually what you're trying to do is stay within a key or within a modulation, and so you do have to be mindful of where you're at harmonically before you start playing scales over the chords. And then if the chords change, you know, then you might have to adjust. So it's something you should keep in mind. It is beyond the scope of these videos, which are on chords, but you know, it's a bit of advice. So as far as scales go, there are many. I would just suggest you start with 2 of them. First of all, the minor scale, the regular minor scale, simply because just as the chord, the 9th adds a lot of character to a regular minor chord. Better with the volume up. See, just as that D adds a lot of character to the C minor, that character spills over to the scale when you play on top of it with the regular minor scale. So over this chord, you should practice, maybe make a loop of this chord and play minor. And you'll see quite a bit of character get added to the regular minor phrases that you might use. So it's a beautiful sound. The other scale I would suggest you look at, and there are so many, but one of them is the melodic minor scale, which is a bit of a strange scale. We did talk about it a few times here in this series, and it's a minor scale with the 2nd half from the major scale. So it has a raised 6th and a raised 7th. Strange sounding, but when you mix it up with this chord, then you get a strange mix of a very minor sounding chord and a brighter scale. Okay, it sounds a bit off when I play the chord and then the scale, but I suggest you, again, you know, build a little rhythm track with one of these chords and try the melodic minor. It's a bit harder to manage, but it has some interesting results. Hello and welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. Today's chord is one that I really enjoy using. I've used it in quite a few of my own compositions, and it's not very common, so you'll be able, with just a bit of study, to give your composition and your progressions a different dimension. It's not at all difficult to understand and not at all difficult to implement in your progressions, so I really want to share it with you. Let's begin. So we're talking about the dominant sus4 chord, sometimes known as the 7th sus4 chord. This chord is basically a mellower version of the sometimes overpowering dominant chord. If you notice in your progression, as soon as you put a dominant chord in, that chord really pulls the whole thing back towards the root, and sometimes we don't want that. Sometimes we want to have a progression that's a bit more stable and that will allow us to expand on it without the constant pull towards the root. So the reason that it works so well is also the reason why you see it in styles of music where sometimes we do want longer, mellower progressions. So you'll find it certainly in pop music, you will find it in rock sometimes, you can find it in jazz when you don't want such a strong resolution to the one. You will find it also in the blues, because even though strictly speaking it's not a dominant chord, it can still of course be used in that function because it does substitute for a regular dominant chord. So let's get to it. Let's get into the details. Let's talk about the formula first, and then we'll get into the sound. The formula for the dominant sus4 chord is based on the regular dominant chord. So we begin with the root, of course, which as always in these videos is C. That's my root. And then the big difference is that instead of having a major third, we have a perfect fourth. So the perfect fourth, you'll find it 1/2 step above the major third. So in C, the major third would be E, but for this chord we use F. So we have C, root, F, perfect fourth, and then we continue with a regular dominant chord. So we have a perfect fifth, 1 step above the fourth, so it's G, C, F, G, and then we have our minor 7th, B flat, which is 1 step before the root or octave. So in this case, C is the octave, 1 step before that, there's a B flat. So the total of this is C as the root, F as the perfect fourth, G as the perfect fifth, and B flat as the minor 7th. Let's see what it sounds like. And this is the sound of the dominant sus4 chord. Now you see how mellower it is as compared to a regular dominant. And we should get into the why. The reason is that when we bring up the major third 1/2 step to a fourth, we break up the tritone. And the tritone, as you all know, is the interval that divides the octave into 2 equal parts. It's 3 whole steps. And the tritone is really the reason why dominant chords are dominant, why dominant chords want to resolve to the root. I'm going to give you a quick example, and we're going to move to G7 now, a regular G dominant chord that, as you can hear, wants to go down to C, wants to resolve, right? So G7 is the dominant function, and the root is C. Why does G7 want to go to C? The reason I'm doing it in G, by the way, is just so we keep everything natural, no sharps and no flats, okay? So G7 wants to go to C, not because it's a G chord, but because within that chord is a tritone. And the tritone is between the B, which is the major third of G, and the F, which is the 7th of G7. You hear this sound, this is the sound that wants to resolve. And how does it want to resolve? First of all, the B wants to go up to C. So we want to go from the third of G7 to the root of 1 of C. You can already hear it, right? And the other note is the F, the 7th of G7, wants to go down to E because it's a 1/2 step below. You hear this resolution. And E is the major third of C. If this confuses you, it doesn't matter, but it's quite simple actually. You can watch this a few times and you'll catch up, all right? So basically I have the tritone, F and B, resolving to C and E of the C major chord. And this is what makes things work as dominants. Now, going back to C now, if I were playing C dominant, I would have that pull towards the root. But listen what happens when I raise the third. Now I have no tritone. Now this chord doesn't really want to go anywhere, or it doesn't want to go as strongly to its one. All right, and so that's the whole idea behind this chord. One more thing you should notice about the sound is that technically we're not either major nor minor. So technically speaking, this is not really a dominant chord, because a dominant chord has to be major with a flat 7. This is not major. After all, behind this F here could be a minor third. We just don't know, right? But because we don't know, we can interpret it as we want. So you can use this, if you want, as a substitute for a dominant chord. It will just lose that edge, which can be a good thing. And now, as always, I will give you 3 fingerings for this chord, and of course feel free to expand on this. As a matter of fact, you should, and probably get about 10 positions for each chord would be a good start. All right, eventually you learn how to build any chord anywhere you want. And also practice this in every key, right? Don't stay in C. I just do C because then you can compare all these videos, and you will learn all these videos in C, and you'll make up your mind about the sound of each chord. Okay, so the first one is very simple, the one we just saw. We play 3 on the 5th string, that's our root, C. Then we play the 5th on the 5th fret of the 4th string, that's G. Then we bar the 3rd string with the 1st finger. This gives us the flat 7, the B flat. And then the little finger will take care of the F on the 2nd string, on the 6th fret. It's a beautiful chord. You're free to play the 1st string on the 3rd fret or not, whatever you want. Or you can just stop here. Okay? This is the first one. This next one has the root on the 6th string, which is of course useful to move things around. And it goes like this: 8th fret on the 6th string, 8th fret again on the 4th string. So make sure you mute the 5th string if you play with the pick. If you play with your fingers, you can just skip it, but otherwise make sure it's muted with this finger. So it's 8, skip the 5th, 8 on the 4th string. Then the little finger will stretch a little bit to the 10th fret of the 3rd string, that's the F, the suspended. And then we play the G on the 8th fret again of the 2nd string. Okay, so the fingering is like this, and it sounds like this. And finally, it's good to have a position in the higher strings, so let's check it out. Again, root in the bass, it's on the 10th fret of the 4th string, that's a C. Then we play the 5th on the 12th fret of the 3rd, G. We look for the flat 7 here on the B flat, 11th fret of the 2nd string. And then we take care of the sus4 with the little finger on the F on the 13th fret of the 1st string. As far as scales go, there are so many options for this chord because the information given by the chord is so simple. It's the root, which of course goes without saying, and then you have a 4th, a 5th, and a flat 7. And there are so many scales that use these notes. Basically all the minor scales, you know, like Dorian and Phrygian and Aeolian, and then a lot of other modes of different scales, a lot of pentatonics, you know, there's so many scales that can fit this chord. But today I'm just going to show you something that kind of falls in line with the dominant nature of this chord, right? With the dominant function. We want to use it as a substitute for a regular dominant, although you certainly don't have to. But in that case, I would probably go with something mixolydian, which is the mode of the dominant chord. And so first of all, I would say probably just the regular mixolydian chord. So over the sound of the sus4, you could use the regular mixolydian scale, which is a major scale with a flat 7. Right, this would be the sound of mixolydian. Now, of course, you lower the 3rd on this scale, and you're into Dorian, and it will work as well. But keeping with dominant, I would say Mixolydian. And then keeping with dominant kind of backwards, so starting from the chord. If I were more into a bluesy kind of thing, then I would use the minor pentatonic over it. You see, you can kind of pretend that it's a minor chord or pretend that it's a dominant chord, and both of these interpretations will fit the minor pentatonic. So I would say maybe today record the loop with one of those three positions or all three, and then jam over it with both Mixolydian and minor pentatonic. But by all means, feel free to explore. There's so many scales that work with this chord. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. This is Andre Tonelli, and today's chord is a really cool one. As you will see, it's a bit of an evolutionary chord, which means it comes from all the basic chords that we've already seen. And that's completely normal because we cover so many chords through this series that it's normal now that the new chords are kind of built on that foundation, all right? Even though I didn't follow any specific order, you know, we're so deep into this series that we really covered a lot of the fundamental ones, all right? So it's completely normal that you will need to go back and review some of these chords. And if you haven't watched the whole series, let me suggest that you do, because when you watch the whole thing, all these chords that seem so different one from the other will really pull together and come together through watching all the other ones. And that will bring many benefits. One of them is that you'll be able to really understand the intricacies and the actual character of each chord, because you'll be able to compare it to others that are similar and to others that are completely different, and that really helps out a lot. So let me give you that bit of advice. If you want, you know, do check out all the videos, even the ones you think you know better than others. Still watch the video, learn the formula, you know, check out the sound section, maybe learn a few fingerings for it. It's very important. It will really help you out learning new chords. And when this series is over, in quite a few videos I think that are left, then you'll still have more to explore if you want, and you have the basis for it. You know, you have the tools that you need to do that. So without further ado, let's begin. The dominant 9 sus4 chord, simply sometimes known as the jazz suspended chord, is basically a ninth chord, which we haven't looked at, but we will very soon, with the sus4, a suspended fourth. If you are not familiar with the suspended fourth sound, there are two videos you should check out before you watch this or after you've watched it, just to put things together for you. One of them is a sus4 chord. Now this, of course, is the starting point for this chord, and you know, you should certainly check that out to get you started in the idea of dropping a third for a fourth. And then you should also check out the dominant 7 sus4 chord, which is this one, and that's extremely similar to today's chord. A bit of a different sound, of course, but structurally is really similar, and it will be very helpful for you to understand that chord. All right, with that being said, this chord is used in many styles of music. You can use it pretty much anywhere. It is found in classical music, it's found in rock music, it's found in jazz a lot, and that's why sometimes it's called the jazz suspended chord. And it's a chord that opens up quite a few possibilities as far as sound goes. We'll explore a few of them later in the scale section. But overall, I think it's a great chord because it's not really used very often by, so to speak, regular guitar players, right? So it's not one that is deeply explored, and you should certainly check it out so we don't leave it only to the keyboard players, right? And we can steal a bit of that mojo for ourselves. So let's begin and see how it's built with the formula. As the name implies, the 9 sus4 chord is a ninth chord with a sus4, but let's take it from the triad and build it up. So let's start from the sus4 sound, which of course is a root. In this case is C. Remember, we always do these videos in the key of C, and then you're free to move them around. So the root is C, of course. And then we don't have a third, that's why it's called a sus4, so we go straight to the F, which is the fourth of C. And then we play the perfect fifth G. This is our starting sus4 triad, root, perfect fourth, fifth. On top of that, we're going to make it a dominant chord. That means a minor seventh. And the minor seventh is B flat, which is one whole step before the root. And now on top of this, we need to add the ninth, because we are using a C9th sus4 chord. So we have the ninth, which is D, and we've encountered the ninth so many times throughout these videos, all right? So we have C as the root, the perfect fourth or suspended fourth, which is F. Then we have the perfect fifth, G. We have the minor seventh, B flat. And then we have the D, which is the ninth. Okay, so this is the basic formula. You see it's pretty simple. And now let's see what it sounds like. This is the sound of the 9 sus4 chord. It sounds, of course, a little bit like two things. It sounds like a sus4 triad, and it sounds a little bit like a dominant chord. Now, the reason it doesn't sound fully dominant is the same as we've seen in the C7 sus4, which is that there is no major third. Because there is no major third, the tritone, the note or the interval that makes the dominant dominant, is lost, because the tritone happens in a dominant chord between the third, the major third, and the minor seventh. This chord replaces the major third with the fourth. We raise it a half step, and so we give it a more of an ambiguous sound, but then we've lost the tritone. At the same time, usually the context of the song will imply that major third, because you'll probably be coming from another chord that has it. Okay, so overall, it still retains the sound of a dominant. So it still kind of wants to go to the one, but it's not as strong. And that's not a weakness of it, it's actually a strength, because sometimes dominant chords are very in your face, you know, they're very like out there, and then you can't kind of escape from them. You have to resolve them, or if you don't resolve them, they sound weird, or they're just too strong a statement, maybe in the middle of a verse, right? You don't want that conclusive statement quite yet. And so these chords really help. This one, as well as the 7 sus4. So that's the first thing you should know about it, is you can use it as a dominant chord when you don't want it to be such a strong need for resolution. That's the first thing. The other thing is that you could actually use it without resolving. Now, this is a bit of a more of a rock or modern music idea, right? In classical music, chords are very functional. So when you have a dominant chord, you will resolve it eventually to the one. But in rock and pop and modern music and jazz, you can just float over these chords. You can do what's called a modal progression, or simply a modal melody, which means you're basing the whole thing, you're basing it on a mode. And we'll talk about the scales, but this is certainly a dominant mode, so it would be the Mixolydian or some kind of derivative of that. And so you can actually play this chord and build your melodies just as if this chord was a root or tonic chord. So you can kind of ignore the need for resolution. And with that being said, there's one thing I want to warn you about, which if you look at this chord, you say, well, okay, so I have this 9 sus4 chord, but it really isn't major. So why can't I just start playing a bunch of minor stuff on it, because there's no third to tell me that this is a major chord? And that is correct. And if you were to look at strictly the formula, you could do that. And I've always warned you in this video that sometimes chords are played without all the notes. But what happens is, even if you're not actually playing the notes, as long as everybody in the band or the group, or even yourself, if you understand that this chord has a certain function, it's quite dangerous to ignore that function. Because there might be something somewhere that somebody else is playing, or that you played on the bass, or that a synth line is playing, that will, you know, belong to that first function. So if I play this chord and I see it as a 9 sus4 chord, I assume that it's a dominant chord. I assume, or I imply, even if I don't explicitly play the major third, maybe somebody else in the band will. Maybe the bass will go on a run through the major third. So now on top of it, I start playing a bunch of minor scales and I might have a problem. All right, so it's important to understand the function of the chord even more than the actuality of what notes I'm playing at any given moment. And that's something you should keep in mind. Now, if you have a very deep knowledge of chords, you could probably get away with a little something here and there, but it's beyond the scope of these videos, okay? So this chord we will consider as a dominant chord with a sus4, and so we kind of imply the fact that you want it for what it is. and a dominant chord has a major third. And that's why in the next, 2 sections down, when we talk about scales, I will assume we're going to use it as a dominant sus4 chord. And finally, again, it's a kind of a big chord, so what notes do we lose? Well, usually you will drop the 5th. Sometimes you can drop more in other chords, but this chord really needs all the notes because it needs the root. At least you could skip it, but I like to have the root in my chords. If I have the root, I need the sus4, so the perfect fourth, I need it because it's called a sus4 chord. It would be kind of dumb to remove it. The 5th I can drop, but then the 7th and the 9th, I need them because they are part of what defines the chord. The 7 makes it a dominant chord, and the 9th makes it what it is, a 9th sus4 chord, right? So the only note you can really drop here is the 5th. If you see a position without the root, it's fine. Many styles of music allow or even encourage you dropping the root, but to me, you need these 4 notes: the root, the 4th, the 7th, and the 9th. Very well, so first up is a position on the 3rd fret, and you see it's extremely simple. All you have to do is put a finger down on the fretboard and it will kind of work itself out. We have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, that's C. Right below it we have the F, which is our 4th, on the 4th. Then we have on the 3rd string, of course, same fret, it's all on the 3rd fret. We have the minor 7th, B flat, and then we play a D, which is the 9th, on the 2nd string, and on the 1st string we have a G. So if you look at this chord, we're actually playing C, F, G, B flat, and D. All the notes of the chord are represented, and it's very easy to play. For the next position, we move up to the 8th fret of the 6th string, as we often do in this series, and we find the root right there. And then skip a string, and on the 4th string, same 8th fret, we have our B flat, which is the 7th, which is a necessary note. And then we play the D, which is the 9th, on the 7th fret of the 3rd string. And finally, we play our 4th, the F. Again, we must play that note. And there it is. So in this case, the fingering is missing the 5th G, but that's no problem. And finally, we move up to the 10th fret, where we play an inversion. So in the bass, we'll have a G on the 10th fret of the 5th string. And then again, we bar pretty much all the notes. So we have G on the 10th fret of the 5th string. We have the C, the root, on the 10th fret of the 4th. We have the F, which is our 4th, on the 3rd string. And then we also play the 1st string on the same fret, which is D, which is the 9th. And then with this finger, we play the minor 7th on the 11th fret of the 2nd string. So you can see I again have all the notes. I have the C, the F, the B flat, the D, and the 5th G. So if you wanted to, you could drop this note here and just play a shorter and the smaller version and brighter, and play only these 4 notes. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You can play with the G or without. When it comes to the scales of the 9 sus4 chord, the waters become quite muddy because, as we saw before, it's missing this very important note, which is the 3rd, and it has a 4th instead. So technically speaking, you could kind of interpret or imagine that the 3rd that we're missing is a minor 3rd, and this will open it up to a lot of minor possibilities, because really, if you look at the notes and you imply a minor 3rd, you see that there are many modes and many different variations of the minor scale that would work on this chord. But that would kind of be moving beyond this chord and going to something else. Because if you want that, then you will probably use some kind of minor 9th chord, some kind of minor 7th chord, some kind of a Dorian chord, right? So if we are using this chord and we're studying it as a dominant sus4 chord or a 9th sus4 chord, then we should probably focus on those scales. And so for dominant chords, there really is one scale that is extremely common, which is the Mixolydian scale. And that's the first one we're going to look at. And the Mixolydian scale is a major scale with a flat 7. Okay, so it will add the major third to this sound. And give that major third color back to the chord. It will give that tritone back to the chord. And so it's the first one I would suggest. Another variation of the Mixolydian that I really like is a mode of the melodic minor scale, and it's called the Mixolydian flat 6. And we're not going to get into the details of the melodic minor, but this scale is very simple to build. You take a Mixolydian scale and you lower the sixth 1/2 step. It gives it a strange new color, and I really enjoy it. So for example, if I were to play the chord up here, you could have this kind of sound. Right, so sounds quite sophisticated and really cool. You should definitely try to record a loop of this and play that scale on top of it. It's called the Mixolydian flat 6. So check them both out, and if you of course have more ideas, use the comment section. I always try to stick to 2 scales, because if we get over, you know, I'm tempted to give you 100 scales, but it really is confusing, I think, for most of you who are starting out with chords. You don't want to get into, you know, the deep waters of music scales. So these 2 are the ones for this week. Very well, so now you have the 9 sus4 chord under your belt and in your toolbox. You can use it whenever you want, and I hope that you enjoyed it. If it's not clear yet, let me restate it very quickly. Watch all the videos in the series. It's not because I want views, but it's because it's so important that you start to, especially now that we cover so many chords, there will be some that you'll be like, okay, well, this is a bit complicated. I'm not hearing it. And this one is easier, but I don't like it. And this one, I don't know how to fit into my music. So when you watch all of them, you will understand that chords really are just a bunch of notes. Sounds stupid, but it's true. And sometimes that bunch of notes comes at you at once, and you go like, I don't understand this chord, or I can't recognize it, or I don't know what to do with it. But when you start seeing it, that big chord, you see it as a sum of other things you studied, then it becomes a lot easier. So if a 9th chord is complicated, but you understand the 7th chord, you see what I mean? It's only one interval away. If the 7th chord is complicated, but you understand the major chord, then you can take that step to the dominant, and another step to the 9th. And even if the major chord is difficult, then you can just study the power chord, right? And then maybe go to major and go like, well, what if I don't use the 3rd and I use the 2nd? Well, here's my sus2 chord. I can understand that. I can switch and change one interval for another. I don't have to deal with 6 notes coming at me at once. You see what I mean? Even theoretically, some chords sound complicated and complex, but they can be reduced to smaller units, and then you can build up. So it's important to know all the chords. And that's it. I won't get into the whole why you have to study chords again, but just trust me, you have to. Hello, this is Tonelli. Welcome to One Chord a Week. Today's video is a bit different and a bit special, but it is something we definitely have to talk about, because as we move along this series and we're kind of reaching the end here, and we've covered so many chords, and every time you study chords in depth, you'll eventually get to a point where you'll run into this issue of several chords having the same name, several chords not being possible with a certain name, but then kind of moving around to different kinds of chords. And even though I by no means claims to have this 100 complete series here with One Chord a Week, I do know that we've covered so many different chords, and you certainly will have more than enough to get started, and even, of course, beyond that. You know, you might find a chord or 2 here and there that are not covered in this series, but you're definitely off to a good start if you watch the whole thing. Today's chord, and we're not going to follow the usual formula today, so we're not going to go through the 5 steps, okay? Well, I'm just going to talk about this in a more direct video. And today's example was the dominant 11th chord, which is a chord that, technically speaking, is a dominant 7th chord with the 9th and the 11th. And the reason I picked this as an example, you know, of this thing I want to talk about, is that this chord has a very simple name. In the case of C, it's C11th. It's very simple, and you might actually find it somewhere. But the actual true application of this chord usually will make it fall into 2 other chords that we have already studied. namely the C7 sus4 and the C9 sus4, right? And actually others too, but we're going to look at those two. And so it's possible that in time, when you move on from this series and you really absorb everything there is to know about it, and then you go and explore for yourself, you will find that you will run into chords that maybe you haven't covered. And it is possible that I did skip a few, and some of them are so extreme and so strange that I decided not to make a video on them. And maybe some chords I don't know about, and you'll find out by somebody else, or from a good teacher, maybe on some cool new video out there. But many chords you will actually find, and you'll think that you don't know them, but when you analyze them, you realize that yes, you did know them. It's just that you studied them under a different name. And that's why it took so much time teaching you all the formulas for each of the chords and doing the little introduction explaining where they come from, because it's important that you absorb that information, and then you'll be able to look at other chords and decide if you already know them just on under a different name, or if it's something new you have to explore, right? Even if it's something new you have to explore, you will have enough baggage with you and enough tools in your toolbox with all these chords that we covered that you have no issue at all. But let's get back to these chords and the confusion that they can create. So let's start with the C11th chord. It's a name you'll find pretty often. And this chord is built like this. It's technically speaking, right? This is the formula. We have the root C. We have, let me play it for you actually. We have the root C, the major third E, the fifth G, the flat 7 or minor 7th B flat. That's our dominant chord. And then we have the two extensions, D, which is the 9th, and F, which is the 11th. It's pretty simple, right? But you know that the 11th is not really an available extension, not over a major chord. And this is, after all, a major triad that's below all this. So when you have a major chord, you have an E as the major third, and then you have the 11th, which is 1/2 step above that E. And that's one of the rules of extensions, is that you shouldn't use an extension that sits 1/2 step above any note of the triad. And we've talked about this before, of course. And usually what happens is you have a chord like this, and what you do is you drop certain notes. Right? So if you have a C major 13th chord, which we already looked at, and here's a link to that, then because the focus of the C major 13th chord is the 13th, you can drop the 11th, and then you overcome this limitation of having a strange extension, because you just get rid of it. Now, of course, you shouldn't get rid of it if the name of the chord is C11th. A C11th without the 11th, then it's just a C9th, which we also looked at, and here's a link. It's a beautiful chord, very useful, but certainly you can't have a C11th chord without the 11th, all right? So that kind of takes care of itself. But what else can we do? Well, what we could do to avoid the 11th being 1/2 step above the 3rd is to remove the 3rd, right? And sometimes, and here's the actual culprit of this video, sometimes you will see a C11 notated somewhere, but it will actually be played without the 3rd. And here's what I'm going to tell you today, is that we already looked at a C11th without the 3rd. We actually looked at two of them. One of them was the C7 sus4, and the other was the C9 sus4. If we're going to fix the 11th major 3rd problem by removing the 3rd, here's what happens. First of all, we could have all the same notes without the 3rd, but that would be the same as the C9 sus4 chord, because we'd end up with this. C, F is the 11th, or sus4, the same thing, and then we'd have the G is the perfect fifth, the flat 7 is B flat, and the 9th is the D. The only note that's missing here is the E, but you see how you can now have a chord that has all the right notes, so root, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, no 3rd, so no conflict between these two notes, and the name that is proper. The name is C9 sus4. It's a C9 dominant chord with a suspended 4th, which means there's no 3rd. This name is much more accurate than writing C11 and hoping that whoever is playing it knows about this stuff and it will not play the F. And if you eventually, will not play the E. And if you have other scales that you want to fit on top of this, then you have to know what you're playing or somebody else does. So it's much better to have a proper name. The C7 sus4, it's kind of the same thing. But when you play a dominant 11th chord or any chord with extensions, you usually are able and free to remove the previous extensions, right? So if I have C11th, I can look at it as a dominant 7th chord with the 9th and the 11th, but I could just take out the 9th. It's still going to be called a C11th. Now, if I remove the 4th from the C11th without the 9th, because I still have the problem, a C11th is still a major chord with an 11th, so there's still that problem of the E and the F. So I'm going to remove the E, and I'll end up with this. I'll end up with the root C, my perfect 4th or 11th, which is F. The G is the perfect 5th, the minor 7th is still B flat, and that's it. I just don't play the D. But then, why call it C11th, where out of the 5 notes, I'm skipping 2 of them, the E and the D, or the 3rd and the 9th, where I can just call it C7, sus4, and that's it. A much better name, more precise, clearer, and more complete. And of course, you can watch both of these chords, the 9 sus4 and the 7 sus chords. There's going to be links for you. So this is just an example, right? But you see how sometimes you will run into chords that have sometimes even strange names, and you're like, wow, I didn't really look at this chord in Andre's series, and it's possible that I skipped it or that I missed it, but it's also possible that you just have to look at it some other way. It could be just the way we explained, or it could be that it's more common as an inversion. There are chords that I show you that I still wanted to show them to you, so I made a video. Maybe check out the minor flat 6 video, which is a beautiful chord, but it's often used or explained or presented as a different inversion of another chord, and I will leave that up to you to find out what it is, but it's pretty simple. All right, so this is the idea. As we present and study more and more chords, this situation will come up more and more often. And my suggestion here, and there's no steady and fast rules here, because it just people have different way of getting, you know, you get here in so many different ways, and so maybe you learn from somebody who's used to calling C11 and assumes that you skip the 3rd, but some other people don't. So from a teacher standpoint, you have to be as precise as possible. As a musician, maybe you don't have to so much if you play with people you relate to in a way that is, you know, that is understandable. If you're just studying at home, then it becomes maybe even less important. But nowadays, when people are really trying to, maybe they don't study by themselves, they have a good teacher, which is really the way to go. But if they study by themselves, they still kind of look for stuff online, and, you know, then the clearer you are, the better. And that's why I thought it was the responsible thing to make this video today, because I don't want to leave you hanging there with, you know, information that is only halfway there. And when we do each video for each chord, I'm kind of pressed for time, and I want to be kind of short and simple. And so these videos, I just show you the chord. But sometimes, you know, feel free to be critical about them. Feel free to be, you know, to expect, you know, clarity from my videos and from anybody else's. And if there is no clarity, then either hope for a video like this one that will clarify it, or just go out and figure it out for yourself. It's very important that everything you learn, especially when it's not from a teacher you have a rapport with, when it's from somebody like me, I'm just sitting here talking into a camera, and you're there wherever you are in the world, whatever continent you're in, and even whatever the time and year you're in, because who knows, maybe you're watching this 30 years from now. It's important that you have the tools to go out and figure things out for yourself. So today's video is just an example, but it's something to do with the process of learning, and I think it's very important. So I do apologize if it's a bit, you know, the title C dominant 11th is a bit misleading, because it's just the starting point for this big rant on my part, but I hope that it was useful and that you could figure it out. Hello everyone, welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. Today's chord is such a beautiful sounding chord, and the reason I want to show it to you is because we talked a little bit lately about extension for chords and how some extensions are not possible in certain chords. And so this will give you kind of the opposite example, where one extension that wasn't possible on a previous chord is now available for us for a really cool sound. So let's begin. Today I will show you the minor 11th chord. It's a very rich chord. It sounds very sophisticated, but also kind of mysterious and open and full of harmonic possibilities and melodic possibilities. It's a chord I really like, and it sounds rich but not overwhelming, especially when you drop maybe a couple of notes, which we'll look at later. And you'll see this chord pretty much anywhere. You can use it in all styles of music. And sometimes you'll see it as an actual chord, and sometimes you'll see it as a sound. So we talked about this a little bit before, where maybe you have a very complex chord, and it's very important that you know the chord, but then you don't have to actually play it 100% on one instrument. So you could have maybe just a simple minor chord in the harmony, and then have other instruments just focusing on the extensions, in this case the 11th or the 9th, or it can be the 13th, you know, it can be anything. So even if you learn these very complex chords and they might not fit your specific style, it's still very beneficial to know them. As a matter of fact, as I always say, I play rock music, and sometimes I'm slave to the distortion, and so distortion kind of precludes me from certain chords on certain styles of tracks. But even then, the vocabulary I have of chords really helps me out when it comes to arranging, when it comes to setting up a melody, when it comes to setting up a feel or an emotion, because I know how to pick certain notes that together with the rest of the track will give me the feel of a chord that might be beyond my possibilities. All right, so no matter what your style is, all these chords are extremely useful. So don't fall into the trap that I fell into when I started out, saying, well, I don't play jazz, I don't need all these chords. Well, actually, I figured out later that yes, I do, because otherwise my improvisations and my melodies, they all kind of feel stagnant, because I'm always revolving around sounds that I know, and those sounds tend to be in the beginning major, minor, you know, power chords and all the stuff we all use when we're starting out. So chords are extremely important, but that has nothing to do with this chord today. So let's begin with the formula for the minor 11th chord. So the basis for the minor 11th chord, of course, is the minor triad. Here's a link to the minor triad. If you want to start out from there, you can check it out. And of course, the first three notes we have in a minor triad are the root, in this case is C, then we have the minor third E flat, and the perfect fifth G. That's very simple, the first starting point. Then, because it's called minor 11th, we know that it's a 7th chord, so it's a minor 7th chord, right? And so we would have the minor third, the minor triad we just talked about, plus a minor 7th. So we have the minor triad plus a B flat, because the minor 7th, if you remember, is found one whole step below the root. So from C, one whole step is B flat. So up until now, we basically are at a minor 7th chord. Again, you should watch that video if you're not clear about minor 7th chords. They're extremely important and the starting point for a lot of chords. Okay, so this is our 4-note starting point. Now, on top of this, we add the extensions. And technically speaking, the minor 11th chord has 9th and an 11th. So on top of this, we would add a D, which is the 9th, which is one whole step above the root from C to D. Yes. And also the 11th. The 11th is the same as a perfect fourth, so that will be F, okay? Root, minor third, perfect fifth, minor 7th, and the extensions 9th and 11th, which is a perfect fourth. All right, and the notes are C, E flat, G, B flat, D, F. It's a big formula, but as we'll see shortly, we're not going to use all these notes all the time. And there you go, the sound of the minor 11th chord is such a beautiful chord. And the first thing we should talk about is the fact that now we have an available 11th as an extension. If you remember when we looked at the major 13th chord, I think it was, here's a link to that. We discussed how certain extensions are not used or are dropped because they don't sound right over certain chords. And one of the rules of extensions is that you shouldn't use an extension, by extension I mean the 9th, the 11th, and the 13th. We shouldn't use an extension that sits one half step above a note of the triad, okay? In the case of C major 13th, we had the major triad, which is C, E, and G, and then we have the F as the 11th. Now that F is one half step above the E, that is the third of the triad. And so that half step sounds wrong, and it sounds very harmonically it kind of sounds a bit obnoxious. And so there's all kinds of solutions to it. We drop certain notes, we raise the 11th, which we've seen in another video, the major 7th, sharp 11th. But you know, it's beyond today's video. But what I mean is that depending on what chord you have, the extensions are sometimes forbidden, so to speak. You're free to use them, but they won't sound right. But now when we go to minor, the 11th becomes an available extension, because when you go to minor, the E becomes an E flat in the triad, and so the F now is a whole step above the E flat, not a half step. And then it becomes possible to use it, it becomes available, and it sounds great. So one of the first things I would do is to play the chord, make a drone of it on a synth or a loop or with the guitar, and just play on top of it. And we'll get into the scales later. I'll give you two very simple scales to play with this. And you really get a feel of that 11th really working. You know, the 11th really starts working the chord in a fantastic way. So this chord sounds really beautiful. The other thing is that we should talk about how many notes are in a chord like this. And this chord has 6 notes. We have the root, the minor 3rd, the 5th, the minor 7th, the 9th, and the 11th. So 6 notes is a lot of notes. Even if you could play them on the guitar, you know, it's still a lot of notes, still a lot of harmonic content. It doesn't leave you much room for your melody to be significant, because it's basically resting on every note of the chord. And so usually we drop some notes. Now, I won't go into the whole detail again. Please make sure you watch all these videos to get a total, dropped my pick, a total view of this. But the idea here is that the 5th is a note that we can drop anytime, pretty much in any chord, or at least major and minor, not on the diminished and augmented. But the 5th we can drop. We could even drop the root, and we can drop the 9th. And to me, as a more modern, more rock guitar player, I'm kind of wary of losing the root sometimes. In jazz, it's kind of assumed that you can drop it, but for what we do, sometimes, you know, the guitar is doing something, the bass is kind of doing something else. I really want to establish a root center. So the root sometimes I tend to keep. The 5th I can drop, I don't mind. But what I drop usually is the 9th. Okay, so of the extensions of this chord, which are the 9 and the 11th, the 9 can get dropped. I don't really miss the 9th in this chord, because I kind of shift the focus to the 11th. And if you look at, you know, chord books and chord dictionaries, you'll find that many times the 9th is omitted. You don't have to omit it, you can use it, but it makes it more manageable, and I think it shifts the attention more to the 11th, which I enjoy. So usually what I would play would be root 3rd, maybe the 5th, and then 7th and 11th. And just in a couple of minutes, I'll show you 3 positions, and you'll see what I mean by that. It still sounds beautiful. And the other thing it does is it lets me manage the 9th. You see what I mean? I can decide, do I want to use the 9th or I don't want to use the 9th? If I want to use the 9th, I can use it in my melody and not impose it on the chord, and that gives me a bit more breathing room when I'm improvising or playing melodies. All right, so that's what I would say about the sound. Other than that, it's just a chord that can be used very simply if you are in a diatonic scale, which means a scale derived by the major scale, so all the major scales, the minor scales, and the diatonic modes, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, and so on. You can use this chord in all of the minor chords, okay? All the minor chords in C major, for example, D minor, E minor, and A minor. These 3 chords are all minor 7th when you harmonize in 7th, and they all emit a 4th, so they all emit the 11th. If you don't drop the 9th though, you can only use this chord on the 2nd degree and on the 6th degree, not on the 3rd degree, because the 3rd degree will have a flat 9. Okay, so it can sound a bit more complicated than it really is, but let me just sum it up for you with a simple rule. If you want to use the 11th chord with all extensions, you can only use it on the 2nd degree of a major scale, the D, or the 6th degree, which is the A. If you are dropping the 9th, then you can use it on all 3 minor chords of a major scale. If instead of playing a major scale, you're playing a mode, be it a minor scale, be it a Dorian scale, or whatever it is, then you'd have to, of course, adjust to it. But the places where you can put them are the 2nd and 6th degree for all extensions, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th degree if you are dropping the 9th, because the 9th is where you would have a conflict on the 3rd degree, which is E minor in the case of C major, right? So that's how you would use it. And now I'm going to show you how to play it. All right, so let me show you how to play it across the fretboard. The first position is down here on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. And we play the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, then the minor 3rd E flat on the 1st fret of the 4th. And then we do need, for this kind of chord, we do need a minor 7th, which we'll find right here on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string, B flat. And then we can bar the top 2 strings, and that will give us on the 1st fret a C, which is a root again, and an F, which is our 11th. Okay, as you notice, we don't have a 5th and we don't have a 9th, and it still sounds great. Now, just out of curiosity, if I want to add a 9th, because here I'm playing 2 roots, I have C here and C here, I could raise this C to D, and I would play like this. Not as easy to play, but still. Okay, so it doesn't sound bad, but it does kind of, to me, it kind of detracts a bit from the 11th. The 9th and the 11th together, it kind of confuses me a bit, but you can certainly play this if you want to play with a D. I think I enjoy more the sound, a bit leaner and cleaner without the 9th and just 11th. But I just wanted to show you this because I'm going to show you 2 more positions, and feel free to add the D or the 9th if you want. The next position is kind of fun because you've seen it when you tune your guitar, you're actually playing a minor 11th chord. And so we'll just move it up to C now, to the 8th fret, and if you look at it, you'd actually play C on the 8th fret of the 6th string. You have an F here, which is the 11th, on the same fret of the 5th. On the 4th, you have a B flat, which is our minor 7th. You have an E flat here, which is the minor 3rd. You have a G, which is the 5th, and then again a C. So if you look at it, you have C, E flat, G, that's a minor triad. We have the B flat, which makes it minor 7th, and then we have the F, which makes it minor 11th. So if you just play this, you're playing a minor 11th chord. Okay, it's not the most common fingering, but I thought it would be fun to share it with you. As you know, these 3 fingerings are not enough anyway. You should study a bit more, find a good chord dictionary and maybe learn 5 or 6 or 10 of each chord. But this is kind of fun and it's easy to remember. So if, in case you ever forget, it's good to have one you can go back to. All right, so this is actually a C minor 11th. For the last one, I'm going to give you a very small shape that is very useful if you're playing very rhythmic oriented music. Maybe you can use it in funk, you can use it, you know, in rock, and it's a fun chord. It sounds really cool, and it's kind of small and tiny, so you can fit it in pretty much anywhere. If you have a busy arrangement, you can use it and stuff like that. So it goes like this. We have the root on the 10th fret of the 4th string, that's C. Then we go down to the F on the 10th fret of the 3rd string, that's our 11th, and then we have the minor 7th B flat here on the 11th fret of the 2nd string, and then E flat, the minor 3rd, on the 11th fret of the 1st. Sounds really cool and useful. Now, what notes are we missing? Well, the ones we talked about earlier. We're missing the 5th, the G, and we're missing the 9th, D. Again, if you wanted to add these notes, you could add the G here, you could add the 9th here, or maybe switch it here, play an E here and a D there. You can certainly do it. But I find that, again, as I said, the 11 by itself, I think, is enough. But feel free to add the D whenever you want. The G maybe is not worth your troubles because it doesn't really add much, as we discussed before. When it comes to scales with complex chords or big chords like this, you have to look at it 2 ways. The first way is the one we're looking at today, which is have a scale that is 100% usable. What does that mean? Well, it means that if you have a lot of extensions like the 9th, the 11th, we might drop the 9th from the chord, but it's still an intrinsic part of the formula of the chord. And so I'm wary of suggesting, especially to beginners, and I don't know your level, I can't know it because you're from all over the world of all different levels. And so it's a bit irresponsible for me to show you a scale that says, well, this scale could work as long as you don't play the 9th, you know? So, because we kind of agreed that the 9th is not necessary. And so usually with big chords, you should start with scales that agree 100% with the chord, with the whole formula. In this chord has 6 notes, the root, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th. You should find a scale that works with all these notes. And then you can always think, well, if I'm playing this voicing without the 9th, I could use a scale that has an altered 9, and so on, all right? But today's scales will fit. And the first one, of course, is minor. And the minor scale is kind of fun because this chord is kind of sophisticated. And the minor scale is kind of minor. It's simple, it's a scale that you all know, we're used to the sound, but you see when you put it on top of this chord, the sophistication, so to speak, of this chord kind of, you know, rubs off onto the minor scale. And a careful use of the minor scale and how many notes you use, how fast you play, what kind of rhythm you use, it can really give you a different sound. See, you can give a very different sound of a scale that you're so familiar with. You know, you've used it 1,000 times, and this will really lift it up and bring it somewhere else. And so what I would do is, even though it's a simple scale, I would suggest you really explore playing over a minor 11th chord with a regular minor scale and see how it changes. If you want to compare it, you should play a little loop of just C minor, for example, the regular C minor, or C minor 7th, and play with the minor scale. And then switch to minor 11th and play the same scale. You see that it just takes on a different character. So it's very interesting. That's the first one I would suggest. Another scale that I would use for this chord would be Dorian. Again, a very simple scale. Dorian is a minor scale with a 6th that is rated a half step. And for Dorian, I would probably associate it with a more of a funky sound or a rock sound or, you know, a fusion sound. And it's a very beautiful scale because it's brighter instead of minor. So if I want something that's less meditative or it's more fun in a way, then I would probably switch to Dorian over. You hear that? It's a totally different sound. And the beautiful thing about this chord is that it kind of morphs according to what scale you play with. And even if it's the same scale, just what notes you are focusing on of the scale. And I think it's kind of similar to a lot of complex chords because they have so much information in them. But this is specifically because the 11th is a very ambiguous note. It sounds ambiguous. It sounds like you don't really know exactly where it's going. It could be here. It could even go. You know, the 4th is kind of like, or the 11th, which is the same thing. It's kind of like it's there, but it doesn't really know where it's going. So it knows where it is. It's a very strong interval, but it doesn't really know what's coming next. And so I find it beautiful, and I think these two scales will serve you very well. Hello and welcome to a new one chord a week video. Today's chord is a beautiful sounding chord. Sounds complicated on paper, you know, because it has a big name, but it's actually very simple, and I think you'll be able to just turn off the video when you're done and go out and start using it. It's that simple. All right, so let's begin. The major 13th chord is of course based on the major 7th chord and is one of the biggest chords available because technically it uses all notes. And it completes, I think, the extensions for major that we saw because we did the major triad and the major 7th. Here's a link to that. And then from then on, we added a 9th for the major 9th, which is a beautiful chord. And then we are doing the major 13th, and you might ask, where's the major 11th? And the 11th is not an available extension for a major chord. It's not like it's forbidden, but it doesn't sound good, so it's really not used. But you can't really put an F over an E, and the reason is that there's a rule, and we won't get into all the music theory, but one of the rules for extensions is that an extension that is 1/2 step above a note of a triad is not available as an extension. And so the F is the 11th and the E is the 3rd of the triad, and F and E are 1/2 step apart. Besides all that, it just doesn't sound too good. You can try it and it doesn't sound so good. And that's why usually when you have an 11th or a 4th, it becomes a sus4. So you drop the third, and then you have your chance to put the 11th in. One exception, of course, is another chord that we did. Here it is, the major 7 sharp 11. What are we doing there? Well, we're fixing it, right? We are taking the F, making it sharp, F sharp. Now it's one whole step above the third, E, and so there's no conflict. Okay, so we did the major 7th, we did the major 7 sharp 11th, which is kind of our way of dealing with the 11th. We did the major 9th, and now we're doing the major 13. All right, so after this, you'll be a master at major chords. So the major 13th chord is based on a major 7th chord with added notes. Before we continue, really quickly, just as we talked about last week about the C 9th chord not being confused with the major 9th chord, we should talk about this one not being confused with the C 13th chord. If you have a major 13th chord, what it means is that it's a major 7th chord with extensions. If you have a C 13th chord, which we already looked at, then you have a C 7th, a dominant chord with added extensions. Okay, so don't get confused because they're very different chords with very different functions. All right, so how do we build this chord? Well, first of all, we start with a major triad. Okay, that's our starting point, and we would have our root, our major third, E, and our perfect fifth, G. All right, perfect. Now, we should continue with the other note which we need to start the foundation for this chord, which is the major 7th. Okay, so that will take us down that road of major chords instead of that road of dominant chords. The 7th is the difference, so we would have a B natural because it's a major 7th, it's one half step below the root. So we have C, E, G, B is our major 7th. Now from this starting point, which is the major 7th chord, we add the 9th, which is D, okay? And then we add the 13th, which is A. Or here, you don't have to actually keep going up in octaves. So where's the 11th? Where's the F? Well, as we said before, not only you don't build a major 11th chord, you don't even use it within another chord. Now, it's not illegal or anything, right? You can use it, but it really doesn't sound good. So that's the first note you drop from the chord. You don't actually even use the 11th. Although technically the formula would be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. The 11 is dismissed, okay? And then, even then, you see how many notes are here, right? And so there are so many notes in this chord that you won't even usually be able to play them. And so we'll see how we can drop some of them later on as we do our fingering, okay? But this is the formula. Root, major 3rd, perfect 5th, major 7th, major 2nd, which is the 9th. We skip the 11th, which would be an F, and A, the major 6th. Right? It sounds beautiful and mysterious, and I think the reason is that it has so many notes that your ear will fall on one or the other and give it a different color. Now this chord sounds pretty different also depending on the voicing, and because you have to choose which notes to lose or to drop, then it will sound different then too. So let's talk about that first. What notes we can lose? We talked already about the 11th, which is not played, the F. If you're out of fingers or out of strings, there are other notes, of course, you can drop. And the first one would probably be the 5th. So you drop the G. We always do it in many chords that are too rich or too big to play. The G is often dropped because the 5th is really consonant and it doesn't really add much to the proceedings. And the other note you can lose, but you don't have to lose, is the 9th. Okay, so just because a chord has a 13th extension, shouldn't be necessary to play all the previous extensions. So in the case of the 13th, we're dropping the 11th with no issue at all, but you can also drop the 9th. Now you don't have to, so you can keep it and play with that interaction between the 6th and the 9th and the 13th, but otherwise you can drop it, okay? It's not necessary, you're not doing anything wrong. One note you should be careful though you cannot drop is the 7th. You cannot drop the major 7th because otherwise the 13th, which is the 6th, will start acting like a 6. So you will get a 6 chord, a 6-9 chord, you know, and all kinds of stuff. But it's not going to be a major 13. If you want the major 13th chord, you need at least the 7th chord underneath, the major 7th chord plus the 13th. Now you can drop the 11th, you can drop the 9th, you can drop the 5th if you want. You could even drop the root if somebody else is playing it, but not the major 7th, all right? So that's the first thing. The other thing is that as far as using it goes, it has a lot of notes in it. So you usually will play it as the 1 chord, which is in the case of C, then you would put it in C, in the 1st chord. The reason is that if you were actually playing all the notes, including the 11th, then that's it. That's your major scale. There's no other notes left. And so you have to play on the 1st degree, because if you play, for example, on the 4th degree, then something's going to be wrong there, because then it would be F major, right? The actual scale, not just the chord, but the scale. This chord has all the notes of a scale inside it. Now, because we often skip certain notes, so if we skip the 11th, we don't play it, then this would actually fit over the 4th degree. So you have to be mindful of that. Getting into too much detail on that is way beyond this video. It's an advanced theory thing, but just making sure that if you want to use this somewhere else, you know what you're doing, and you make sure that there are no notes that fall outside the key, okay? Now, if they do fall outside the key and you want to go ahead with it and play it and, you know, fix it in your, you know, or adapt to it with your improvisation, either by ear or because you know what's outside, that's fine. But otherwise, be mindful, because if you just play this chord anywhere, then when you fall onto the other major chords, you'll have problems, all right? So that's the first thing that's important. But usually you can play anywhere when there's a 1 chord and you want it to be richer. I really enjoyed the sound of it. Sometimes it's hard to manage because it has so much information in it. You know, it really has a lot of information. But what else? You can use it as an exercise that I really enjoy doing, and this is the last thing I'll tell you because I don't want to bore you. And today's video is going to be short and easy. So this chord is great if you play it on a loop. So you can loop it. And you record a loop of this, and you have it as a pad underneath, and you can play small scales and musical ideas, because the chord is so rich that you can actually spend a few minutes on just 2 or 3 notes and they will sound great, because the notes of the chord and the content of the chord will enrich those notes. And it's very satisfying, and it's something I often do with big chords. And I always say that a lot of big chords are kind of out of my reach for the music I make, because usually it's rock music and I have a lot of clean stuff, but I also have a lot of distorted stuff. And with distortion, you can get away with a lot of notes in a chord. It sounds, you know, all muddy. And so it's something that I really enjoy, and when I can do it, I do it. I use these very complex chords, and I use maybe 2 simple chords that together give you a complex chord. You know, I get very detailed with the harmonic content, and then on top I can use a very simple melody, which I really enjoy. You know, to me, melodies should be the shorter and the simpler the better. And it's a magical effect, because every time you play over this chord, depending on what note is being emphasized by the playing, then your melody will sound different without ever leaving the key. Okay, so I could talk about this for hours, but the most intelligent thing to do is you go out and try it, okay? Because there's nothing I can tell you that you won't find out in like 2 seconds, I mean, when you do it, right? So definitely try jamming on top of this with very simple scales, and I'll give you one in just a couple of minutes. All right, so let's see a few fingerings for this chord. I think you'll find them beautiful sounding. And here's the first one we already saw. We play the 5th G on the 3rd fret of the 6th string. Then our root is C on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. We let the 4th string ring out, open, and then we play an A, which is our 6th or 13th, on the 2nd fret of the 3rd string, that's A. And then we let ring open the 2nd and 1st string, that's our B and E. Okay, beautiful chord. If you look at the notes we're playing here, we have our C, our E, and our G. That's our major a major triad. Then we have the B for the major 7th, the 9th, D, and the 13th A. So it's a very complete major 13th chord, this one. The only note that's missing is the 11th, which, as we already talked about, it's actually a note you don't want to play. So this is a very complete sounding major 13th chord. And that's the one I suggested you jam on because it really has all the information of the chord right there. So that's the first position. For the next position, we go up to the 8th fret of the 6th string, and we're playing the root, of course, on the 8th fret of the 6th string. And then we skip the 5th string, as we often do in this position. And then we play these two notes with a little bar here on the 9th fret. And we're playing a B, which is our major 7th, and the E, which is our third, the major 3rd. And then, again, we bar, but with the little finger, on the 10th fret, the top 2 strings, and we have the A, which is the 13th, and the D, which is the 9th. So it sounds beautiful. It sounds like a major 13th chord, but here you can see that you can drop a few notes. And again, we drop the 11th, we're not playing the F, but we also are not playing a G. There's no 5th, and it doesn't matter. The sound of the chord remains intact, all right? So that's an example of dropping some notes. And here's another position that I really enjoy. It's another inversion, starts on the A, so it starts on the 13th, and it's on the 12th fret of the 5th string, so that's A. Then we have a bit of a stretch here to the first finger, which is our root, C, and then we bar these 3 strings, and that gives us G, B, and E. So 5th, major 7th, and the major 3rd. Okay, so we have this sound, which is certainly beautiful, but when we look at the notes, we have the root C, E, and G, so we have our major triad. We have a B, which is the major 7th, which we saw that we cannot skip, but then we go straight to the 13th. So in this case, there's no 9th, and of course there's no 11th. Okay, so this one is an example of a major 13th chord that doesn't use the previous 2 extensions. It just falls right on top of the major 7th foundation. And of course it works. Now, sound-wise, it can be confused with many other chords, and I leave it up to you, but you can do an exercise. You can try seeing this chord with all its notes. Try to see it as an A chord, and you'll get a very different formula and a very different chord name. The reason is that when you get so many notes together, there are many ways to see these chords, and usually the actual true function of this chord depends on the context. So what are the bass player and the other guys playing? What's the root? You know, where are we going after this chord? Because they become more and more ambiguous as you add more notes. But certainly you can go ahead and use this as a regular major 13th chord and you'll be fine. But be mindful that bigger chords become more ambiguous. So as promised, let's see a couple of scales that can work with this chord. Now, if we consider the major 13th chord just strictly from the formula, so C, E, G, B, D, F, and A, there's only one scale we can use because this chord is actually a whole scale within the chord, right? Because it's using 7 notes. So if we were to think of C major 13th with a guitar that can play all 7 notes, like a 7th string, but also probably tuned differently because it's impossible, I think, to get to all of them. And if we don't skip the 11th, there's not much we can do. So strictly speaking, we only can play C major because it has the same notes as the chord: C, E, G, B, and then the extensions. D is the 9th, F is the 11th, and A is the 13th. So that's the first thing. So certainly you should practice playing with the major scale. Maybe emphasizing a different note, right? Each time you play. Right? You can try emphasizing different notes of the chord as you play and see what happens. If we consider that the 11th is not played, and if we assume we are not playing the 11th, and we trust everybody else to know that the 11th is not played, then we could venture a bit outside. We could go to the Lydian scale, because the Lydian scale raises the 4th, so the 11th would be raised. It wouldn't agree with the strict formula of the chord, but it would agree with a chord like this, where the 11th is not played. There's no conflict. right? Because I'm not playing the 11th. But strictly speaking, I wouldn't be able to, because the formula of the major 13th chord does include the 11th. So I don't know if it's clear, but if you want to be practical, you can probably use Lydian. But if you want to be strictly theoretical, then probably you shouldn't. So another option would be the major pentatonic, because the major pentatonic doesn't deal with 11ths and is no issue at all. It doesn't have an F. And so we could play this chord and just play C major pentatonic. And we see that we have the root, the second, the major third. We skip the fourth, so there's no issue there. We have the fifth, the sixth, which is the 13th, and the root. And it works. And it's, to me, sounds a bit flat, but, you know, that's what I was saying earlier. You can do something interesting rhythmically with this very complex chord, and then the pentatonic will certainly take on a new sound depending on what note you're emphasizing at the time. So I would try both of these. I would be mindful and careful with the Lydian, just in case. Hello and welcome to a new episode of One Chord a Week. This is Tonelli, and today's chord has a bit of an intimidating name, but it's actually very simple. And I think we've had a couple of more complex chords lately, so this week is going to be easy. And you're just going to learn the chord, and you'll be able to pop it into your chord progressions with no problem at all. All right, so let's begin. The 13th chord is a theoretically complex chord, but in actual use, it's very simple. It's often used as a substitute for the regular dominant 7th chord. That's a fundamental chord, so in case you missed that video, here's a link for you, you can catch up on it. All right, but that's basically how it's used. So where do we find it? Well, we find it pretty much in all styles of music, because all styles of music use the dominant function. So it's very common in jazz music. You'll find it very often there. You'll find it in modern classical music. You'll find it in film scores. And then, you know, everything that's heavily based on dominance. So the blues, of course, you'll find it sometimes in rock, especially on cleaner sounds, because a lot of tensions are hard to deal with distortion. And you'll find it in funk, you know, in a lot of styles of music. And it's really a great chord to have, because with little effort, because you can just basically pop it in anywhere there's a regular 7th chord, you'll get this deeper dimension to your progressions. So let's see how we build it. The only part of this chord that could be a bit intimidating is the formula, just because it holds so many notes in it. But it's actually very simple. We have, as the basis for the chord, a dominant 7th chord, so root, 3rd, 5th, and minor 7th. And then on top of it, we're going to add the 9th, the 11th, and the 13th. Now, this sounds like a lot, but in actual use, many of these notes are skipped, all right? So it's a lot simpler than it sounds. But the full formula is like this. We have, of course, C as the root, as always in these videos. Then we have E and G, which are the major 3rd and perfect 5th. And then the B flat, which is the minor 7th. This is our basis dominant 7th chord, which serves as the building foundation for the rest of the chord. And now we're going to stack 3 more thirds on top of the 7th. So we're going to go from the 7th to the 9th, which is D. Then from the 9th, another third up to the F. And then another third up to the A, which is the 13th. So we have root C, major 3rd E, perfect 5th G, minor 7th B flat, and then the 9th is D, the 11th is F, and the 13th is A. So a lot of notes, but they're all stacked thirds. It's a third between the root and the 3rd, another third between the 3rd and the 5th, another third between the 5th and the 7th, and between the 7th and the 9th, and the 9th and the 11th, and the 11th and the 13th, it's all thirds, all right? So it's actually very simple. You just stack thirds. As a matter of fact, if you count the notes, it's all the notes in the scale. It's 7 notes for this chord. Of course, it gets a lot easier when it comes time to actually play it or analyze the sound. So let's get right to the sound of it and see how we can use this chord. It's a beautiful sounding chord, the 13th chord, and as you may have noticed, I'm only playing 4 notes, and I just told you that it has 7 notes. So let's deal with that first, because it's the most important thing. These chords are not easily manageable when you have to play 7 notes. Doesn't matter the instrument. On the guitar, it's even worse, of course. You don't even have 7 strings. Well, most guitars don't. But even if we had 100 strings, we still probably wouldn't use all the notes. Usually, harmony is built over 4 voices. Not always, but you know, basic foundational harmony is 4 voices. You have the bass, the tenor, the alto, and the soprano. That's how they're built. Even if they're not singers, they're looked at as 4 voices. So all chords tend to be reduced to 4 chords. Now, how do you reduce a chord that has 7 notes to 4? Well, it's quite simple. For example, the 5th of the chord, in this case is G, doesn't really add much. It doesn't have a lot of character, right? And so the G is the first note that we lose, or the 5th. So now we only have 6 notes. We have the root, the 3rd, skip the 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th. Now, the 3rd and the 7th must be used because they are the ones that tell you that it's a dominant 7th chord. It's a tritone we talked about in many other chords, like the 7/4 chord, the diminished chord. Here's links in case you need them, all right? So 3rd and 7th we have to keep them. The root we might lose if the bass player is playing it or another instrument is covering the bass. But in this case, we're going to leave it, okay? So we have root, 3rd, and 5th. I'm sorry, root, 3rd, and 7th. We do lose the 5th. Now, we have the 3 extensions, 9, 11, and 13. Of course, we need the 13, right? Because it's important, obviously. It's our note that gives the name to the chord. So we keep 1, 3, 7, 13. 9 and 11 we can lose. As a matter of fact, 11 sounds pretty bad together with the 3rd. So we're going to skip the 11, and then the 9th is kind of there if you want it. You could swap it for the root if you don't need the root, or on the guitar maybe, or other harmony, you can use certainly 5 notes. So usually you will see root, 3rd, 7th, and then the 13th, and maybe the 9th. Okay, so usually it's 5 notes, sometimes 4 without the 9th or the root. Okay, so that's why you can play it perfectly on the guitar and it still works. As a matter of fact, this one that I'm playing here, which of course I'll show you in a little bit, 3 positions on the neck as always, but if I'm playing this, you look at the notes I'm playing a C, a B flat, which is the minor 7th, necessary of course, the E is the major 3rd, and then I'm playing the A. This is without anything else, so I don't use the 9th, I don't use the 5th, and I don't use the 11th. But listen to the function. It still resolves beautifully onto the root F. Okay, so I have C13th as the 5 and F major as the 1. Okay, so the function stays the same even though I'm losing a lot of notes. Right, so that's the first thing. Another thing that's worth mentioning really quick is that this chord shouldn't be confused with the 6th chord, okay, because the note is the same. The 13th is the same as the 6th. But the 13th chord is a dominant chord, so it's a dominant 7th chord plus a 13th. The 6th chord, or major 6, is a major chord with a 6th. Okay, so the first one is C, E, G, B flat, that makes it a 7th chord, plus an A. The 6th chord is C, E, G, A. Totally different function. As a matter of fact, we already studied the major 6th chord. And so, I'm sorry to say it, but here's a link. You have a major chord with a 6th that functions as a tonic, as a root chord. It's totally different. This one, the 13th chord, functions as a dominant chord. All right, so completely different. As a matter of fact, this one will resolve into the other one. Right, so don't get them confused. 6th is one thing, 13th is another. All right, so that's extremely important. I've seen people go like, this doesn't sound right. Well, of course, because it's a dominant chord. This is very unstable, and it has to resolve. The 6th chord, is a tonic chord, so it's peaceful and restful, and it's kind of the destination of the dominant. All right, just so you know it, keep it in mind. All right, so let's move on to 3 fingerings for this chord. I really enjoy the sound of it. I think it sounds somehow peaceful. I don't know why, because it's a dominant, so it's not very restful, but it sounds, I don't know, it sounds like a happy place to me. So I'm going to show you how to play this specific position right now. We start on the 3rd fret of the 5th string with the C, then we play the major 3rd E on the 2nd fret of the 4th. Now we use a little bar here on the 3rd fret for both the 3rd and 2nd string. This gives us our B flat and D. And then here's our 13th up here. And there you have it. So this chord actually uses a 9th. Okay, so we have a root, a 3rd, the 7th, the 9th, and the 13th. Okay? Beautiful chord. The 2nd position is a bit higher on the neck, and it's always good to have because we have the root on the 6th and then on the 5th string, so that covers a bit of the fretboard. And we have the root on the 8th fret of the 6th string. Then we skip the 5th string and we play 8 on the 4th, 9 on the 3rd, and then we play 10 on the 2nd string. I like to add the D, the 9th. If you want, you don't have to, but I like to bar the 1st string on the same fret. Like that. As always, be mindful of the 5th string. You should not play that. So if you play with a pick, mute it with this finger. If you play with your fingers, which is a bit hard to do because there's so many notes, but then just skip it, all right? So it's important with this chord to always control the 5th string. For our final position, I'm gonna stick to the 8th fret, and I give you a big bar chord, which are always useful. And it's basically the same as a regular 7th chord. So 8, 10, 8, 9. But then when we get to the 2nd string, we're going to add the A, the 13th note, or the 6th, here on the 10th fret, okay? So it goes like this, 8, 10, 8, 9, 10, 8. Of course, the index finger plays a bar here and covers the whole thing. And this is very useful when you want to play big chords. It has a lot of range from the very bottom to the very top. Right? So these are the 3 positions. Now, as far as scales go, we'll keep it quick and simple because it's a dominant chord and is not the first one we look at. And so the scales are very similar. I would probably stick to Mixolydian and Lydian dominant. So the first one is Mixolydian, is a major scale with a flat 7. This note here, which is the one that makes the chord dominant. And of course it includes all the 9th, 11th, and the 13th. They're all here. And over a simple 13 chord, you can play it. Right, very basic Mixolydian sound. The next scale is the Lydian dominant, and you have to be a bit more mindful with this one because you cannot be playing a C13th chord with an 11th because the 11th is sharpened in the Lydian dominant. So usually you will not find an 11th in the C13th chord as we saw earlier in the formula. But just in case, so you know, if something sounds strange, it's probably because somebody's playing a C13th with an 11th and you're trying to play the raised one, all right? But the idea behind this scale is the same as a Mixolydian with a raised 4th. So the F in this case is sharp. All right, and it sounds very cool. Right, it works very well. Just be careful of that 11 thing. So if you have an 11 in the chord, don't play this scale. Hello, this is Tonelli. Welcome back to One Chord a Week. Today's video is going to be short and simple, or at least simple. I do seem to have a hard time doing short, but it's a direct continuation of last week's video, so it's going to be extremely easy for you to understand. Let's check it out. The minor 13th chord is of course closely related to the minor 11th chord we saw last week. So here's a link. If you missed that video, you should definitely check this out. And we might also see it as a kind of a variation on the major 13th chord. And we did that just a couple of weeks ago. So again, here's a link. And if you get those those videos, if you understand them, then this one is going to be very simple. The sound is very Dorian oriented, so it will kind of skew you towards maybe jazz or a jazz interpretation of minor chords. But you can also, of course, find it in rock and funk. You can find it in pop music, and you can find it in classical music. And it's a big chord, and so sometimes you'll see it in a reduced manner. So we'll look at that in the three fingerings section of this video. But overall, it's one of those chords that you want to learn and you want to understand it completely, but then you might want to use it in sections, right? So you could have maybe the rhythm section plays just a simple minor chord, and then your melody will emphasize maybe those extensions, the 13th and the 9th, and or maybe you can just split it between different instruments. On the guitar is actually an impossible chord to play because it's made up of 7 notes, as we'll see briefly, but that's no issue at all. We guitarists were full of resources. All right, so let's see how we build it. So technically speaking, this chord is made up of 7 notes, all the notes of a scale. And that scale is the Dorian scale, as we'll see later. But even though later on we'll play omitting some notes, I will show you the formula for the full thing. Okay, so don't get scared. If it's 7 notes, it's fine. There's no issue at all. And of course, the starting point for this chord is a minor triad, and after that, the minor 7th. Okay, those are the building blocks for this chord. And let's begin with the minor 7th, which is root. In this case is C. We have a minor 3rd, which is E flat. We have a perfect 5th, which is G. And then the minor 7th, remember, is a whole step below the root. And so we have B flat. That's a starting point. Now on top of this minor 7th chord, we have to add extensions. And technically speaking, again, on the minor 13th chord, we have all 3 extensions, the 9th, the 11th, and the 13th. And those notes are, for the 9th, we have a D, which is one whole step above the root. Then we have the perfect 4th, which is the 11th, which is F. And then we have the 13th, which is A, which is the same as a 6, or it's a major 6th. So overall, we have root C, E flat, which is the minor 3rd, perfect 5th G, minor 7th B flat, major 9th D, perfect 4th, which is the 11th F, and major 6th, which is the 13th A. It's a bunch of notes, but we'll see now how we can manage so many notes in one simple chord. So you can see that it's worth learning because this sound is really something else. And this chord, of course, has a very distinctive Dorian sound. The reason is that the 13th is a major 6th, and the only regular mode, diatonic mode that we know, which is a minor scale but has a major 6, is the Dorian scale. That's why this chord becomes very useful in jazz, where a lot of minor 7th chords, if not all of them, are considered to be Dorian, are sometimes considered to be the beginning of or part of a 2-5-1 progression. So without getting too specific, Dorian is a very often used mode of jazz, and so this chord works perfectly. So in the case of jazz, most likely we could say that you can take any minor chord and replace it, or a minor 7th chord, and replace it with this chord. If you're playing in a more diatonic or more tonality-based kind of music, like pop or even rock music, then you might want to be careful with this chord, because in a major scale, right, which has major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished, those are the 7th chords of a major scale, you can only fit this chord on the 2nd degree, the Dorian degree. So in C major, you could only use this one in D minor. So when you find D minor, you can replace it with this. You couldn't replace it on the 3rd degree or the 6th degree, because some of the notes of the chord in the extensions will not agree with that position. Okay, so if you're playing in, let's say, C major, you can only play this chord in D minor on the 2nd degree. If you're playing in A major, you would use it in B minor. Okay, so it's important to understand that if this chord, has a lot of notes, and so it only fits in one position. Now, if you control chords, we already talked about this last week. If you know a lot about chords and a lot about scales, then you can say, well, what if I play this chord, but I drop one of the extensions? Then it will open it up to a new scale. That's fine, but that's really beyond the scope of this video. So for now, keep in mind that this is a 2 chord if you're playing in a diatonic context. If you're playing functionally, then whenever you want, you can use it. Just make sure that your melody and your scale will agree with it. Okay, the other thing that's fun about this chord is that it's made up of 7 notes, which means it's actually a scale played all at once, right? Because we have 7 notes and the scales are made up of 7 notes, and it's actually the Dorian scale again. So if you spread out the formula of the minor 13th chord, you get exactly the same as if you were playing the Dorian scale. All right, I'm going to show it to you actually really quickly. So the chord, as we saw in the formula section, is like this. We have C, E flat, G, B flat, D, F, A. The Dorian scale is the same notes in a different order. We play them from bottom to top. C, D, E flat, F, G, A, B flat, C. Same notes. And that's why it's a chord that's very specific. It will require a certain scale, which is the Dorian scale. As far as sound goes, I really enjoy it. It does fluctuate a little bit depending on voicings because it's such a big chord. It fluctuates also a little bit depending on what notes you drop. And we should talk about that really quickly before we move on to the fingerings. I would say, as always, the 5th is the first to go because the 5th really doesn't add much. You will often find it in jazz without a root, but at least when I'm teaching them, I like to preserve the root because they kind of anchors everything and lets you know the sound of the chord compared to it, which is important. You see that it often drops the 11th. That's one of the notes that's almost often dropped. So of the 3 extensions, the 11th often goes. And you could actually even drop the 9th, okay? Because in this case, the important part of the minor 13th chord and its name is that it's a minor 7th chord with a 13th. Then it also allows the 9th and 11th, but they're not necessary. And so the really key notes here are the root. Even if you don't play it, somebody has to, right? So the root is important. The minor 3rd, the minor 7th, because it makes it a minor 7th chord, which is the basis for the minor 13th chord, and then the 13th. So the 5th, the 9th, and the 11th, you can do without. And so from 7 notes, if you drop those 3 notes, you get a 4-note chord, a lot easier to manage. But if you're learning from a book or a dictionary of chords, don't be concerned if you see a small fingering for this. You know, you see a little tiny chord and you're like, how is it possible if it has 7 notes and I'm only playing 4 or 5? It's no problem at all. It's considered absolutely normal to drop certain notes from big chords. All right, so let me show you how to play it. This first position is a very common one and a good example of a small, tiny chord that doesn't seem to agree with such a big formula. But it's very common and it's played like this. We have the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we have the B flat, which is our minor 7th, on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string. And then we play the minor 3rd, which is E flat, on the 4th fret of the 2nd string. And finally the 13th, or major 6th, which is A, here on the 5th fret of the 1st. And as you can see, despite of having only 4 notes, it retains the color and the sound of the chord because it has the root, the minor 7th and the minor 3rd, and the 13th, the 4 necessary notes for this chord. All right, if you wanted to, you could add this F here, which is very easy to do because it's right between these 2 notes, and play like this. And this will be the sound of a minor 13th chord with the 11th also. So the 11th, you can lose it, but you certainly don't have to. You know, you can still keep it and it sounds good. To me, it kind of distracts a bit from the 13th sound, but you know, it's an option. So this is the first position. The second position is almost the same as the first one, but I really like the sound, so I'm going to show it to you. And it's like this. It's 3 again on the 5th string on the 3rd fret, which is C. Then we play the G here, which is the 5th, on the 5th fret of the 4th. Then we play the minor 7th again here on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string. And then again, just the same as before, E flat here and A here, minor 3rd and 6th. And it's very similar, but the 5th really rounds the sound, so check it out. I just find it a very pleasing sound, and you know, it's normal that big chords are pretty sparse on the fretboard. There's not like 1,000 positions for them, but I really enjoy this one, so I thought I'd share it. And for the third position, let's move to the 8th fret, where we have this big shape here. We are using a bar, and this bar takes care of the following strings. On the 6th string, we have the C. On the 4th string, we have the B flat, which is the minor 7th. Below that, on the 3rd string, we have the E flat, which is the minor 3rd, and then the root again on the 1st string, which could be skipped if you wanted to. And then on the 10th fret, we have the G here on the 5th string, and our A, which is the 13th, on the 2nd string. And all together it goes like this. And I really like that sound too. It's pretty big, but it's still manageable. And it's a great chord to jam on with, for example, the Dorian scale, which we look at right now. As you can imagine, we don't have that many options when it comes to scales with this chord, because it's actually a full scale in chord shape. So it's pretty much decided for us that the scale that works with this chord is Dorian. Now, before we continue with that, let me repeat that if you are a total master of chords and a total master of scales, then you can say, well, but if I play this chord without this extension or without that note, then that opens up a few possibilities for other scales. But for now, we have to stick to the fact that this chord has 7 notes in it, and those 7 notes correspond to an actual scale. If you know more than that, then fine, but I don't want to be responsible for you jamming with the wrong note over this chord. Besides, if you're not the one person playing the chords, you really don't know how everybody else is going to interpret that minor 13th chord. I might feel like playing it here, maybe I'll play it here, and now I have an 11th, and if you're playing a scale that has a strange 11th, then you're going to have a problem. All right, so for now, let's just stick to the actual scales that are permitted by the actual full chord. And the first one, of course, is Dorian, which is, as we said, a minor scale with a major 6, which is exactly the definition of the chord, which is a minor chord with a major 6. And so it will go something like this. You'll have this chord, and the sound of the mode, it's already within the chord. But you're kind of playing over it. Now, this to me is a bit too easy, right? I have a sound on the chord and I have the same sound on the scale. So one thing I like to do is to use another scale, which is, of course, the minor pentatonic scale. The minor pentatonic scale is built by taking a minor scale and losing the 2nd and the 6th. So because the 6th is missing, then I don't have an issue with it, because the minor scale would have the wrong 6, it would have a minor 6. But because the minor pentatonic scale loses the 6th, then it will fit over this chord. I simply don't have the 6th. And the beautiful thing about it is that you can leave the information of the 6th to the chord, so let the chord do the work, and your scale will not use the 6th. You see that? So I can get a very cool sound, but very rooted, because it's a common scale. It's based on the blues and rock. So it works very well to kind of bring down the minor 13th chord, which is such a complex and sophisticated chord. And I really like that contrast between the sophistication of the chord and the simplicity of the scale. And so you kind of just expose this sound with this one. Okay, and just to be clear, 100%, if you look at a minor pentatonic scale in C, you have these notes. You have C, E flat, so no D, which is the 9th of the chord. We don't use it. C, E flat, F, G, and then B flat. So the A, I'm not using it. So it doesn't matter if my original scale was the minor scale, which had an A flat, and the chord has a natural A. I'm not using a scale that has a 6, so it doesn't matter. This scale will fit over that chord. All right, so those are the 2 suggestions that I would have. And as always, I suggest you record a loop of this chord, and play on top of it. Hello everybody, welcome back to One Chord a Week. I'm afraid today's video is one of the very last ones in this series, but you know, all good things come to an end at one point or another. But I think we had a great time with this whole series, and if you've watched the whole thing and you studied all the chords that I gave you, I think you're well beyond what you would have hoped for when you started playing the guitar. You know, how many chords should I know? Well, now you know, I think it's about 40 videos in this series. So this should get you going, but I am thinking of any chord that I might have forgotten about or I might have left behind. But right now I can't think of any. There's going to be one video next week about altered dominant chords, which is something I've been putting off because, you know, it's going to be a heavy video and it's going to unite about 7 or 8 chords within one video. And I'm trying to make sure that you have all the tools you need to truly understand that video. But after that, I don't think there's any more chords left, or if there are, they're probably not worth your time and trouble right now. You know, then of course I still consider all my videos just a simple foundation for you. They're not the ultimate. I don't pretend to have all the answers, that's for sure, but these videos are to inspire you. And I think all these videos on chords not only will inspire you, but it will actually give you all the tools that you need to get into harmony and chord progressions and to spice up your songs and to, you know, go deeper with the emotions that chords can carry within them. So without further ado, let's begin with today's chord. Today's chord is a dominant 13th sus4 chord. It's nothing new for you if you've been following this series. We looked at the 7 sus4. Here's a link for that. That's kind of the starting point for this whole thing. And then we looked at the 9 sus4 chord, which again is the next step up. It's the same chord with an extra 9th, and here's a link to that. And today is the final one of the series, which is the 13th sus4, which is the same thing as the 7 and the 9th plus a 13th. And the 13th is just a 6th. As far as uses go, if you watched all the other videos, you already know about all this. You'll find it in jazz, of course, because jazz is rich in chords and harmony. You'll find it in fusion, and you'll find it in all kinds of stuff, actually, because complex chords like this sometimes are given to you in a piece of music, and you might not recognize them because maybe they're split up between different instruments. If you look at an orchestra score, you might find that all the notes played by all the instruments will give you this sound. It's quite a beautiful sound, and we'll look at that in a second. But it is a chord that I suggest you know, just check it out, because you never know. It is one chord that I left behind many times when I, you know, through my waves of chord studies. And when I discovered it, I was very pleasantly surprised. And so I'm going to give it to you, and then you'll decide for yourself. Because the name of this chord is 13 sus4, you might wonder what happens to the 11th, because we went from 7 sus4 to 9 sus4 straight to 13 sus4. The reason there's no 11 sus4 is because the 11th is the 4th. So the 11th has been present throughout these chords as the sus4. All right, so that's why there's no 11 sus4 chord, and that's why even though we are in a 13th chord, we don't have to worry about the 11th preceding the 13th because it's already taken care of by the 4. If you don't know about sus4 chords, this is one triad you have to understand and learn. It's non-negotiable. It's not like maybe this chord where it's kind of an extra thing and it's beautiful, but you know, probably not the most common in the world. But sus4 chords you have to know. So check this one out. And while you're at it, also look at the sus2 chord. All right, those are very important, extremely important in all kinds of music. Anyway, going back to the formula, we start with the root C, and then we proceed with the sus4 triad, which is C, then we have the perfect 4th F, and the perfect 5th G. That's our sus4 triad, the building block for this chord. Then the next note will be the flat 7 or minor 7th, which in the case of C is B flat. Now this we've seen many times with all dominant chords and minor 7th chords, so I think you've got it. So right now we're up to a 7 sus4 chord, which is root, 4th, 5th, and minor 7th. On top of that, we're going to add the extensions. The first one in a 13th chord will be the 9th, which is a D, which is the same as a major 2nd. Then we would have the 11th, but again, we've already played it as the sus4, so we move straight up to the 13th, which is a major 6th. It's the same thing, 13 and 6 are the same, and it's an A. So all together again, we have root C, the sus4 or perfect 4th F, the perfect 5th G, the minor 7th B flat, the 9th, which is the same as a major 2nd D, and the 13th or major 6th A. These are all the notes. As you can see, there's quite a few notes in this chord, and the only note that's actually not present is the E, and we'll look more at that in a second in the sound section, so let's check it out. It's pretty beautiful. The 13 sus4 is kind of airy and hopeful. I really like the chord, and it's a kind of a new discovery for me. Probably just the last couple of years I've really gotten into it, and I really enjoy just making a pad of it, or maybe just a very simple rhythm with arpeggios, maybe with long reverbs, you know, and just play over it. And I'll tell you what I play in the next section on scales, but still is a beautiful sound and something you can use. Functionally, I use it as a 5-1. I don't use it as the tritone substitution that we looked at before in other videos. This one to me really resolves to the 1. So if I'm playing C 13 sus4, I would resolve to F. So you get this feeling of openness, but also resolution. Okay, and it's a beautiful sounding chord, really. It's blender, or more bland, I don't know the right word for it, but certainly it is softer than a regular dominant 7th chord. This is softer and richer, and I think it offers many more possibilities, so it's really a beautiful chord. And one thing about the note that's missing is a strange note, because sus4 chords, as you know, are neither major nor minor. And so if you look at the formula again from the previous section, you see that you have a C, a D, which is the 9th, no E, so there's no 3rd, but then we have F, G, A, and B flat. So the only doubt we can have about this chord, if it's major or minor. But because the function of this chord is really a substitution for a dominant chord, even though we play like this, and there's no E here because the chord doesn't have a major 3rd, we still consider it, with no doubts about it, we consider it a dominant chord. So underneath this chord we can assume and imagine a major 3rd. This becomes important, right, you know, after we looked at how we played, we go into the scale section and we'll kind of have to talk about this a little bit. All right, so let's move on to the 3 fingerings so you can then play it and practice with it. So let me give you 3 fingerings for this beautiful chord. They're very easy to play. You'll have no issue at all with them. And the first one is the one I showed you before. It's basically a big bar on the 3rd fret. We don't play the 6th string, but then we go 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, see, the middle strings are all on the 3rd fret. And these notes are C, the root, F, the sus4. We have B flat, which is the minor 7th, we have the D, which is the 9th, and then we have the A, which is the 13th. As you can see, there's no G, but you already know that. You already know that in a big chord, the G or the perfect 5th is the first note to go. We've looked at that many, many times throughout this series of videos, and it's something you can always keep in mind. If you're out of fingers, the G or perfect 5th is the first to go, okay? In this specific chord, there's another note that you could lose, and we're going to look at that right now in the next position, which is kind of midway through the neck. This is an inversion, so we start with B flat here on the 8th fret of the 4th string, which is the minor 7th. Then we go down to the 5th fret on the 3rd string, that's our root C. Then we have F, which is the 4th. And then we have A again, which is of course the 13th. And you can see in this specific chord we're missing 2 notes. We're only playing 4, and they're the ones you would expect. The first one is of course the 5th. There's no G here, but there's also no D. And the reason is that when you have extensions, you don't have to actually play all of them. So we have a 13th, and it doesn't mean that we have to play the 9th. We can play the 9th like we did here, or we can avoid the 9th like we're doing here. Of course, it's a different sound, but it's still the same function, okay? And we looked at this many times. You can check out the major 13th chord. Here's a link. I think it's the last one I have available for this video. But you know, all the big chords that we saw, the 11th chords and the 13th chords, you'll see that extensions, you don't have to put them all into the chord. As a matter of fact, sometimes they don't even sound that good when you cram them all in. All right, and finally, let's move up to the final position. And we'll play it here on the 8th fret of the 6th string. You know, I'm kind of fond of this position for teaching beginners and intermediate students. So we start with the root, this is a C on the 8th fret of the 6th string. We skip the 5th string, and then we play the B flat right below it on the 4th string, same 8th fret. Then we stretch the little finger just a little bit out, and here we play the F, which is the 4th, and below it is an A, which is the 13th. So all together. Now you'll notice that if I stretch my finger just a little more, I can even grab the 9th here, the D. So feel free to do that. But you don't have to. So if you have a hard time with the little finger, or you simply don't like that high D there, you can drop it. So here's the position without the D, or with. They're both, of course, valid fingerings. Let's talk about scales now. The 13th sus4 chord is a big chord, and as all big chords, they influence the scales a lot more than smaller chords, but just simply because they have so many notes within them. And in this case, there really is only one scale that will work according to the function of the chord, which is the Mixolydian scale. I will still give you two of them, but strictly speaking, because we consider this chord to be a dominant chord, even if there's no third, we can assume that it's a major third. And in that case, there's only one scale that will fit, because the chord plus the assumed third actually gives you the full scale. And that scale is the Mixolydian scale. And the Mixolydian scale is a scale that is a major scale, of course, with a flat 7. Like that. And this scale, of course, has the root, the second, which is the 9th. It has a third, which the chord doesn't have, but then it has the 4th of the sus4, the 5th of the chord, the A, which is the 13th of this chord, and then we have the B flat, which is the one that makes it dominant, and then again a C. So all the notes of the chord are included in the scale, and the scale also has an E on top of it, but that E, even though it's not in the chord, is 100% clear that belongs to the chord, because the function of this chord is a dominant function, and dominant functions with 7th chords imply a major triad. All right, so this is actually the only scale you can use, but it's not the only scale you could use, so to speak. And there's another option, which is, let's pretend that the sus4 really truly frees us up for using whatever third we want, because the 4th replaces the 3rd. Even though the function tells us that we should be using a dominant chord, let's pretend that we don't know the function, we just hear this sound. And we can think, wow, I wonder if this could work. Making it minor. And the minor scale, that is basically a Mixolydian scale with a minor third, is called the Dorian scale. So I will just put it out there and you can use it, but make sure that you understand that the function for this chord, it's actually a dominant function, which means that somewhere down the line or before this chord in your progression, you probably will have encountered a major third, or the note that makes this major. So be careful with what you're about to do, which is playing it as if it were kind of a minor thing, but it does work. So the Dorian scale has the same notes as the Mixolydian scale, but the third is different. But because this chord doesn't have a third, we can kind of, you know, squeeze it in, and it does sound pretty good actually. Just be careful of what comes before the chord and what comes after it, because even though this chord does not have an E or an E flat, it doesn't mean that your chord progression doesn't have it. Hello everyone, welcome back. This is Tonelli, and today's chord is one of my all-time favorites. It has a beautiful sound, a real depth to it, and it's also one of those chords with a bit of an intimidating name, but as always, as long as you take a few minutes to understand it, it's really quite simple. So let's begin. The major 7th sharp 11th, it's a bit of a mouthful as far as the name goes, but it's actually quite simple. It's sometimes also called the Lydian chord because it's made up of 5 notes of the 7 notes that make up the Lydian scale. So that makes it quite specific. As we'll see later in the scale section of this video, there's not much you can play over it outside of the very specific Lydian scale, just because it's made up of so many notes, and so it's kind of limited in scope. But it's also very beautiful, and you'll find it in all kinds of music. You'll find it in jazz music, you'll find it in classical and soundtrack movie music, you'll find it in rock and pop sometimes. I really enjoy using it, and the way I use it is both ways. I can use it harmonically, which means I actually do play this specific chord, and sometimes I like to also imply it with melody. So I might use a simpler chord, like a major 7th chord, even just a simple major chord, and on top of it, pick notes that suggest this chord, all right? But to understand all that, first of all, let's look at the formula. The major 7th sharp 11th, as the name suggests, is based on a major 7th chord, which in turn is based on a major chord. In case you missed those videos, here's a couple of links that will take you to both the major 7th chord and the regular major chord. All right, so you can check them out either before continuing, or you can just watch this video and then go back for reference. All right, so we have, of course, a basic major triad to begin with. We have C, E, which is the major 3rd, and G, which is the perfect 5th. Now on top of this major triad, we add the B, the major 7th. And that note is found 1/2 step before the root. So from C, we go down a 1/2 step, which is B, and we have this. And this is a simple C major 7th chord. Now on top of this, we're going to add the sharp 11th. The sharp 11th is very simple. Don't get confused by the strange name. The sharp 11th is simply a 4th that's raised a 1/2 step, okay? And that note is found 1/2 step before the perfect 5th. Very simple. So if we have a G as the perfect 5th, as we just saw, this note, 1/2 step before that, there's an F sharp. And so as long as we play an F sharp, we get the chord, all right? So root, major 3rd, perfect 5th, major 7th, and then the sharp 11th, which is nothing other than a raised 4th. In this case, we're in the key of C, it's F sharp. Sounds beautiful. It really is a magical sound, and the first use for this chord is as the regular, normal, standard 4th chord for a major scale. So if you harmonize a major scale, the 4th chord, if we're in C major, then the 4th chord is F, and that F will be a major triad, if you do triads. It will be a major 7th chord, if you do 7ths, and if you want to add an 11th to it, this is the actual chord you'll find, a major 7th sharp 11th. So even though it has a strange name, it is a diatonic chord. It comes with the scale, it fits the scale, is nothing out of this world. All right, so that's the first use. So you can certainly use it as the 4th degree of a major scale. No matter what major scale you're in, on the 4th chord, you can put this chord. All right, so that's the first use. The other use, and there's not too many of them, so the next use, and probably the final one, is if you want to establish a Lydian sound in the root. So you would use this as the number 1 chord. Okay, so instead of being in a regular C major, you would actually play this chord, and on top of it, you'll be playing actually C Lydian. So you'll establish the key of Lydian by simply using this chord as the 1. And that's it. There's really no other uses for it, except for the fact that it sounds so beautiful, and so, to me, sounds very mysterious but positive at the same time. And so it can really establish a key center for example, if you don't want to play a whole song with this chord, then just a section. So you could have this chord as the basis, for example, for your verse. But then when you move on to the chorus, you might go to the regular major. You see what I mean? So you lower the tension a little bit for the chorus, you open it up to the brighter major sound and less ambiguous, whereas this chord is more atmospheric, right? It has more character to it, but it's also a bit stranger. So you might want that to establish the song, but then for the big chorus, then you might want something simpler. There's so many possibilities, but it's certainly a beautiful chord. I know I always say it, but especially for this chord, you should know way more than 3 positions. It's just so beautiful, but I'm going to give you 3, and this will get you started in exploring the sound of this chord. And as always, I'll try to spread them out through the fretboard so you have them available in all keys, okay? But as always, I'll show them to you in C. So C major 7th, sharp 11th. The first example is this one. We basically play a regular C major chord, but we modify by adding the F sharp. And it goes like this. So we have C on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. We have E on the 2nd fret of the 4th. Then we play 2 open strings, the G and the B. We just let them ring. And then we add the F sharp at the bottom on the 2nd fret of the 1st string. Okay? Beautiful sounding, and it's pretty simple, but in this case we actually play every note of the chord. We are not taking anyone out. We have the C, the E, the G, the B, and the F sharp, so they're all there represented. For the next fingering, we move up the fretboard just a little bit to the 4th fret, where we play the F sharp in the bass, and so it's an inversion, and we have kind of the key note at the bottom, so that will make it a bit stronger. And then we play on the 5th fret, with a little bar here with this finger, we play 5 and 5 on the 3rd and 2nd string, which give us a C and an E. So the root and the major 3rd, and then we play the B, which is our major 7th, on the 7th fret of the 1st string. Okay, so great sounding example. This one doesn't have a G, so there's no 5th here, but we don't care. We talked about this many times before in other videos. The 5th of a chord is expendable usually, unless it's a raised or flat 5th, which then makes the sound of the chord, but otherwise you can drop it. I also like to play this chord in a bit more of a difficult way. I like to add a C at the bottom, and this might be hard for some of you, but it's possible. It just sounds fuller to me when I have this bass here. It's not better or anything, but I enjoy it. So you might want to try this out. Otherwise, this will work. And for the final position, we're moving up to the 8th fret of the 6th string. As you know, I often try to give you a chord position up here because the 6th string is so easy to manage. And when you have the root on it, then it's easy to find for pretty much people of all levels. So we're going to start with the 8th fret of the 6th string. That's our C, the root. We're going to skip the 5th string. So either don't play it or mute it with this finger. And then we play the B and the E on the 9th fret of the 4th and 3rd string. Like that. And then we play 7 on the 2nd string, which is our F sharp. Right? Sounds beautiful. And again, this shape doesn't have a G, which is fine. You don't need a G, you can do without, all right? So those are the 3 positions. When it comes to complex chords, which are made up of many notes, then the options for scales diminish. As long as we have 2 or 3 notes in a chord, like for example, we have a power chord. Here's a link if you missed it. But if we have a power chord that's only 2 notes, then pretty much any scale that has those 2 notes, the root and the perfect 5th, will work. But when you start adding up notes, then of course the amount of scales goes down. So if you have a chord like this one, which has a specific root, a specific 3rd, a specific 5th, a 7th, and an 11th, it's already using up 5 of the 7 notes of a scale. So there's not many scales that you can play with the 2 remaining notes. All right. So as a matter of fact, there are many Lydian scales that I like the Lydian Augmented, Lydian Dominant, but those are not really strictly available here. You could kind of look at them some other way, like alterations, but we're not going to go there because these videos are about chords, actually, not about scales. But so the Lydian scale is really kind of the only option. Okay, so if you have a chord like this, the Lydian scale fits it perfectly because the Lydian scale is a major scale with a sharp 4th or sharp 11th. and it sounds amazingly like the chord. It really sounds like a continuation of the chord. So certainly the Lydian scale is your go-to. But before we finish, I'm going to give you another stranger one, which is surprisingly a minor pentatonic scale. But the trick here is that you play the minor pentatonic scale that begins 1/2 step before the root of the chord. Sounds confusing, but it isn't. So we have a C major 7 sharp 11 chord, this one. And now we can play a B minor pentatonic over it. The minor pentatonic 1/2 step before the root of the chord. So the chord is C and the pentatonic is B. And the reason it works is that if we compile the notes of the pentatonic, we'll see that they fit the chord. Let's check it out. The minor pentatonic of B is the following notes. We have a B, a D, an E, an F sharp, and an A. So when you look at the notes of the pentatonic, you'll see that it only uses notes that come with the chord plus 2 other notes, and those notes are the D and the A. And the D and the A are exactly the notes that are missing from the chord itself to complete the Lydian scale. So you kind of have to look at it this way. When you play a minor pentatonic 1/2 step before the chord, and you put it together with the actual chord, what you're doing is, between both things, you're combining them to find the whole full Lydian scale. So when I add the notes of the chord, which are C, F sharp, B, E, and G, to the notes of the minor pentatonic, B, D, E, F sharp, and A, some of them repeat, which is fine. They overlap. But those that don't are exactly the D and the A, which are the 2 notes that make up the full Lydian scale. So it's kind of interesting, and you'll find some great voicings with it. There's quite a bit of a contrast when you play the scale mixed with a chord. So I suggest you build a little loop of a major 7 sharp 11 on any of the shapes that I showed you that you feel comfortable with, and then try improvising on top of it with both the Lydian in the same root as the chord, or the pentatonic minor 1/2 step before the root of the chord. Hello, this is Tonelli. Welcome back to One Chord a Week. Today's chord is a bit strange, but now that we're reaching the end of this series, I'm probably just a few videos away from finishing up. And you've noticed that we run into many chords where extensions, the 9th, the 11th, and the 13th, but especially the 11th, has been kind of an issue. We had to figure out if we could use it, and if we couldn't use it, how we could manage to fit it in certain chords. And today's chord is one of those that will really help us, even though maybe, you know, with the sound, you won't be using it too much. It does give you insight into how we manage different notes and different chords and different tonalities. And plus, it also gives you the sound of one of my favorite scales. So we'll check that out at the end of the video. But let's begin. The dominant 7th sharp 11th, sometimes simply called 7th sharp 11th, is of course based on a dominant 7th chord, which if you haven't watched, you should watch the video on these chords because they're extremely important. And that sharp 11 gives it a strange sound. Again, we have kind of looked at a sharp 11 before in the major 7 sharp 11th. Here's another link for you. And the major 7 sharp 11 is one of my favorite chords. Now with the dominant version of it, it becomes a bit more strong and maybe just a bit too much for certain uses. But you will find it in certain standards. So if you have a real book, maybe of jazz standards, you'll find it sometimes. You'll find it on horns arrangements. You'll find it sometimes even in scores, for movies, because when you have certain scenes, this chord could be appropriate. But as far as rock music goes, or modern music, or fusion, you will be able to use it even if you only suggest it. And sometimes we talked about this through this series. Sometimes a chord is a bit too much for your composition. Sometimes it's a bit too much for your instrumentation. So if you're using distortion, big chords with a lot of tensions will be problematic. But if you know the chords exist, then you can still take advantage of their sound by maybe layering it. So I could have a major triad on my rhythm guitar, and then I can focus on the 7th and the sharp 11th myself with a melody or a solo, and I will give you that sound. So certainly a chord you should learn. And by the way, you know, it's actually fun to play, and it's a very unusual sound, so it's always good to have those in your toolbox. So let's see how we build it. The easiest way to look at a 7 sharp 11th chord is probably to start from a regular dominant 7th chord and then just add the augmented 4th on top of it. Augmented 4th is the same as a sharp 11th. So let's begin with, of course, the root C, and then we move on to the major 3rd E, the perfect 5th G, and the minor 7th B flat. We've seen it many times, of course, because we've looked at many dominant chords. But then on top of this, we go look for that strange sharp 11th, which is an F sharp, which we associate usually with major, with Lydian. Is not very often associated with the dominant sound, so it does sound kind of weird. But you'll see that it creates a wonderful scale that I can't wait to teach you. So let's continue with the sound section, and then we'll move on to scales. And this is the sound of the 7 sharp 11th. It's kind of mysterious and bright. At the same time, it's kind of obscure and, you know, a bit menacing maybe. But it's not a bad chord, and there's one use I like to make of it. And when we get to very complex chords, sometimes the rules are kind of blurry because you can look at them many different ways. And you can, you know, you'll find an example in a song that does one thing and then an example in another one that does another. You know, so this chord is not as easy to give you a cut and dry application as maybe just a regular dominant chord. But here's what I like to do with it. As you know, some dominant chords, they're called the tritone substitutions, but basically what they do is they resolve downward by a half step. So if you are in C major, you might have D flat 7 to C. Okay, so if you know a bit of theory, you'll have encountered this. If you're new to this, it's still good to know. You don't have to know why right now. Of course, it's not what we're doing in this series of videos, but still, now you know that you can use a dominant 7th chord 1/2 step above its resolution. And this is how I like to use this chord. I enjoy the sound it makes when you go from the 7 sharp 11 to the major chord 1/2 step before it. So I basically use it as a tritone substitution. And you can also use it, of course, resolving as a regular dominant chord, 5/1. So if you had a G, 7 sharp 11, you will resolve it to the 1. But I enjoy more the downward half step resolution. And that's pretty much it for the sound. It sounds strange, but this chord is very specific. One thing you should keep in mind is that the sharp 11, the raised 4th, is usually associated with the Lydian sound, which is, of course, a very major sound. It's not dominant. And we looked at the major 7th sharp 11th chord, and this is not a dominant sound. But when you use it, the sharp 11 over a dominant chord, you get this strange thing where the sharp 11 wants to go somewhere, the 7th wants to go somewhere else, and you should certainly explore it. But the good thing about this chord is that it gives rise to a beautiful scale that I will share with you right now. I almost forgot, before we move on to the scales, we have to learn 3 fingers on the fretboard so that then you can use those scales over the chord. So let me show you 3 very quick positions that you can start with right now. The first one is the following. Based on this 7th chord, we'll have the root on the 5th string, 3rd fret, and then we go right into the raised 11th or the sharp 11th on the 4th fret of the 4th string. That's the F sharp. Then we have on the same 3rd fret as before, on the 3rd string, we have the B flat, which is our minor 7th. Then we play the E, the major 3rd, on the 5th fret of the 2nd string, and then again with the same first finger, we play the G, which is the 5th on the 3rd fret of the 1st string. And this is a position that uses all the notes, but usually with this chord, the only note you can really drop is the 5th. because everything else is kind of part of the chord. The third and the minor seventh are part of the dominant sound, and of course the sharp 11, if you remove it, then is not a 7 sharp 11th chord anymore. Okay, so this one actually uses all the notes. When we move up to the 8th fret of the 6th string, another usual position for us, we have this chord. We have the root on the 6th string, 8th fret, and then again we go straight to the sharp 11th, the F sharp here on the 9th fret of the 5th. And then with this bar here, with the first finger, we play again the 8th fret on the 4th string. That's the B flat. That's our minor 7th, which makes it dominant, together with the 9th fret again on the 3rd string, which is E, which makes it again dominant, together with the flat 7. And then following with the bar, we have on the 8th fret of the 2nd string a G, which is the 5th, and the root again, which is C on the 1st string, and it sounds like this. If you don't want to play this C way up there, you can remove it, because after all, you've already played it at the bottom on the bass string. So whatever you want to do works. And finally, we move up to the 10th fret of the 5th string. We're going to play it in inversion. We're going to put the 5th G at the bottom. So on the 10th fret of the 5th string, we have G. On the same fret of the 4th string, with a little bar, we have the root C. Then we move up to the 11th fret, and we play the 11th, the sharp 11th F sharp, and the 7th B flat. So we have this. And then we still need to play an E, because we have to make it a dominant 7th chord. So this finger will take care of that on the 12th fret of the 1st string, and it goes like this. And there you have it, 3 positions. You can get started right away with this strange, beautiful chord, and then you'll know it. And that's the point of these videos after all. Now let's move on to scales. The scale I'm talking about is called the Lydian dominant scale, or Lydian flat 7 scale. And it's a mode of the melodic minor scale, again, well beyond the scope of these series of videos, but still, you can check it out. It's called the Lydian dominant. And what it is a Lydian scale with a flat 7. Whereas usually the Lydian scale would have a major 7, this one has a minor 7. And the reason that's important is that it gives us the major triad, it gives us the sharp 4 of the Lydian, but also it gives us the minor 7th of the dominant chord. So this scale fits perfectly over this chord. And so here's what it would sound like. You have this sound of the chord and the sound of the scale. It sounds great. And one way I like to use this scale is to not maybe have such a specific chord underneath. So maybe I will just play it over a regular dominant 7th chord, or maybe even just over a 5th chord, a power chord. By the way, here's one of the first videos of this series, the power chord. Or maybe I would use it over a simple major triad. You see what I mean? So it's a sound that you can certainly get used to, and it's a beautiful sound. And there's no better way of getting used to the sound of a scale as finding the chord that exemplifies that scale. And so that's why I really wanted to teach you this chord, the 7 sharp 11, because it's basically the sound of this scale. But when you play it all together, it does sound a bit dissonant, but still you get access to this great sound. Another way we can look at a scale is, of course, by what's missing. And so this chord is very specific, but still we can kind of trick it and find another scale, which is the major pentatonic scale. The reason is that the major pentatonic scale is based on a major scale, and we lose the 4th and the 7th note. And thankfully, the 4th and 7th notes are exactly the F sharp and the flat 7 B flat, which don't fit the major scale. So by removing these 2 notes, because the major pentatonic is root, 2nd, 3rd, 5th and 6th. There is no 4th and there is no 7th. And so we can kind of stick it on top of this chord. And it will work. And what happens here is that you have a very bland scale, which is the major pentatonic. It doesn't have, there's not much going on in the major pentatonic. You know, we don't have any half steps. It's kind of mellow. And at the same time, you have these tensions on the chord. And so if that's what you're looking for, you know, a very simple melody, a very laid-back melody, but still a lot of harmonic content, then this might be an option. So use this very rich chord with the 4th and the 7th, and then use an easier scale like the major pentatonic. So both of them will work. And there are not many more that you can use over this chord. It's very specific. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. Today's video requires just a bit of setup and a bit of information on my part about how I'm going to manage the altered chords in this series. Okay, there are many altered chords and some of them are very similar. And so here's what I'm gonna do. There will be a video coming up in the next few weeks with all the altered chords grouped together. And by altered chords, I mean the dominant altered chords with both a 5th and a 9th, okay? There's quite a few of them, and they can have both the 5th and the 9th altered. They can only have one of those notes altered. And if you're not familiar with this, don't worry about it. I'll explain everything in detail when the time comes. Okay, so that will be our altered video. But then you see today's video, the dominant flat 5 chord, and you say, well, this is a dominant chord with an altered 5th. And technically speaking, you're right. So today's video could be certainly considered a dominant altered chord. But because it's so similar and so close to the regular dominant chord, which is a fundamental chord, I thought that I would make a separate video for today's chord, which is the dominant flat 5 chord, and also its close relative, the dominant sharp 5 chord. So there will be a video on that coming up. Okay, so I just want to make sure that it's clear how this chord that we're doing today and the 7th sharp 5 are not included in the altered chord video, although the altered chords are actually based on these two chords, all right? So if you see the title of this video and you say, well, that's an altered chord, you are correct, but I am giving this chord today, the dominant flat 5, and eventually the dominant sharp 5, their own videos. I think it will be beneficial, and I think if you know about altered chords, it's no problem at all, and if you don't know about them, this will kind of introduce you in an easier way to the strange sound and functions of the altered chords, all right? So let's begin. The 7th flat 5 chord is a very sophisticated and interesting sounding chord. I personally like it a lot, and it's quite easy to use. It's often used as a substitute for dominant chords, as we'll see shortly. And you'll see it very often in jazz, and but it's really a very useful sound. So even if you're not into jazz, you can still use it. I like using it, and it's really that simple. You just pop it in anywhere you usually would have a regular dominant chord. You have to, of course, you know, be careful of what you're doing on top of it, what you're doing with the arrangements, because you don't want to change a note here and there without thinking about the consequences of it. But really, it's a very beautiful sound and a beautiful color. So let me show you how we build the chord and what differences there are between this chord and other chords, you know, that are actually very simple. Before we get to the formula of the 7th flat 5 chord, let me just say one thing. This is a chord that is often confused with another chord that's called dominant or 7th sharp 11. There's a difference between these two chords, and we'll have a video on the dominant sharp 11 pretty soon, but this chord we're doing today, the dominant flat 5 chord, is a dominant 7th chord where the 5th, which is usually a perfect 5th, has been lowered a half step, okay? So we don't have a perfect 5th, but we replace it with a flat 5. Whereas the dominant sharp 11 is a 7th chord, so root, 3rd, 5th, and minor 7th. And on top of that, we add the sharp 11th, which is the same as a flat 5, but it's added on top of it. So we're not replacing it. We still have the foundation of a regular dominant 7th chord. In today's video, as we'll see right now in the formula, we're actually losing the perfect 5th and we're replacing it with a flat 5. So different chords, different sounds. If you want to get into the sharp 11 sound, there's already a chord published here in this series called the major 7 sharp 11th. Of course, it's a different function, but it will get you introduced to the sound of the added sharp 11th. The formula of the 7th flat 5 chord is, of course, quite simple. We basically start with a regular dominant 7th chord and lower the 5th a half step, all right? So starting from the bottom, we would have C as the root. Then we would have our major 3rd, which is E. Then we'd have the strange note, the diminished 5th, which is pretty easy. We start from the regular perfect 5th and we lower it a half step. So from G we go down to G flat. So we have root, major third, the diminished fifth, G flat, and then we have the regular dominant seventh or minor seventh, B flat. And that's the formula. Now, be careful, because we did see the flat 5 many times before in the diminished chord and so on, but this is actually a major triad. So we have root, major third, and the strange thing is that we lower the fifth. So don't get confused, don't play the minor third, because then it will just be the half diminished or minor 7 flat 5 chord, which we already saw, and you know, it's a great chord, but it certainly is totally different in function as to this one. All right, so root, major third, flat 5, and minor 7. I really like this sound. To me, it has the edge of a dominant chord, but it also has the mystery and the strangeness of a flat 5, and I really like it. And it's very simple to use. Usually this chord is used to replace or substitute any dominant chord. Okay, so basically the most common dominant chord will be on the 5th degree of the scale, so we would have G7 as the 5, resolving to 1, which is C. So if we take a very simple chord progression, it could be 2, which is D minor 7th, 5, which is G7th, and 1, which is C. Very simple. So instead of this G7th, we could use this chord, and we would have the same chords. We would have D minor 7th, G7th, but this time with the flat 5. Sounds strange until you resolve it back to C. Okay, so as you noticed, I created this little chromatic thing by using this chord, because we have the D minor 7th with this D down here. When I go to the G7 flat 5, I have this D flat, and when I go to C, I have a C. So I'm creating this beautiful descending chromatic run on the, in this case, in the high voice. Another way to do this, to achieve the same chromatic run but in a different way, is to use this chord to replace the tritone substitution, which means it's a strange name, but it's very simple. Whenever you have a dominant chord, you can replace it with the same kind of chord, the same 7th chord, but with the root 1 tritone above. So in this case from G, instead of playing G7, I could actually play D flat 7. And it would be the same kind of progression. Right? The same kind of resolution, but it's a bit of a different sound. So we replace the G7 for the G7 flat 5. We can certainly replace the D flat 7 for the D flat 7 flat 5. And it will give us again this chromatic thing, because we have D minor 7, D flat 7 flat 5, and then C major. And now we have the run in the lower register. Okay, so that's probably the 2 most common uses for this chord, but eventually, you know, you can use it every time you have a regular dominant 7th chord. You can pop this in instead of it. Now be careful, of course, because you replace a regular diatonic note for one that is outside the scale. After all, it is an altered chord, and so your melody and your arrangement and your bass, and if you have chords underneath, you know, they all have to agree with this. And another thing that's curious about this chord is that it has only 2 possible inversions. So check this out. If I play this version of the chord and I move it up a tritone, it's the same chord. All right? And it's pretty interesting, but if you check it out, you have C, G flat, B flat, and E. And if I move it up here, I have G flat, C, E, and B flat. It's the same chord. So there are really only truly 2 inversions possible, the one that starts on the root and the one that starts on the 3rd. As soon as I move to the diminished 5th, I'm in the same chord as before. And the other thing that's curious about it is that it has 2 tritones. We have 1 tritone from the C to the G flat, which is our diminished 5th. And then we have another tritone that is between the E and the B flat, or between the B flat and the E, doesn't matter. So it's made up of two tritones. It has two tritones that they're kind of trying to resolve. So it's a very interesting chord in sound and also in its construction. Because of the peculiarities of its constructions, there are not actually many fingerings for this chord, and some of them can be complicated. I'm going to give you 3 of them that you can use right now. They're pretty easy to play. And the first one has the root on the 1st fret of the 2nd string. So we're in this area of the neck, but be mindful that the root is not up here, but it's down here, all right? And it's like this. We have, on the 2nd fret of the 6th string, we have the G flat, which is our diminished 5th. We skip a note, a string, sorry. And then we play the E on the 2nd fret of the 4th string, that's our 3rd. We play our minor 7th on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, that's B flat. And the root finally on the 1st fret of the 2nd string. Okay, so that's our first position. Next, I'm going to go to the 3rd fret of the 5th string, because it's a useful place, of course. And we'd have this. We have the root now on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we have the diminished 5th, which is on the 4th fret of the 4th string. That's G flat. Then we can play B flat on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string. And then stretch your little finger a little bit outwards to the 5th fret of the 2nd string. That's E. And this is again the same chord, okay? Now, the final position I'm going to give you in on the 8th fret of the 6th string. And you will notice that it's the same exact thing as down here. And we already talked about why, you know, but I think it's useful to have one with the root at the bottom. So I'm going to give it to you on the 6th string as well. So I'm going to give you this position, which is kind of the same as this. Makes it easier this week to memorize all of them. And so it's the same thing. It's 8, skip the 5th string, and then 8, 9, and 7. So the order of the notes change, of course, but it is the same notes and it's the same chord. So basically, whenever you learn one of these chords, or even if you look for your own fingerings, then you can play the same thing, one tritone above, and you'll get the same exact chord. Right, so it's pretty simple actually to play, and it's pretty simple to find. Another way to look at it is you can take any dominant 7th positions that you know, you find the 5th and you lower it, and that's it, right? Or you could take a half diminished chord and raise the 3rd. And since we looked at already a lot of these chords, and there's links up here if you need them, then you have a bunch of fingerings for this chord that you already know, but you just don't know about it. Okay, so you can go and modify these 2 chords, for example, and find a bunch of them. All right, so good luck. When it comes to scales, we're walking into rarefied air because this chord is really quite specific. But you'll be surprised actually at how many scales actually fit this chord. But you know, these videos are really about chords, and I'm always wary of going into too much depth with scales because it really does fall beyond the scope of these videos. But I will give you 2 scales to look at. And the first one is the whole tone scale, which we already saw in the Augmented chord. And it's a very simple scale. It's made up of a bunch of whole steps. It's all whole steps. And it's usually associated with the Augmented sound, but funnily enough, it works with this chord that has a diminished 5th. And the reason is that if you look at the structure, we find the major 3rd, the Augmented 4th or diminished 5th is the same note, and the flat 7. So all the notes of the chord fall into these whole tone scales, and so you can try it out, play the chord, and then improvise a little bit with these series of whole steps. And you see that it works perfectly. And I really like the sound of the whole tone scale. And another strange scale that works over this chord is called the Lydian minor. Now, I won't go into the details of the Lydian minor because it's really beyond what we're doing here. But first of all, it's called the Lydian minor and it's a major scale. And the second of all, it's the 4th mode of another strange scale, which is called the Neapolitan major scale, that has a very close relative that's called the Neapolitan minor. All with its, you know, they all have their own modes. And so for now, just think of it this way. it's a whole tone scale that, like we just saw, but it adds the perfect fifth. So we have this little chromatic. It adds this little chromatic sound, and it becomes interesting because this fifth, it gives you this strange chromatic sound against the diminished fifth of the chord. So I suggest you make a little loop of this or any other position that I taught you, and try playing the whole tone. And the whole tone, you'll see how it really fits the chord like a glove. It has no added edge to it. You know, the chord is kind of edgy, but once you start improvising with the scale, you just maintain that edginess of the chord, you don't add to it. But when you add this this little natural five there with the chromatic run, it becomes very interesting. Very well, you've made it to the end of this intense video. I hope it wasn't too much. You know, I'm always walking a fine line with these videos because I want to give you enough information, but I can't teach you everything there is to know about a single chord in one sitting. It just simply wouldn't be beneficial. It's too much information, and it will certainly be too much for a shorter video, and it can be absorbed in one sitting. Okay, so that's the first thing. On the other hand, I don't want to keep things too simple because that would be a disservice to your quest of becoming a better musician and guitarist. So I'm always trying to walk that middle ground, and I'm sure often I fail, but hopefully sometimes I succeed in it and you get something useful and practical out of these videos. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. Today's video is going to be short and simple, but before that you should certainly 100% watch last week's video on the 7th fret 5 chord, because everything I explained about how we're going to treat altered chords and why we have specific videos on these two chords and so on is in that video. So make sure you watch it either before or after you watch this video, and that will make this chord extremely simple for you. The Augmented 7th chord, also known as the dominant sharp 5 or 7 sharp 5 chord, is very closely related to last week's chord, the 7 flat 5, but to me it doesn't sound as appealing. So its resolutions are not really as satisfying to me, and the sound itself of the chord, it's a bit off to my ear. And so, you know, I'm going to show it to you anyway, of course. You should form your own opinion on it. And in any case, it's good to know chords, because even if you don't actually use them, you'll have an understanding of the possibilities of even your simple improvisations. You can tap into the sound of these chords whenever it's allowed. So for example, I play rock music, and a lot of chords are kind of out of the question in a traditional sense, because if I use distortion, I can get a lot further than sus2 chords or maybe some 9 chords. I can go that far with distortion if I'm using distorted guitars. But if I know the chords, I know how they're built, I know their sound, I've studied them really hard, then I have access to that sound, even if I'm spreading it out, even if the chord is quite simple, but then on top of it, I can imply the more complex chords by simply note choices. Okay, so it's a bit strange that I spend so much time learning chords and teaching chords. Actually, I find them extremely fascinating, but then in a practical way, sometimes I'm limited to the amount of them I can play. Now, if I'm playing other things, if I'm playing on a piano, if I'm playing clean guitar, if I'm doing synth music that I like to do, then I can have access to all those sounds more easily. But for example, in my specific sound, then I am limited, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that I shouldn't learn chords, all right? So this chord, the 7 sharp 5 chord, is very often used in jazz music. You won't see it in a lot of other styles of music. It's contemplated in classical, but it's really, you know, a kind of a fusion-y kind of sound. But I'm going to show you how to build it, and then we'll get to the sound section. You will make up your own mind about it. The formula for the 7 sharp 5 chord is very simple, of course. It's basically an augmented triad with an added minor 7th. Here's the augmented chord. You should watch this as a complement to this chord here. And another way you can look at it is to start with a regular dominant 7th chord. Again, here's a link to that video. And then you just raise the 5th. Whatever you do, the result is the same. You're going to end up with your augmented triad, which in this case is C, E in the 3rd, and G sharp as the augmented 5th. So these are the usual 2 major thirds in sequence. So we have a major third between C and E, and another major third between E and G sharp. That's our augmented triad. And then on top of that, we use the flat 7, which is, as you know, one whole step before the root or below the root. So if the root is C, 2 frets below that, that's our B flat. Okay, so the total of this is root, C, major third, E, G sharp is our augmented 5th, and then we have minor 7th, which is B flat. And that's it. Very simple formula. So it's not ugly or anything, it just to me sounds so edgy, not in a necessarily a good way, because it's just a bit overpowering, but it is a nice chord, and there's not much to say about this chord. The function is really the same as the one from last week, and the altered chords we're going to look at later. It's basically a substitute for a dominant 7th chord. So where do you find a dominant 7th chord? Usually, well, on the 5th chord or on the 5 of the chord progression. So if we're in C major, the 5 chord will be G7th, but instead of that G7, we could use the 7 sharp 5 or the augmented 7th chord, which is the one we're looking at today. So that resolution would go something like this. We have the G7 sharp 5, and you hear that pull wanting to go somewhere, and that somewhere is the resolution, okay? Doesn't sound bad, actually. You know, I feel bad now for saying that earlier, but I like, for example, better the version with the flat 9, which we'll look at in the future, but it's still a nice chord. Now, if you put this together with a 2, right, so we have the 2-5-1, which is the most typical progression, for example, in jazz music, then we would have our D minor. We would use D minor 7th in the 2, then we use G7 sharp 5. It's a beautiful build-up, and then you resolve to the 1. Okay, and what I'm doing is I'm trying to create an ascending chromatic line, and that comes from the D of the D minor to the E flat, or better said D sharp, my augmented 5th, and resolves to E. So we have D, D sharp, E. See, so that's basically the use for this, and as you see, it's in line with the altered chords and their function to add these movements. And so I don't know, it's not a bad chord by any means, but it's just, to me, it's not as appealing to the other one. But maybe I will reconsider after listening to myself playing that. I kind of like it, actually. So maybe I discover something new in this series as well. All right, let's move on to how to play it on the fretboard. Very well, so here's 3 positions for this chord. The first one begins here on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, which is a good place to be if you're in C major or C minor or any kind of C. And we do this, we play the 3rd fret of the 5th string, that's our root. Then we go to the 6th fret with the little finger. It's a bit of a stretch, but not too bad. That's our augmented 5th. Then we play the 7th, again with the 1st finger. We're barring the 3rd fret. Then we play the major 3rd, which is E. And finally, we double the augmented 5th on the 4th fret of the 1st string. Pretty nice chord. Next, we go to the 8th fret. Again, it's something I try to do in every video. And here's the position. We play 8 on the 6th fret of the 8th fret of the 6th string. That's our C, that's the root. Then we skip a string. Make sure you don't play. We play the 7th here, the B flat, on the same fret, the 8th fret of the 4th string. And then we do this to have 2 9s on the 3rd and 2nd string. You can do it either with a little bar or use 2 fingers, whatever you want. And these notes will be the major 3rd and the augmented 5th. Very nice sounding. So I am definitely reconsidering this chord. For the final position, we go to the 10th fret of the 4th string. We have our root. Then we play the augmented 5th on the 13th fret of the 3rd string. That's G sharp. Then we have our 7th, which is B flat. on the 11th fret of the second string. And finally, our major third E on the 12th fret of the first. And that's it. That should get you started with this chord. In today's video, I won't go into too much detail about the scales because this will be repeated again for the altered chord, and it's kind of been introduced last week, but I will still give you a little bit of input on it just in case this is the first video you watch. If that's the case, make sure you go back and watch the whole series because there's a lot of chords to be learned, and even if you already know them, you might get some cool tricks out of them, of these videos. And so the first one would be the whole tone scale that we looked at a few times actually. And the whole tone scale is a scale that's made up of only whole steps. So it's one whole step after another. Right? It's pretty simple, but the obvious thing here, this scale is used for the augmented triads, and of course the basis for the augmented 7th chord is the augmented triad. So the triad is already taken care of. We have the root and the major third and the augmented 5th, they're already part of the scale. But the good thing is that it also includes the flat 7. Why? Because the flat 7 is a whole step before the root. And because this scale is made up of only whole steps, it makes sense that I have my C, my E, my G sharp, and my B flat. So basically this scale fits the chord like a glove. It's exactly the chord, the scale that I need to play this. Right, it's perfect. And curiously enough, this scale also fits perfectly the other chord, which is the 7 flat 5, which sounds totally different in name, but it's actually quite similar. And the other scale that we should introduce is the altered scale. The altered scale is a bit complicated and we'll save it for the altered video, but basically it's the last mode of the melodic minor scale. Okay, so it will be like this. Check out the notes. It's C. Let's play it up here so if you're more familiar with this area of the neck. Okay, so we have C, D flat, and then we have E flat and E. So don't get confused by all this, just focus on the fact that we have the E. And we also have the flat 9 and the sharp 9, but we'll look at that in the future, all right? So for now, let's try to see if we are matching the notes of the scale to the notes of the chord, which is regular way of looking at if we can use a scale over a chord or not. So we have our third taken care of, and we have our perfect 5th taken care of. We also have a diminished 5th, which again will come into play later. And then as we continue the scale, we have our flat 7 or minor 7th and the root again, and then it starts over. Okay, so it's great because even though it has a bunch of strange notes, it has the notes that we need. It has the root, the major third, the augmented 5th, and the flat 7 or minor 7th. It also has the flat 9, the sharp 9, the flat 5, and so it's a scale, it's called an altered scale because it works with every altered chord, because it has the potential to fit any alterations in the 9th or on the 5th. But again, as I said, we'll look at that when we look at the complete altered chords. There will be a video dedicated to those with the 5th and the 9th and different combinations of alterations. So we'll save it for them. But for now, if you want to try it out, record yourself playing a 7 augmented chord and improvise. On the altered scale, which is the last mode of the melodic minor. All right, so this was a bit of a transition video because it's so similar to last week's, but it's also kind of similar to the big altered video that will be coming up. So just take it for what it is. It's a chord that's very easy to use. You just replace any dominant chord with it. Be mindful of the sharp 5. And if the scale section is a bit confusing to you, that's no problem. These chords really are not chords you strum and you improvise or play melodies over. You know, these are functional chords. They go from one place to another. That's what they're bridges for modulations, they're bridges for adding interest to a progression. It's not like you're gonna be for 1 minute trying to improvise on the altered scale probably. You're certainly free to try it, I certainly have, but you know, don't worry about it too much. You know, even if you don't understand these complex scales, you can just use the chord and use your ear. You could avoid the strange note, or you could just play without really knowing what it is. It's fine too. You know, it's the chords really are important as of themselves. You don't need to introduce all the other stuff. I teach you, you know, all the other stuff, how to use them and the formula and the scales, but really what counts is that you get the sound of the ear, the potential of that sound in your ear, and then you have it. You have it there, and as I said before at the beginning of the video, you can tap into it even if you don't actually play the chord. You can imply the chord simply with your choice of notes in your melodies or in the bass, or if you have a little accent played on a keyboard or something or another guitar, you can kind of point to that chord without having to completely commit to it. All right, so chords are very important. Even if you find a chord like this one that I don't personally use, maybe you say, well, I wouldn't use that. Still learn it as well as you would a major chord. Okay, the benefits are really endless. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. I'm afraid we're reaching the end of this series pretty soon. I'm racking my brain every day now trying to find a chord that I might have forgotten or I might have left behind. And today it's one of those, and it's probably not my favorite chord of all time, but it's still useful to learn. As you know, chords are not only useful as chords, but as ear training devices, and they will open up your mind to new sounds. So it's always better to have one more chord than one less. So let's begin. Today's chord is called major 7th sharp 5, or sometimes augmented major 7th chord, and it's basically what the name says. It's a major 7th chord with a sharp 5. Just a bit of advice before we begin: don't confuse this chord with the 7th sharp 5, which is a dominant chord. This is actually based on the major 7th chord, and if you don't know the difference, you should check out these two chords. The major 7th chord, which is the basis for what we're doing today. We're starting from that and modifying the 5th. And then you should watch this video on the dominant sharp 5, which is kind of an altered chord, although we'll have a big video on altered chords before this series is over. Okay, so this chord is pretty strange. You'll find it in several kinds of music, but it's very circumstantial. You just find it somewhere as an accent or as a passing chord, and it doesn't have too many functions really, so we'll look at them in the sound section, but it's just a chord that you should probably learn out of curiosity for chords. And maybe, who knows, one day it's the sound you need in that specific moment. But let's see how it's built with the formula, and then we'll continue. As the name implies, this chord is a major 7th chord, but with a sharp 5. It's also an augmented chord, an augmented triad, and here's a link to that video, with a major 7th added on top. Let's look at it from the point of view of a major 7th chord, which I think is a bit easier. And if you remember, the major 7th chord is based on a major triad with a major 7th on top. All right, so we had the root C, the major 3rd E, the perfect 5th G, and then B, which is the major 7th, and the major 7th sits right before the root, 1/2 step before the root, or 1 fret on the guitar. Now, from this point on, all we have to do is raise the 5th G to G sharp, and that's it. Very simple. Let me show it to you. We have C as the root, we have E as the major 3rd, G sharp as the augmented 5th, and this is our augmented triad. And on top of all this, we add the B, the major 7th, right? So again, root C, major 3rd E, augmented 5th, G sharp, and major 7th, B. That's it. There's really not much more to say about this chord, so let's see what it sounds like. It sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? And it is a chord that I can't quite figure out. I certainly don't mind the augmented sound because I really enjoy it and like using it actually, and I like implying it when I'm improvising and composing, but the major 7th sharp 5 just seems to be just one step too far for me. But nonetheless, there's a cool use for it, and I'm going to share it with you, and who knows, you never know when you might need it, right? So the use you can have for this chord is going to the 4 of the chord, similar to the augmented triad, but let's go over it again. Let's say you have a progression that's C major, going to F major. So between these two chords, or just without the C at all, you can play the C major 7th, sharp 5, into the F. And the reason it works is like this, because you have this sound, right? The major if you want. This is just a major 7th chord. Then we raise the 5th to the chord from today's video, the major 7 sharp 5, and then the F resolves. And the reason it resolves so well, let me play it again for you. Just the major 7 sharp 5 to the F. See, it doesn't sound as ugly. Or without the top string. Right? It gets better when you resolve it. But the reason it works so well is that if we look at the chord C, E, G sharp, B, which is our major 7 sharp 5, you see how the E resolves to F, which is the root of F, and the G sharp resolves to A, which is the 3rd of F, and the B resolves to C, which is the 5th of F. So 3 notes move up by half step. And the last note, C, just stays there because C, again, is part of the chord. And so you get this this feel here for, check out these 3 notes, the E, the G sharp, and the B, right? When it goes to F, it goes like this. It's kind of chromatic thing. We go up 1 fret for each of those notes. And you can see it better in this position. Check this out. We have... this is the position for the C major 7 sharp 5. It sounds pretty ugly, right? But then when I resolve it to F, this is our regular good old F major on the 5th string, right? But see what happens here. We have the root here on C, and then we have these 3 notes of the E major 7 sharp 5. If it's not clear 100%, don't worry, because in just a few minutes, or even less than that, I will show you the different fingerings for it, and then you can learn them and come back to this section. But you can just see it right on the fretboard. I have my root here, and these 3 notes, which make up the chord, right? See what happens when I go to F. These 3 notes move right up chromatically 1 fret. But the root, which is C, resolves like a 5-1, like a dominant resolution. Bam, bam, like G, C, right? In this case, it's C, F. So the mix of these 2 resolutions is very strong, actually. We have this one, the root progression, and then we have the half-step resolution for all the other 3 notes. And the effect is this. So it might not be the most beautiful sound, but it is certainly interesting, and that's the main reason why I wanted to show it to you, because it really does a service to budding guitar players, which is, it makes you think about structure and about purpose and about relationships within chords. So I find it very interesting how 3 notes resolve by half step, but then the root resolves by a 5-1 resolution. So I just thought I'd share it, and so I'm going to show you now where to play it on the fretboard. I'm going to keep things extremely simple today. We'll start from basic major 7th chords and just raise the 5th, all right? So you don't have to study too hard this week. And the first position is, of course, the one here in the open strings, is 3 on the 5th string, which is our root C. Then we have fret 2 on the 4th string, that's E, the major 3rd. And then we play this 1st fret here, which is G sharp, which is our augmented 5th. And on top of all that, we use the B, which is the major 7th. All right, very easy. You could play the 1st string again because it's an E and it fits, but I don't like the sound too much. I prefer it without that, but feel free to try it out for yourself. From here we move again on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, but on this side of the fretboard, and we have our usual major 7th chord, but we raise the 5th, and it goes like this. We have the root again on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, that's C. We go straight to the augmented 5th on the 6th fret of the 4th string. All right, and then we play the major 7th B on the 4th fret of the 3rd string, and finally the E, which is the major 3rd, on the 2nd string, 5th fret. Now here you do have to be mindful of the 1st string. Don't play it because that's a regular G, and we are in an augmented G or sharp G, so, or G sharp, better said, an augmented 5th. So make sure you only play the middle strings, and make sure you omit the 1st one. Okay, that's important. And then, as always, let's go to the 8th fret of the 6th string, where this would be our regular major 7th position, but let's make it augmented by simply raising this finger here, and the result is the following. We have C on the 8th fret of the 6th string, and then we have, well, we skip the 5th string, that's important, we skip that, and then we play 9, 9, and 9 on the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd strings, and this gives us our major 7th B, our major 3rd E, and of course the augmented 5th G sharp. And all together, this is the chord. And this is the one that I showed you just a while ago in the sound section, how it resolved to F. All right, so these are 3 positions. You can, if you know a lot of major 7th chords, you probably know a lot of major 7 augmented chords, because you just have to raise the G. Pretty simple. Today I'm going to give you 2 strange scales, and if you want more normal or regular scales, you should definitely check out the Augmented Triad video that I linked before. All right, but why not? Let's have some fun with 2 kind of weird scales, and they come from the modes of the harmonic and melodic minor scales. And the first one is called the Ionian sharp 5, or Ionian augmented, or sometimes called the major sharp 5, but basically all it is, it's a major scale with a raised 5th. And that's it. So if you have a regular C major scale, you have C, D, E, F, G, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. All you have to do now is do C, D, E, F, G sharp, A, B, C. So over this sound, this is the scale. Okay, so it sounds a bit weird because the harmonic minor scale is so strong in character, and this is of course not what we're dealing with here. It's a series about chords, but just as a, just to let you know, the harmonic minor scale is very strong. It has a very distinctive sound. The 1.5 steps here, it's so overwhelming that pretty much all the modes of the harmonic minor sound like the harmonic minor. So this is just a thing you can check out. The next scale is a mode of the melodic minor scale, and it's called Lydian Augmented, which again is very simple. If we have a regular Lydian scale, it would be C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C. So it's a major scale with a raised 4th. But the Lydian Augmented is a Lydian scale with also the 5th that is augmented, and so we have C, D, E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B, C. So sounds a bit more normal because the melodic minor scale takes care of the strange big 3 half-step interval of the harmonic minor. But anyway, this is not something you have to worry about today, as we're studying chords and not scales. But there you go, here's the scale. I'm gonna of course write down the formula for you so you can check it out. But again, over this sound, this would be the scale. So it is a bit peculiar, but you can feel the Lydian but also the augmented. And that's the sound. Something like that, and you should probably practice it. But this is certainly not a chord you jam over, unless you want to, of course, then feel free to do so. Hello and welcome back to One Chord a Week. This is Tonelli, and I know last week I said I would do the altered dominant video, which is probably going to be the last of the series. It's going to be a big video, and I saved it for last because I want you to have all the tools you need to really understand those chords, which are not complicated, but you know, they have quite a bit of theory behind them, and I thought if I leave them for last, then you would have gone through the whole series and you have familiarized yourself with 9s, 11s, and 5ths, and the 7ths, you know, and all those intervals, and then it would be easier to look at all these chords at once. And I was going to do that today, but then just last night I realized that I hadn't covered this specific chord, and so I decided to add it at the last minute, and so we will save those alter chords for next week. And today I'm going to show you this chord, which is kind of cool actually. So the chord is the minor 9 major 7th, and of course it's derived from the regular minor major 7th chord. Here's a link to that. We looked at that kind of at the beginning of this whole series, and as you know, I haven't followed any specific order so as not to make it boring. You know, we didn't start from triads and then up to 7th chords and then extensions, but I kind of mixed it up a bit. But if you want to go back and watch that video, I think it will be useful if you're not familiar with the basis for this chord, which is indeed a minor chord with a major 7th, but with the added 9th. So this chord to me has a very strange sound, but beautiful in a way. And I've actually used it not too long ago because I'm working on a project which by the time you're watching this video, this will probably already have been released, but right now I can't talk about it, so just to make sure. And I've used it as the main chord for a melody in that project. And so it is a beautiful chord, not something you will use all the time, of course, but I think you'll be able to find examples of it in jazz, of course, but also in kind of, you know, sometimes atmospheric music, like it could be on a TV series or movie soundtrack, you know, and as soon as you hear it, you'll know what I mean. So actually, let's move right into the formula and then to the sound section so you can actually see what it sounds like. The minor 9 major 7th chord comes, of course, from a minor triad to begin with, and here's a video to the minor triad, and then on top of that we'll add the major 7th, which is the minor major 7th I already discussed, and then we'll add the 9th. Okay, so let's begin with the very basic minor triad, which is C, of course, the root, to E flat, which is our minor 3rd, and G, which is the 5th. This is the minor triad to begin with. Then we go to the major 7th, which is B. And again, the major 7th is always found 1/2 step below the root. So C, E flat, G, B. And it already sounds pretty weird, right? As we would expect from a minor major 7th. And then on top of that, we add the D, which is the 9th. And the 9th is 1 whole step above the root. And here's the whole formula. Root C, minor 3rd, E flat, perfect 5th, G, major 7th, B, and major 9th, D, which is the same as a major 2nd. And now let's see what it sounds like. So you can hear it sounds pretty beautiful actually, and it sounds mellower and rounder than the regular minor major 7th. And that's something I find that often happens with 9s or 2nds, it's the same thing. They do tend to round up a spiky or edgy chord, and the minor major 7th, as you remember from that video, is kind of edgy. And I can demonstrate it probably this way. I could play the same chord I just played for you, but if I hold on to the last string, it would be a regular minor major 7th. Okay, and then you'll hear what happens when I hit the last string, that D, what effect it has on the chord. So this is just a regular minor major 7th. And here's with the D. Right, so that D adds a new dimension to it, and to me it makes it possible, for example, for me to consider this chord as a true tonic chord. So I could actually start a composition or a song or a melody with this chord and then play on top of it. Of course, these differences are subtle. You know, it's not like one huge difference between a minor major 7th and a minor 9 major 7th, but you know, subtlety and detail is really what it's all about when it comes to writing music or composing or improvising. So it's certainly a good color. And don't forget also that these chords, you don't actually have to play them, right? You can just know they exist, you can know they have a sound, you can interiorize the sound, put it in your ear, and then you can always imply it by using those notes. So even if I'm playing just a regular minor C chord, I could improvise on top of it by focusing, right? I'm focusing on those notes that I would find in a minor 9 major 7 chord, which maybe I can't play right there because maybe my instrumentation doesn't allow it, or maybe I'm using too much distortion, or maybe I'm using whatever, and I can't quite use that chord, or I don't want to give it away yet, you know, I want to be more subtle with it. Then I could just play a regular minor chord, which we all play all the time. And instead of playing the usual notes, I could say, well, let me just try to imply these more complex chords, such as the minor 9 major 7th. That's why I've been doing for so many weeks now with this chord. That's why I've been focusing so much on formulas. And you might think that's maybe a bit boring, right? But then you'll understand how important it is to not only just know how to play a chord, but actually to know how it's built and to know the focus and the function of each note. Because a chord is just an idea, right? A chord is just a musical idea condensed in time. You play all the notes at once. But it doesn't mean that's the only way you can manage it. You know, you can actually imply chords simply by adding notes here and there that would form a chord. And so that's why I've been pretty I've been pretty strict with formulas and you learning them, because it's very important. And that's it. So let's see how you can play it on the fretboard, and then you can get started improvising with it. For the first position, we'll play it here on the 3rd fret of the 5th string, where we have our root. And then on the 1st fret of the 4th string, we have our minor 3rd. And then we reach the major 7th on the 4th fret of the 3rd string, and here you can already hear that sound. And then let's add the 9th, of course, which we do need in a minor 9 major 7th chord, and it's here on the 3rd fret of the 2nd string. And this is our first position. You notice this position specifically does not have a G. The 5th, it's fine. We can certainly drop the G and it doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, in this next position, we'll drop the root, which is something I don't often do, but this chord doesn't have that many fingerings for it. So in this one, I'm going to use one without the root, which is no problem at all, because usually the root is assumed and is understood by whatever the other instruments are playing, all right? Or even just by the way you improvise on top. If you consider the root to be C, then it will be felt as C. And here's how we're going to play it. It's pretty simple. We make this little stair position here. You see we go one step down on each string. And so we play the 8th fret with the little finger on the 5th string. That's our E flat, which is the minor 3rd. Then we play the G, which is the 5th, on the 5th fret of the 4th. Down to the natural B, which is the major 7th, on the 4th fret of the 3rd string. And then we play a little bar here with the 1st finger, and that covers on the 3rd fret, and that covers the D and the G. This G here is repeated, so we don't even have to play it, but I like how it rounds it out a little bit more. And so the root for this chord would be C. And we're assuming that it's understood within the harmonic context of whatever you're playing, that you're in C. And for the final position, we're moving up to the 8th fret of the 6th string, and of course this is a C, this is the root, and we place this big bar on the 8th fret, and then we just add a couple of fingers and we're done. All right, so we have C on the 8th fret of the 6th string, we have G on the 10th fret of the 5th, and then we have the major 7th B on the 9th fret of the 4th string. And now we play the next two strings with the bar, and we have E flat, which is the minor 3rd, and G, which is the 5th again. And then let's add the 9th with the little finger on the 10th fret of the 1st string. And this is the one we looked at before, so you already know what it sounds like. And it's a very common position for this chord because it's quite easy to play, and it sounds pretty full and complete. And so it's certainly one of the better choices for the minor 9 major 7th chord. There are two scales that are pretty obvious and simple choices for this chord, and they are the harmonic minor and the melodic minor. And the idea here is that the minor 9 major 7th chord we can kind of look at in the beginning as a minor 9th chord. And for that chord we could actually use the regular natural minor scale. But the chord now has a raised or major 7th. So we need some kind of scale that is minor but also has a major 7th. And the first one, of course, that comes to mind is the harmonic minor scale. Why? Well, because it was designed to do just that. It was designed to take a very static and bland scale, such as the minor scale. You see, it doesn't really want to go anywhere. It's very comfortable where it is. And somebody thought of the idea of saying, hey, we should probably do something so that it kind of wants to go back to the root, wants to start some kind of dominant function somewhere along the line, and so that it's not as static as it is now. And so it was designed with a raised 7th, because that raised 7th is borrowed from the major scale, and it does indeed want to go back to the root, and it sounds like this. So you hear this very strong pull now towards the root, and it comes from raising the 7th from minor to major to this effect. Okay, so now that I have this scale, I can of course use it on top of the minor major 7th chord. And indeed, if we play a minor 9 major 7th, this is the scale. There you go. And you see it works perfectly. The problem with the harmonic minor is that it has a very strange sounding interval between the 6th and the major 7th, which is 1.5 steps. And it can sound a bit like a caricature. And it can sound a bit like the solution to a problem that now is worse than the problem, because it's so easy to identify and so in your face. And so another scale was devised to kind of tone it down a little bit, and that's the melodic minor scale. And the melodic minor scale says, okay, well, let's get rid of that big jump there of 1.5 steps by also raising the 6th. So now we raise. See, I broke it down, that big 1.5 jump, into 2 whole steps. And what effectively happens here is that you're actually playing almost a major scale, but with a minor 3rd. We will get into that. You know, there's going to be some other series for scales, but the idea here is that now we have another scale that also has a minor connotation. It has a major 7th, but it sounds just a little bit mellower and a little bit more musical maybe. And so over this chord again, this would be the scale. Okay, so it does sound a bit more sophisticated, maybe a bit more jazzy or fusiony. I don't know what you want to call it. And I tend to like more the melodic minor for melodies, and I like the harmonic minor for accents. So maybe I'm doing a very quick run, like that. And so I like the strong resolution of the harmonic minor. It's not ambiguous at all. It's really obvious and really, I don't know. It's really not in your face in a bad way, but you know, it's strong musically. Whereas the melodic minor, that's why it was designed, it's a bit mellower and it's a bit more subtle. And so both of them are really cool. And because this chord, I think, is actually a cool chord to improvise over, I think you can find some really good melodies with it. Then I would probably start with the melodic minor. Hello everyone, this is Andrea Tonelli, and for one last time, welcome back to One Chord a Week. Yes, today is the final video of this very long series that we started all the way back in February, or maybe even before that. And it's been an adventure, but I think that it's been hopefully enlightening to you if you hadn't really delved deep into chords in your musical development. And today's chord is a bit different from all the previous ones, because today we're going to look at a bunch of chords. Actually, we're going to look at 8 chords, and they all fit under the umbrella of the dominant altered chords, or altered dominant, or simply altered chords. And these chords are a bit strange, and we actually did introduce them a little bit a while ago with 2 chords, which were the dominant 7th chord, flat 5, and the dominant 7 chord sharp 5 or augmented 7th. And those two chords, I kind of warned you when we did those videos that we were kind of getting into altered chords, but I decided to give you those two chords with their own specific video. And today's video instead will deal with all the altered chords, or almost all of them, but you know, the main ones that have both a 5th and a 9th. Okay, so the 7 flat 5 and the 7 sharp 5 that we already looked at, and here's links for both of them. Those two chords do not have a 9th. So today we're grouping all the altered chords with 9 and 5th all together. And it's going to be a bit of a different format, but I think we should just get started because it's going to be a long one. The altered dominant chords are a staple of jazz music. As a matter of fact, they're kind of synonym with jazz music, and they certainly have the biggest impact in that style. And I am no expert in jazz music, at least as far as playing it. You know, I've listened to a lot of jazz, and I've actually delved very deeply into the theory of jazz. And I think I would suggest a book for you here that's called Theory of Jazz by Mark Levine. It's a big book, all right? And as much as I usually suggest that people read Schoenberg's book on theory, which is one of my favorites, it deals more with classical theory. And Mark Levine, Jazz of Theory, his book deals more with the jazzy side of it. And I found it extremely beneficial because even though I don't play jazz, I have been able to incorporate a lot of ideas as far as harmony goes, as far as structure, as far as being aware of the arc of a certain melody or a song, and it's just been very interesting to me. I'm a bit of a nerd with that, and so all the strange scales, I do enjoy them. Right, so if you want to get a book on jazz theory, Mark Levine's, I think, is the one. And anyway, this chord, you should study it because even though it's a staple of jazz music, it has trickled down to other styles, and you'll find it, for example, in soundtracks, you'll find it in fusion, and you'll find, you know, this chord in the most unusual places, and some of them sound really beautiful. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give you 8 chords, and we're going to talk about each of them. I'll give you the formula for each of them and the sound of each of them, and then at the end we're going to talk about a scale that will fit over all of these chords. So that's a good news. You can use all these chords with just one single scale. All right, so that's the dynamics for today. Before we do all that, I'm going to give you just a little bit of background on how and why we're studying the altered chords. The altered dominant chord is of course a dominant function chord, but it has this extra edge and character given by the alterations. And what alterations mean is this. If you have a dominant chord, in case you haven't watched the video on dominant chords, here it is. You have to watch that one. Before, after, I don't mind, but watch it, because otherwise this will be pretty advanced. And the idea here is this. Whenever you have a dominant chord, which means a major triad with a flat 7, as soon as you have that, you are free to alter 2 notes. And these notes are the 9th, which is the 2nd, and the 5th. Okay, so here's what happens. You could alter only the 9th. You could only alter the 5th. You could alter the 9th and the 5th. And you could alter the 9th in one direction and the 5th in another. And all of these possibilities we'll explore in today's video. What we're not going to look at today is a kind of a more obscure way of doing it, which is actually raising and lowering the same note. So you might have the flat 9 and the sharp 9. This is possible, and it happens sometimes, but I think it's so specific that, you know, if you really get a grasp on what I'm teaching you today, then you'll be free to explore further. But so today we're going to focus on this. When a chord has both the 5th and the 9th, we're going to look at all the possible permutations of altering these notes. So only altering the 5th, only altering the 9th in both directions, and then altering the 5th and the 9th in the same directions or in opposed directions. Right, so when you get to the end of it, you have looked at, if I'm not mistaken, 8 chords. And the beautiful thing about these chords is that they have the same function, more or less, and the same scale that will work over them. One more thing before we begin. The altered dominant chords are usually treated as a regular dominant. So usually you will find this. They will resolve as a 5-1. So if I have G altered, it will go to a C major, but usually C minor. They're borrowed from the melodic and harmonic minor scales. So that's one thing. You can, of course, resolve to major, okay? But the idea here is that you go from 5 to 1, and 1 is a minor. You can also go down a half step. you can, like with the tritone substitution, so you will go from D flat altered to C major. That's another resolution possible. And then there's a lot more. There's the major third below, there's the minor third up, and there's all kinds of stuff, and they really get heavy into substitutions and alternative functions of these chords. And I'm afraid this will be beyond today's video, okay? But if you're interested in that, we'll keep looking at this stuff, and probably by the time the video comes out, we might have even studied it a little bit on our weekly Saturday streams. So for today, we're going to look at these chords, and you can be sure 100% that you can resolve them 5-to-1 or flat 2-to-1. So a fourth above the chord that you're studying, or a half step below the chord you're studying. But there are many options, and my suggestion is this: with chords so rich in harmony such as these, what I would do is try to resolve them to all possible notes. So if I study a C altered chord, I will try to resolve it to D flat major and to D flat minor. I would also try to resolve them to D major and then to D minor. Then I will try to E flat major and E flat minor, E major, E minor. So basically every single note out of the 12 notes, I would try to resolve them and see what I feel about them, because you know, music theory is very strict in the classical sense, but especially in modern music and jazz is very fluid. And if you study jazz standards, you'll see that people use stuff all the time in the strangest possible ways. And so you can certainly study the application, the standard application, but I suggest that you figure out for yourself what it is you like and you don't like. And if you play your own music, nobody can tell you where your altered chords should go to. All right, so that's my bit of advice. But let's begin now with the 8 altered dominant chords of today's video. Very well, so for this first chord, all we're going to do is add a flat 9. So out of the 5th and 9th, we're just going to alter the 9th, and only, of course, in one direction, which is downwards. And I will show you everything in C. So this chord is C7 flat 9. I said at the beginning of the video that we're only going to focus on chords that have both the 5th and the 9th, and then we'll see what and when we alter them. And in this case, the 5th is just part of the 7th chord, and then we add the flat 9. And it goes like this. So we have the regular 7th chord, which is root in C, major third, of course, E, the perfect 5th is G, and then we have the minor 7th B flat. And then on top of this, we're going to add the flat 9, which is 1/2 step above the root, which is of course D flat. All right, so this is the formula for this chord. As you can tell, the 5th has not been touched, has not been altered. So all we're doing is take a regular dominant 7th chord and add the 9th. So we're lowering the 9th 1/2 step. And I'm going to show you one position in this video for each of the chords. We're not going to go through 3 of them because it will make it endless. And so here's a very easy one, and one that is very common. And it goes like this. You have the root here on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then you have your major 3rd E on the 2nd fret of the 4th. Then you have the B flat, which is of course necessary. It's a note you can't skip. It makes it dominant. And it's B flat on the 3rd fret of the 3rd string. You can hear the dominant 7th sound, and then of course the D flat, the flat 9, here on the 2nd fret of the 2nd string. Okay? And this is the sound of the 7th flat 9. Now, of course, you'll hear that B flat, that D flat, the flat 9 wants to, if possible, resolve. And this is a resolution 5-to-1. It's pretty cool. And it's one example, of course, there's many, but this is the first one. It's a dominant chord with a flat 9. Now, if instead of lowering the 9th, we raise the 9th, then we have basically the same chord, but with the raised 9th. So it gets easier as you go through a lot of them, but let's look at it again. So the formula for this chord, again, it's a 7 sharp 9. So 7 means it's just a regular dominant chord. And so again, we'd have C in the root, E in the major third, G as the perfect fifth, B flat as the minor seventh. It's all the same until now, but now we have a sharp 9 or augmented ninth, which means if the 9 is D, we go one extra step to D sharp, and it goes like this: root, major third, fifth, minor seventh, and the sharp 9. Now, the sharp 9, you might be wondering, well, isn't that a minor third? Well, kind of in a way, but because we already have a major third, and the major third is the standard note for dominant chords, then it's not. The sharp 9 is just a sharp 9. It's a D raised a half step. Although, you know, it's an harmonic, so it sounds the same as a minor third, but the focus of this chord is certainly the dominant sound, and this minor third here is perceived as an alteration. And just to leave it here for you, so you can kind of think about it, that's why minor scales, minor pentatonic scales, work in blues over a regular dominant seventh chord. So altered chords really are the key to a lot of cool stuff, but that's beyond the scope of today's video. So let's check out a position for the 7 sharp 9, and it's very similar to the one before. We have the root C on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. We have the major third on the 2nd fret of the 4th, the minor 7th on the 3rd fret of the 3rd, and now the little finger goes on the 4th fret of the 2nd for that sharp 9. And this chord here and the one before, you might have noticed that is missing the G. The G is fine, you can drop the 5th. Of course, only now, because now the G is not altered. If we alter the G, then we can't lose it. But usually on a regular chord, the G or the perfect fifth is the first to go, as you've seen many times in this series. All right, so there you go, 7 sharp 9. By the way, you remember the famous Hendrix chord? Which, you know, of course, not only he played it, but everybody calls it the Hendrix chord. This is the one. So you actually find this one in blues and rock. Now, continuing with the 9th chord as the basis, and if you haven't watched the video on the 9th chord, make sure you watch it. This is, after all, where all these chords come from for today's video. And now, instead of altering the 9th, we're going to leave the 9th B as a regular 9th, and we're going to alter the 5th. So again, we're only focusing on one possible alteration for now. And so now we have a dominant 9th chord with a flat 5 and a dominant 9th chord with a sharp 5. Okay, and the first one will be lowering the 5th. And the formula for that, of course, is a regular 9th chord. We have the root, C. We have the major third, E again. We have the flat 7 or minor 7th, B flat, and the D as the 9th, okay? But the 5th now will be lower the half step. So instead of G, will be G flat. So root, major third, diminished 5th, or flat 5, minor 7th, and 9th, which is the same as a major 2nd. And that's the formula. Now, as far as the sound goes, you'll notice that it's strange because, of course, it's not a diminished sound just because you have the flat 5, because the 3rd is major. So it's kind of a mix, and I actually like the sound. And we're going to play like this. We're going to play with the first finger, we're going to do a little bar here on the 9th fret. And starting on the 5th string, we'll play the 9th fret here, which is right away our G flat. So we're going to start on the alteration. Then we go up to the root, C, on the 10th fret of the 4th string. The first finger again plays the 9th fret, which is the E on the 3rd string. That's a major 3rd. And then the little finger will play the B flat on the 11th fret of the 2nd string. And then we'll round it up with the D, which is the 9th on the 1st string, 10th fret. And it sounds like this. And you can hear that it's a bit mellower, but it does resolve pretty nicely 5-1, and of course to minor as well, so it works, as we said earlier, both ways. And that's it. It's a pretty simple chord. It's kind of mellow. I kind of enjoy it, and it's one you can squeeze in a lot of places, and it's not as in your face as some other altered chords. If instead of lowering the fifth, we raise it a half step, then we're actually entering the augmented chord, because you remember an augmented chord was root, major third, augmented fifth, and that's actually what we're doing. But we apply it to a ninth dominant chord. And so here's the formula. We'd have the root C again, E is the major third, these two will never change throughout the video, and then the G, which was the fifth, will be raised a half step to the augmented fifth. And then we continue with the flat 7, that's another note that will never change. And then we have the D ninth. Okay, that's the ninth, or the same as the second, same note. And for now, we're not touching it, we're just altering the fifth. And this chord is a bit brighter and it's a bit more stronger, actually. And it has that G sharp that, just the same as it happened with the regular augmented triad, and here's a link to that, you should keep an eye out for, because it goes from G, usually in the key, to G sharp of this chord, and that will eventually want to resolve somewhere probably with an A. And if we play this chord, actually, let me show you how to play it, and then I'll show you how to resolve it again to F. And here it is. We play the root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string with the 2nd finger, the major 3rd E with the 1st finger on the 2nd fret of the 4th string. Then we do a little bar here that covers on the 3rd fret, the 3rd and 2nd string, it covers the B flat, which is the minor 7th, and the D. So we have the 7th and the 9th. And then the only thing that's missing is our augmented 5th, and we play that with a little finger on the 4th fret of the 1st string. Now you can hear, and you can hear this note, how it really wants to push probably towards an F. It can go downwards, of course, although probably not as elegant, but certainly viable. But this is it now for the first 4 chords, where we're only altering either the 5th or the 9th. And now we're going to move on to chords where we alter both the 5th and the 9th, and they can go in the same direction or different directions. So it's not complicated, but stay with me. In no particular order, let's begin by lowering both the 5th and the 9th. So we have a dominant 9th chord, and we take the 5th G and the 9th D, and we lower them a half step. By now, I think you're familiar with the process, but let's see the formula for this. So we'd have the root C, the major 3rd E, the flat 5th, which would be G flat, the minor 7th, of course, which is B flat, and then the D flat, which is the flat 9. So both the 5th and the 9th are lowered a half step. And here's how we can play a position on the fretboard. This, of course, will remind you of the regular 9 flat 5 chord, but here it is. It's root on the 3rd fret of the 5th string. Then we play the major 3rd E on the 2nd fret of the 4th string, the minor 7th B flat, and the D flat on the 2nd fret of the 2nd string. Up until now, we're in the same boat as we were before with the 7 flat 9 chord, but now we're going to add this 2nd fret here on the 1st string, which is the G flat, the flat 5. And before, we could afford to lose the 5th. We did not play the 5th previously, but now because the 5th is altered, we need to include it. Okay, so that's why we add this finger down here. And you can hear this chord really pushing towards the resolution. Okay, and it can be minor, it can be major, of course. Okay, but this movement is very common and actually quite pleasing. You'll notice a lot of these chords sound really strange by themselves, but then they kind of take on a different sound and air about them as soon as you resolve them. So you start here, you go here, and when you're here, you kind of reevaluate the first one. And it's one of the magical things about altered chords and dissonance in general. So this is the one where we lower both the 5th and the 9th. if instead of lowering both alterations we raise them, we get into a strange chord that I haven't quite figured out how to use, although there's one resolution that I like and I'll show you. But now in this case we take the same dominant ninth chord and we raise the fifth to an augmented fifth and we raise the ninth to an augmented ninth. So it goes like this. We have the root C, the major third E, these two are kind of getting old now, and then we have the sharp 5 or augmented 5 G sharp, the flat 7 of course, or minor 7th, B flat, and then D sharp, which is the sharp 9 or augmented 9. So we start with these two fingers on the 5th and 4th strings. On the 6th fret we have our D sharp, which is our augmented 9th, and we play here the G sharp, which is the augmented 5th. So the two alterations are right away at the beginning of the chord. Then we play a little bar here with the first finger on the 5th fret, both 3rd and 2nd strings. This is our root C and our major 3rd E. And then the note that's missing is of course the B flat, which is the 7th, and it's a necessary note we have to play, and so we play it on the 6th fret of the 1st string. And check it out. Sounds pretty weird, and the way I use this chord, if I use it to improvise, is I just play over it as if it were just a normal chord. So I like to improvise over it with a scale we'll look at just a little bit later, because as a dominant I find it a bit too strong, but you can still hear a beautiful resolution if we go like this to F major 7th. You hear that? It's pretty beautiful. Now all together. It's very sophisticated and light, and I do like it. Every time I hear it by itself, the sharp 5, sharp 9, I'm like, that's a bit too much. And then when I resolve it, I kind of reevaluate. So this chord you see named as a C7, sharp 5, sharp 9, or maybe even better said, C augmented 7th, sharp 9. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll show you, I'll use the second nomenclature, but you can find it in many different ways. That's one of the things with these big chords. As you progress through them, you'll find that more and more have different names depending on what book you read or what teacher you have. It doesn't matter as long as you understand the structure. One thing I will talk about right now, and that kind of has to do with it, the flat 5 and the sharp 5, sometimes you'll see them as sharp 11 for the flat 5, which is the same thing, and flat 13 for the sharp 5, but I prefer to be able to see them as an altered 5th. So I prefer using a flat 5, 5 or sharp 5. I understand the sharp 5 is the same as a flat 13 because it's the same note, but then I would be thinking of minors and all kinds of stuff. So I rather use the actual name of the 5th and alter that. But again, your mileage may vary. There's only two more permutations to look at now, where the 5th and the 9th will go in opposite directions. The first one we're going to look at will have a lower 5th and a raised 9th. And very quickly now, the formula, I think you figured it out by now, but we have root C, major 3rd E, we have the flat 5 G flat, the minor 7th B flat, and the D sharp, which is the sharp 9. Okay, so that's the formula. And we can play it on the fretboard down here on the 3rd fret again. And it's like this. We have the 3rd fret on the 5th string, that's C, the root. Major 3rd is on the 2nd fret of the 4th string. Then we have B flat on the 3rd fret of the 3rd. And then the little finger will play the sharp 9th, which is the D sharp, on the 4th fret of the 2nd string. And then to close it all off, we have G flat on the 1st fret of the, on the 2nd fret of the 1st string with the same 1st finger. And this is the flat 9 sharp 5. If we go the other way around, we'd have the sharp 5 and the flat 9. Again, very quickly, we had root C, major 3rd E, augmented 5th, G sharp, B flat, which is the same minor 7 as always, and D flat, the flat 9. So C, E, G sharp, B flat, D flat. The D flat is of course the flat 9. And I got this position many years ago from the Mickey Baker book. on guitar, and volume 1, that's what it was. And I learned a lot of chords from that book, as I think we discussed in one of our weekly live streams. But here's the one I like the most. We have the root on the 6th string on the 8th fret, then we skip the 5th string and we play the B flat, the minor 7th, on the same fret, the 8th fret of the 4th string. And then we have a little bar here with the 3rd finger on the 9th fret, and that takes care of the 3rd E, the G flat, the G sharp, the raised 5th, and the D flat, the flat 9. And it sounds like this. And I really like this chord. This chord I actually use a lot. And of course, you can resolve it down to the 1, you can resolve it back as a substitute, a tritone substitution. You can do all kinds of stuff. But these are the 8 chords that make up the dominant alter chords, at least in the sense that we're looking at today, where both the 9th and the 5th are in play, and you can choose which ones to alter. And if you alter both of them, they can both go in the same direction or in opposite directions. So I hope it wasn't too confusing, but let's see what scale you can play on top of all this. I'm a bit concerned that your head might be just about to explode right now, but the good news is that the scale that you can play over this chord is very simple, and it's only one scale and it works over all of them. And it's called the alter scale. The alter scale is a mode of the melodic minor scale, and you know, scales are not part of this series about chords, but very quickly, a melodic minor scale is a minor scale with the 6th and 7th raised a half step. And if you start from the very last note of this scale, you get a mode, and that mode is called the altered scale. And I'm just going to play it for you, and you'll see how it includes both the flat 9 and the sharp 9, and both the flat 5 and the sharp 5. They're all within the scale. So basically you can play it over all dominant chords, but more specifically over these altered chords we saw today. If your altered chord does not alter one of the notes, for example, maybe the 5th gets raised but the 9th stays there, it still doesn't matter. You can use this scale anyway, and it will just sound like you're adding an alteration, all right? So it works, and you can try. You can play any of these chords I taught you today, make a loop of them and play over them with this scale, and it works. And just as a suggestion, you can try playing it over any dominant chord, and usually you get some pretty cool sounds. But anyway, here's the scale. We have the root, C, then we had the flat 9, which is of course D flat, and then we have the sharp 9, which is D sharp, and then we have the major 3rd E. So for now we've covered the root and E, which are part of the dominant chord, and of course both 9s, the flat 9 and the sharp 9. Then we have the augmented 4th, which we can look at, of course, as a flat 5. It's the same thing. So we have the diminished 5th or flat 5, and then we have the raised or sharp 5 or augmented G sharp. Now some people would call that an A flat. We'll call it a flat 7. I mean a flat 6, sorry, but I prefer to just look at it. If I'm using this as an alter scale, then I might as well just look at it as an alter 5th, which is the one I use in the chords. So to me, I have my flat and raised 9 and my flat and raised 5th. Okay? And then I can just play the flat 7, B flat, and C. And the flat 7, of course, is my minor 7th of a regular dominant 7th chord, which is the basis for all these altered chords. And then C, we're back on the root, and we could continue playing. If you know how to do it, you can play it throughout the fretboard. But this is the altered scale, and I'm going to give you this position in full now, and then I'll shut up, and this whole series will be done with. But so just so you can practice. Of course, this is not enough. You can then go out and find more positions, but just for you, that you can start working with this, let me play it for you very slowly, and I'll give you the actual fret numbers, like as if it were a tablature. You know what I think of tablatures, but here we go. We have C on the 8th fret, 9, 11, 12. Then we go to the 5th string, we have 9 and 11. And then we play 8, 10, 11, 8, 9, 11, 9, 11, 8, 9, 11, 12. And this will work over all these chords that I showed you today. If you are just getting into this series, make sure you look at all the videos. I'm not trying to get views, but it's really important you go through all the chords, maybe learn the 3 fingerings that I show you for every chord except for these ones, and try to play with them. At the end of every video, in case you're new to the series, there's a scale section where I teach you a couple of scales that you can play over those chords. And my idea is that you just make a loop of that chord and just keep playing on top of it. Keep playing on top of it, keep playing on top of it. And eventually, when you go through many chords, you'll be able to figure out pretty much anything musical that's coming your way. And the other great advantage, and this is the last thing I'll talk about, and I've said it before, the other great advantage is that even if your style of music does not use these chords, some chords are just too much for whatever style of music you're into, you can still get an idea and a sense of the harmony and the melody that allows you to mold a different chord that is much simpler. So maybe I have just a major chord, but I can go and pretend that it's a major 7 sharp 11. Or maybe I can just pretend that it's a major 6 9. You know what I mean? Even if it's just a major chord, somebody might be playing this, and I can hear this note as the main note. And it will give it a different color, it will give it a different dimension and a different feel. And when you go through all the chords in the series, and that's why I said you should watch all of them, you'll have such a deep knowledge of really what it is just musical possibilities that you can add to your playing. I hope that this was interesting to you and it wasn't too much work. Thank you very much again for being here throughout this long series, and congratulations for finishing it. See you very soon. Bye-bye.